should be a really good wicket. Hopefully post a good total.
Yeah, and for the Warriors as a general, obviously you won your first game when you weren't present, obviously down in the Mardyke. You're back in today, so with the Knights winning yesterday, you're looking to join them at the top of the table.
Yeah, I just said to the lads there in the group huddle, just we take one game at a time. Just how can we improve each game? So if I can get 5% in each capacity of today, bat, ball, and the fielding, I'll be happy enough.
And obviously with yourself coming back in, any other major changes?
Craig Young's come back in, Graham Hume's come back in, and missing out today is Jared Wilson and Connor Alford.
Okay, thanks very much, Andy, and good luck today. So that's the details of the toss. The Leinster Lightning have won the toss, and they have decided to bowl first.
Well, it's a bright and it's a dry morning in Mahara Mason as the batsmen come out. It'll be the Northwest Warriors starting today, having been put into bat following the toss win by Leinster Lightning's new captain Tim Tector. And of course all change for both sides, Sean Hussey here with me on the commentary duty for the opening overs, and a lot of changes, especially for the Lightning.
Yeah, morning Stephen, morning everyone. Yeah, plenty of changes, and most notably Tim Tector comes in to captain the Leinster Lightning for the very first time. Jack Tector also in, Cormac McLaughlin-Gavin, Mikey O'Reilly, Sam Harbison and Greg Ford. So a lot of the internationals for the Leinster Lightning are not here. Barry McCarthy, one of the standout names, Fionn Hand as well, but the likes of Lorcan Tucker, Harry Tector, George Dockrell, all rested, I'm sure, with what's to come for them over the next few weeks.
And a very unusual team picture with Tim Tector presumably in the centre for the very first time. A big honour for him, captaining his province in the absence of several of his colleagues who have gone off to compete for Ireland, firstly in Essex next week, and then of course the test match against England at Lord's. So much to look forward to in Irish cricket this summer.
Yeah, absolutely. And opposite to that, we're seeing some of the big names. Andy McBride skippers the Warrior side. Craig Young, hopefully he's going to get some overs under his belt. Graham Hume as well. So plenty of quality in the Warrior side. So a difficult away trip for the Leinster Lightning, but a real chance. And Nigel Jones and all the head coaches spoke before the tournament about how this is going to be a unique season with a lot of the Interpro games going to go without internationals. So a real chance for some of the younger players, some of the newer players to the Interpro game.
For the Northwest Warriors, they're quite changed as well, with Michael Erlang, Nathan Maguire, Trent McKeegan and Harry Zimmerman all left out at the side that won their only match of the season so far down in Cork last week. And in for them have come, of course, Andy McBride, the captain, Stephen Doheney, Graham Hume, Craig Young and Cian Robertson, who was only transferred yesterday, we believe. Ali McCalmont, our voice of Northern Ireland cricket, telling us just a few minutes before we started here that Robertson joined the Warriors from the Northern Knights this week. So he's straight into the side. And here we go, first ball of the day to be bowled by Barry McCarthy. I just a trial run up there for him.
Yeah, it's interesting that McCarthy's here and playing. A lot of his other Irish international teammates not here, especially the Leinster Lightning ones. We only saw him bowl just the 4 opening overs last week against the Munster Reds. So a chance to get some overs under the belt. And it's quite an interesting battle when you see Craig Young, Graham Hume on the Warrior side. There's a real chance that there's a fast bowling spot up for grabs in that Irish setup. And Barry McCarthy, Craig Young, Graham Hume all vying for one of those positions.
Stephen Doheney on strike for the Warriors. And McCarthy right on the spot with his opening delivery. Little bit of a breeze here. This ground tends to average around 260, 265 in 50 over cricket. It wouldn't be one of the quickest wickets, though it looks like a very good track here. Not too much grass on it. And just the chance that we could get some sunshine today. It's trying to break through. That one down the leg side. First run on the board for the Warriors.
Yeah, it looks to be a good pitch. And we're going to see the Leinster Lightning look for early wickets, having won the toss and elected the ball first. Bit of a theme throughout the IP series this year, especially with an early start, 10:45, make use of the best bowling conditions.
Well, so far in the series, 4 matches, and 3 of the toss winners have won games.
Well, I think it turned out yesterday for the Northern Knights to be a really good toss to win. It seemed as if the pitch got better as it dried out, and also that batting became a lot easier, particularly when that late afternoon sun came and we saw the brilliance of Morgan topping.
First run off the bat there. Run down to third. 2, 1 for no wicket. Actually, it should be 2 for no wicket. Hasn't updated yet. Good ball from McCarthy. Just played back to mid-on where Greg Ford is the fielder.
Seems to be coming onto the bat pretty nicely. Sun is starting to break out. Interesting that Tim Tector, no real hesitation to bowl first. Big opportunity here for McCarthy. Try and get some opportunities and pick up a couple of wickets.
Plenty of encouragement for the bowler from the fielding side. McCarthy always very sharp. He'll probably find it difficult to get a lot of life out of this track.
Yeah, well, early season, of course, still in the month of May here in Ireland. So early season, and tends that wickets maybe err on the slower side at this time of year. We've had an awful lot of rain around the island in the last month to 6 weeks. As we just see a little dog run onto the pitch there at square leg. We're just having a quick break in play.
Yeah, umpire Jareth McCready trying to encourage it to find a home somewhere else. Oh, now he wants to come and check out the wicket, maybe. Perhaps he's a cricket fan.
Well, I just hope he gets off before he does any damage.
It's a strange interruption in play. He's certainly happy. It doesn't seem to have a... Oh, here comes his owner now. He's trotting in from square leg.
Yeah, there's no real urgency, and the more he stays on, he's enjoying himself.
Quite a character, isn't he?
Ali.
There he goes. Friendly critter. Now he's having a word or two with the photographers. All very amusing.
Well, not amusing for Rowley Black and Barry McCarthy. They're just wondering what's going on.
Rowley Black has his arms folded and rather
There's a
serious looking body language there. But here we go, we can restart the action. A lengthy first over.
There's a history of dogs being caught. I think there was one in a Women's Irish Cup final a few years ago that got a hold of the ball. We're back underway.
Say my favourite story of a dog in sport was I know it was an Everton home game, and a dog came on the pitch, and some very clever fellow in the graphics department put up a caption, "Our dog," just to tell us all what his name was and where he came from. Incredible, really. We don't get more creatures on the field of play, especially at cricket grounds, where it's usually wide open. So the last ball of an interesting first over. McCarthy dogged and determined at the end of over number 1. Score 2 for no wicket. I'm still trying to work out why that shot down to third man didn't yield a run, but I presume the umpire must have yeah, a wide and a run in the first over. 2 for no wicket as this Northwest Warriors innings begins.
It's going to be Mikey O'Reilly with the left arm. Does tend to move the ball a little bit slower than Barry McCarthy, but a real opportunity for Mikey O'Reilly. 12th man in the first couple of games. Had to watch as 16-year-old Reuben Wilson was so impressive, taking a 5-wicket haul. But he's someone who's has had a good amount of inter-pro action.
Mikey O'Reilly, of course, son of the journalist Peter, who was himself a pretty rapid bowler in his day. This ground just has a slight fall away from the pavilion side at this end to the far left corner. And straight off the mark with a couple of runs. Stephen Doherty getting his eye in.
Yeah, certainly when Mike O'Reilly coming from the Mason Road end away to Stephen Doherty's right to the offside is the shorter of the two square boundaries, just around 63 metres or so, and of course the shorter straight boundary is hitting back towards the clubhouse end here in Brady.
Nice straight drive, punched past mid-on for a very good boundary. Fine shot from Doherty.
Yeah, when he's at his best he's really fluent. Little bit similar to Murray Cummins, and very good shot maker Stephen Doherty. Over pitch from Mikey O'Reilly, maybe looking for a bit of swing, and just beautifully played, just punched down the ground.
So 8 for no wicket in the second over. Northwest Warriors had a pretty comfortable win last week. A couple of home matches coming up now, today against the Lightning and then against the Knights on Thursday. Chance for them to really establish themselves in this year's competition.
Yeah, see O'Reilly a little bit slower than McCarthy, so Stephen Doherty has more time to see the movement.
Conditions could hardly be better. Really nice morning here in Mahara Mason, a few miles down the road from Londonderry. And a couple more runs for Doherty.
Yeah, 2 straight. And just a little bit of a gift for Doherty just to get himself into his innings. I want to be pushing that ball across Stephen Doherty. Try and get the 2 slips into play. Try and push one across and see if there's any movement for him. Does tend to bring the ball back in to the right-handers, Mikey O'Reilly.
That was better. He must have heard you.
Yeah, he'll know what he's trying to do, O'Reilly. Very clever bowler, someone who knows his game really well and thinks about his game a lot. And he'll be trying to target, trying to start it at that 4th, 5th stump line, and if it does swing back into the batter, good, and if not, try and keep putting it away, moving the ball away from Doherty as well, letting the angle naturally go its course.
And he got the line right there, and Doherty Plays it straight to mid-off as the second over comes to a close. 10 for no wicket. Good solid start from the Warriors.
Yeah, Stephen Donnelly will be happy. He's got a bat on ball. I think that delivery there from O'Reilly, the length he gets away with because of the line. If that's any more straight, Stephen Donnelly can maybe play that through the leg side where there's less fielders. But because he's always pushing that ball across, harder for Donnelly, who did hit it well, but he's got a little bit more protection on the offside. Yeah, a little bit of movement out there for the opening bowlers. Not an awful lot so far. I wonder if McCarthy can find anything else.
Good length. Just drawing Chore into the stroke. Couldn't quite get to the pitch of it.
I see McCarthy's a little bit quicker. So he's got a little bit more wiggle room with length. I think when you bowl a little bit slower like O'Reilly does, you have to be spot on with your line and length. I think when you're a tall man like McCarthy is and have that extra pace, it just gives you a little bit more margin for error.
Couple of slips in for McCarthy. Trying to get Chore to nibble away outside his off stump.
Well, it's a welcome sight, Barry McCarthy back bowling. He's had an awful lot of injury issues. Of course, his Irish fast bowling teammate Craig Young also has suffered with a lot of injuries. So Graham Hume has taken on a lot of the responsibility along with Mark Adair for the tour of the subcontinent. Well, Josh Little also playing in the IPL. So McCarthy, it'd be good to get him back into form for Ireland point of view.
And that one well down the leg side. Signalled by umpire Rowley Black. Leinster Lightning, perennial champions in this competition. They've won most of the 10 years that this competition has been running, but not making a great start to it this year. Could be a transition one for the Lightning.
Well, I think it certainly is when you see Tim Tector captaining the side. I know George Dockrell, Lorcan Tucker, Harry Tector aren't here. Simi Singh fractured his thumb last week. So there are quite a lot of new players, but players who've been around the Leinster club game for quite a few years, like Sir Mark Donegan, Tim Tector, Greg Ford, Sam Harbison, who's new to the Leinster club game, playing his cricket with Marion from Australia, Irish passported, has family up in County Antrim. So opportunity for some of those players. Cormac McLaughlin Gavin, who's someone who has been outstanding for the Hills for many, many years and has featured for the Leinster Lightning before. So new faces for the Lightning, and they need to gel fast, having a difficult week last week.
Yeah, those games last week played at Sydney Parade. Lightning lost to the Northern Knights. Set a pretty large total, 316 for 8, but on a ground like that, you would have thought that the Lightning would have the opportunity to chase it down, but they didn't bat particularly well. And then the following Thursday against the Reds, while Munster chased down 287 and batted very well, but the Lightning just didn't look sharp. A lot of their players quite jaded after so many exertions this winter, the Ireland players and the players who are playing abroad. They've had a very busy winter.
Yeah, and some of those players have featured in an awful lot of those games. Harry Tector, Lorcan Tucker and George Dockrell. They've seen plenty of action. So maybe the new players might give the Leinster Lightning a new spark. Tim Tector taking the reins today an opportunity for some of these players, because for the rest of the season it does seem like a lot of the Irish internationals will be away from the Interpro game, so extra pressure on the new faces.
Well pitched up and punched away through the covers for 4, and Shore gets off the mark with a nice boundary on his 10th ball faced.
McCarthy would be really disappointed with that one. Overpitched, and Annie Chori, beautiful shot. But McCarthy, it's no fast bowler, no bowler, slow or fast, wants to end the over with a boundary. And that was a little bit disappointing. What had been a good over moves the score along to 15 without loss after 3 overs. So no real threat so far from O'Reilly and McCarthy. And they'll be a little bit disappointed, the Lightning, having won the toss this morning. I'm sure they'll be looking to get a couple of wickets in the opening power play.
Just one slip this time for O'Reilly. Leinster with 6 players in the ring. Power play, of course, for the first 10 overs. Just 2 fielders out. Comfortable so far for the Warriors. And there's another nice drive, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. No run.
I just wonder, I think Mikey O'Reilly got his hand on that. It was uppish from Doherty. He has been reluctant. He's been not being reluctant, rather, to take on that shot. Very happy to do so. A couple of times got it away to the fence. I'd be disappointed there, O'Reilly, I'm sure. Always difficult in your follow through, but when you get a hand on it, sometimes you hope. May well have just nestled into the hand.
The firmness of the stroke just making it extremely difficult for him, though. Slight fumble by Jack Tector at backward point, but saved the run. Just 2 fielders out, one at long leg, one at third man. Better over this from O'Reilly.
Yeah, better length there from O'Reilly. Doesn't want to give anything too full for Doherty. Just got to try and find a way through Stephen Doherty. You saw the opening delivery of the over when Doherty left it. Didn't carry too much on the bounce to keep a Mark Donegan. So no real pace in the wicket this morning. At a sluggish kind of start.
Through the hands of Sam Harbison at mid-wicket, but couldn't get through the blue ring of steel. No run again. This definitely O'Reilly's better over so far. Much more length and line. Seems to be settling into his rhythm now. Good bit of foot movement there, though, and it's another 4 for Doherty. Crack through the covers as O'Reilly just overpitched slightly on the last delivery, and that takes the score to 19 for no wicket after 4.
Really good shot, because O'Reilly had almost settled on a length, and Stephen Doherty says, well, I'm not going to let you do that, and in the end O'Reilly overpitched and Doherty was there, and fine shot, and again, 2 overs in a row where the final ball of the over and what had been good overs previous to that has gone to the fence. So clever batting, but both times I think the bowler will be disappointed at the over pitched.
So McCarthy to continue with his third over. Looking for the quick single. Chore sent back by Sam Harbinson's sharpness at mid-wicket.
Yeah, and I think that's what the Leinster Lightning have to do. I know it's a new team. A lot of these players wouldn't have played together. Some people new to the setup. So you have to make sure that you try and have good intensity in your fielding. That was good there from Harbinson.
Couple of slips still for McCarthy. Chore just playing it late, getting the run to backward point. He moves to 5. Doheny on 13. Very solid start from these openers. They're looking comfortable. They're not really rushed in anything that they're doing. Just the 1/2 chance to O'Reilly in the last over. That's a better delivery. Pacey delivery from McCarthy. Beats the outside edge.
Yeah, good piece of bowling from McCarthy. It did seem like extra pace. And when you bowl with that extra pace, try and hit the wicket hard, you might get a bit of reward. Better from McCarthy in the first real ball today that has caused big trouble. And Stephen Donnelly was beaten there.
Oh, another one. Beautiful bowling from McCarthy. Beat Doheny, all ends up.
Yeah, a little smile as well there from Stephen Donnelly. Kind of acknowledging that's a good piece of bowling from Barry McCarthy. And when McCarthy's at his best, he's bowling that kind of length. As the extra bounce he gets, he really can cause batters issues. And Stephen Donnelly will be just looking to try and get out of this over now. Just understand that McCarthy's found a bit of rhythm, and just make sure it doesn't get him out. They've been disappointed with his performances for Ireland in Essex last week against Bangladesh, so looking to remind people of his ability.
There's plenty of pace in that one too, but a little bit shorter. And Doheny gets it away to third for a single. Well, 5th over is often a benchmark of how the batting side are doing. But just signs in this over that when McCarthy bends his back and really gets effort into his deliveries, he can cause these batsmen some problems. And that one was well pitched up and just pushed into the offside nicely by Annie Chore for a couple of runs, bringing to an end the 5th over of the innings. 3 to McCarthy, have gone for 11 runs. 23 for no wicket, Doheny on 14 and Chore on 7. And it'll be the Warriors who'll be the happier of the two sides at the end of 5 overs. Joining me, Ali McCalmont. You're welcome, Ali, and very interesting match in prospect.
Yeah, morning Stephen, morning everyone. Delighted to be here in the Northwest Union here at Breedy. Always great to be up in this part of the country. Love their cricket up here. very steeped in history. But yeah, the home side, as it were, the Northwest Warriors will be happy with that start. I was down just behind the keeper here at the start of this, and Mikey O'Reilly's just, I mean, we criticised the Knights a little bit yesterday for not pitching the ball up and letting it swing, but that's the risk and reward of an opening bowler, particularly left armour. If he pitches it up, Stephen Doheney's been all over him in terms of driving.
Starting to get his line a little bit better though, O'Reilly. Needs to keep it on or outside the off stump. Can't afford to stray down the leg side at all.
Yeah, that's probably the only little bit where he's erred early. He has the swing, obviously a traditional left arm, swinging it into the right hander, but he's always got that one pushed across. But he has been a little bit straight, and with it's not a massive amount of swing, but it is going a little bit. He just drifted on the leg stump.
Good delivery, tucking Doheney up and forcing him to just play it out into the offside where Cormac McLaughlin-Gavin is the fielder.
And that's his line. That's the line with the little bit of swing that's still on offer. It's not a prodigious swing like we've seen in earlier games, but it is going a little bit. But that's the line, just outside off, coming back into the right hander. But it's a tough ask, because, as I say, if he's too full, Doheney's been extremely quick to get on the drive and hit him down the ground.
That's a good one. No attempt to play at that one from Doheney, who started off really quickly, but now 14 off 19 deliveries. And definitely the Leinster Lightning bowlers, after a couple of wayward deliveries in the opening 2 or 3 overs, they've come back strongly here.
Yeah, I think they've found their lines from those first couple of overs. I'll be looking at Barry McCarthy from this end. I'll just come back to that after this ball. Yeah, I'll be looking at Barry McCarthy at this end, and I think by his own admission last week, he probably wasn't 100% match fit, possibly in the first 2 games, but as Barry does, he was out there and did his all, but he just didn't look 100% fit in those 2 games. Today, he just given that impression that he's ready for today's game. He's been running in there, and just for that one ball that he bowled to Chori outside off. Apart from that, he's been causing problems, and he does look fit.
And certainly O'Reilly has something to prove. One of the players on the fringes of the Leinster Lightning squad, getting an opportunity today, and determined to take it, you would feel.
Well, yeah, probably given the Lightning internationals that they've got. We've talked about it quite a lot in the first 4 games. That, you know, we got to look forward now. The Irish internationals probably from now on are going to be few and far between, although, as we've mentioned, the Warriors have managed to get a few playing today. But just on the game there, I mean, Doheney having to change up his tactics there. You know, he's coming down the track. We've talked quite a lot about in a few days, the change of mentality. He was happy to stay in his crease there. He's coming down the track.
Straight to the man just in front of square, Sam Harbinson, and the end of a very good over from O'Reilly, getting the congratulations from his teammates, and rightfully so. His best over so far. 3 overs from him now for 12. Score 23 for no wicket after 6.
I think we can definitely say that the Lightning have now found their line for sure in the past 2 overs. Certainly that one from O'Reilly. Nothing really drifting into the legs, and the length was good too. Keeping Doheney in his crease without the opportunity to bring out that drive. McCarthy to continue now from the clubhouse end.
Just straying down the leg side, and that's a clever little shot by Chore round the corner. Just helped it on its way, and a 4 to the Warriors, pushing their score along to 27.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed with that. As we just talked about them finding their lines, just drifts down onto the hip, and easy shot for Chore. He probably thinks he's only getting 1 for that, down to fine leg, but he's just glanced it enough to keep it fine, and he picks up a boundary rather than just a single. But yeah, McCarthy will be a little bit disappointed just drifting there.
Better line that time from McCarthy. But you feel like the horses bolted a little in and over when you've given away a boundary on the first ball. It just takes all the pressure off the batsman.
It absolutely does, and it's talked about quite a lot in cricket now. That first ball, especially in T20 cricket, where the batters target that first ball, which gets them off to a good start. But it also gives opportunities if you can. If the batter is trying something different in that first ball, can pick up wickets. As you say, the pressure now on McCarthy for the rest of the over.
He's into his rhythm now, but a couple of dot balls following that boundary.
You can hear the ball hitting the bat when it is a defensive shot. It's quite a solid sound off the bat there, and that would indicate that McCarthy is hitting the deck quite hard, and he is, as I said earlier, he looks to be running in a little bit harder this week than he was last week. So hopefully those fitness concerns have sort of eased a little bit for him, because he's a fantastic performer when he's on his game.
Shorey manufacturing a run backward of square.
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't get that run, Stephen. Just the umpire taking it off him. It did just come off the thigh pad there.
It sounded like a thigh pad, but you can never be sure these days.
Little, from our point over here, we're quite a bit away here, but yeah, it did sound paddish, and so it proved. So just one to the Warriors rather than Annie Chori. Gets Doheny on strike.
Good line, good length. Just a couple of extras in the innings so far. One wide, one leg by.
Warriors will be happy enough. We mentioned yesterday's game. The Reds probably swung a lot more in the game yesterday down in Belfast. Not as much swing on offer here early, but it's not been easy. It's not been easy going for the Warriors, but they're hanging in, and no wickets again in the first 6.5 as we end the 7th.
It's a beautiful setting here in Mahara Mason, with the hillsides around and very sylvan setting. This ground perched, as it were, on a hillside, just a few miles away from Derry City. The wind farm up on the mountain away to the right, and it's a very pleasant place to play a game of cricket.
And honestly, no better setting in the northwest. It is. Club sides maybe struggling a little bit lately, but real hotbed of cricket in Ireland for years. I mean, many prominent figures in Irish cricket have come from the northwest, and they absolutely love their cricket. I remember coming to a game up here, club game between Donovan and Limavady. There were maybe 1,500 to 2,000 people at it. It was a proper game of cricket, and they really love it. It's been given a wide there actually by umpire Gareth McCready, who is standing at the Mason Road end. His counterpart at square leg at the moment, Rolly Black, who was also officiating yesterday.
Noticeable how low that ball went through to wicketkeeper Mark Donegan. He took it just inches off the ground. Better line and length that time from O'Reilly.
Hasn't been able to bowl much at Chori, Mikey O'Reilly. As we mentioned earlier, early in the spell, Doheny was quite quick onto the half volleys. He hasn't bowled much at Annie Chori, so maybe he can keep his lines and lengths, and as you say, possibly it's keeping a little bit low from this end.
Yeah, plenty of encouragement from the Lightning fielders. That's what you like to see. They need to stick together as a team, especially when they're missing so many of their star players. And especially also because of last week's defeats, which were not expected. And quite a setback as they started this interprovincial campaign.
Yeah, definitely a big game for the Lightning. It's big, all games. I mean, there are only 12 in the competition, so obviously every game is important. The points on offer. Maybe just today, going forward for the Lightning, looking into the future, it is a big game for them because, as you say, Stephen, they've lost their first two. Big changes today in terms of the Irish players dropping out. But as they always say, that gives an opportunity to some of the younger players coming in. When I was coming up to today's game, I was looking at the two teams and I thought I was going to be talking about a very inexperienced Warriors bowling attack. Had to rip that up. So yeah, as I say, as I was coming up, I was talking about possibly the Warriors going in with a bowling attack who had only bowled a handful of interprovincial games, and then I come and, you know, Graham Hume comes in, Andy McBride comes in, Craig Young comes in, so they're now the experienced bowling attack, whereas we look at the other side, the team in blue, you know, apart from possibly, you know, Fionn Han, Barry McCarthy, their bowling attack is quite inexperienced now, but as I say, that brings opportunity.
And these young lads, they've been playing at a very high club level. And hopefully they're ready for this step. Oh, Snicky down to backward square leg. Single for Chorey, but unconvincing.
That's the ball that Mikey O'Reilly's looking for. He's just moving it in towards the right hand there, and he created a bit of a gap there. Chorey playing away from his body, and that's a classic left armer's dismissal, either hitting the pads or hitting the stumps. Chorey managed just to get an inside edge on it and kept it down to fine leg for the single.
Oh, that one's hiked away deep to the backward point boundary. O'Reilly just going a little bit wide and a little bit over pitched, and a boundary for the Warriors.
Yeah, too wide there from Mikey O'Reilly again, doing the right thing, pitching it up, but just too wide, giving Doheny all the freedom to swing his arms at that, get through the ball, and almost carried for a maximum, but nobody out there obviously in the power play, and basically a free hit for Stephen Doheny there. And another boundary off the last ball of an over. Just ruins the over for O'Reilly. And the Warriors on to 34 without loss.
And after 8 overs, what do you think? Is that a solid start from the Warriors? Would they be hoping to have scored maybe some more?
Oh, I don't think so, Steve. I think they'll be happy with that. Again, we talked about it yesterday. No wickets and setting a platform. Always key.
McCarthy continues, over pitched on the leg side and punched to the mid wicket boundary. Really nice stroke that from Annie Chorey, his third boundary.
Again, first ball of an over. We talked about it, McCarthy's last. He over pitched onto the leg stump, and again almost a free hit with only one man on the leg side. Half volley. Players of this calibre not going to miss out there, and immediately pressure for the bowler. He's got to fight back for the rest of the over.
Bowl that from very wide on the crease, and really he needs to get closer to the stumps, I think.
It's a fun cue. That was exactly it. He was a little bit closer there and bowled that into the pitch. Maybe trying something different there in that first ball, but just pushed it down leg side.
Fionn Hand going through some stretching routines at mid-off, which would suggest that he'll be coming on shortly. First change bowler for the Lightning.
Yeah, and as we talked about inexperience, you know, Fionn Hand is a well-experienced cricketer at this level, and indeed international, but they've kind of been relying on a 16-year-old so far this season, young Ruben Wilson, and I'm sure we'll see him soon.
Oh, good delivery. One of the best he's bowled so far. Pace, lift, good length. Too good for Chore.
That's exactly it. Too good for the batter that time. And this shows there is a bit in it. You hit the right lengths. There's still a bit in the wicket early on. Chore getting squared up there. Always looks worse when a batter gets squared up.
He didn't quite know how to get to that delivery or to get out of the way of it. It was just one of those perfect deliveries that sometimes are too good for the batsman. And that one had plenty of pace as well. He's finding his line. Just a pity that he gave away the boundary on the first delivery of the over, which we have seen happen. Last delivery of the previous over, first delivery of this one. Just takes the pressure off this opening pair who've managed to put together 38 without loss.
It's kind of been a bit of a feature of the series so far. Good opening partnerships. Certainly for the Reds, they've put on 3 opening partnerships over 50. Set the platform.
Still 2 slips in the 9th over for McCarthy.
Yeah, good bowling there from McCarthy. That's the length and the line he wants to hit. It seems obvious in that corridor as we talk about. But he has caused problems when he's hit that, especially to Chore. As we mentioned in the last over, McCarthy's been bowling to Chore almost exclusively, and O'Reilly to Doherty. It's just the way it's worked out. But the Lightning would love to get a breakthrough before the end of the power play.
Yeah, just 7 deliveries left on the power play. First 10 overs, just 2 players outside, and again squaring Chore up with that lifting delivery. And that's a really good over from O'Reilly after the initial boundary. And at the end of his 5th over, he's gone for 19 runs, but still no breakthrough. 38 for no wickets. For no wicket after 9.
I think that's the crucial point. No breakthrough for the Lightning. And again, like yesterday, the Knights decided after they'd won the toss to go in to bowl first. And it was the same for debutant captain Tim Tector today. He's decided to bowl first, and when you do that, you're kind of that you pick up a couple of wickets early just to vindicate your decision a little bit. But unfortunately, it hasn't happened, and they're going at 4 and over, and the Warriors will be quite happy.
Bit more brightness in the sky as Ruben Wilson comes on to bowl. This young lad who is a great prospect for the future, but hard to translate teenage potential into adult achievement. It's a difficult job being a fast bowler in cricket these days, and your body has to be so durable and you have to be so consistent to keep a career going. But here he comes, 5 wickets last week. Can he get the breakthrough for the Lightning? And a good first delivery, but punched into the gully, backward point area by Doherty.
Yeah, and we discussed about fast bowlers with Sean yesterday about the need for a battery of fast bowlers these days because of the workload that's on the international players in particular. You do need backups who are ready to step in. Obviously, Ruben Wilson here is just starting his career. He's a mainstay at his club side now, YM, and he's stepped up this year. He really has. At 16 years of age, to be stepping into a very senior team, and he's performed really well in the opening 2 games.
Different line of attack from the Mason Road end. Right arm over the wicket as opposed to O'Reilly's left arm. So just something different for the batters to think about.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more orthodox for opening batters, right arm over. But as you say, then they've been facing 4 overs of left arm, and it just changes it up, although they're well used to right arm over. It's a bit of a change here with Ruben Wilson.
Plenty of pace there. Punched through the covers nicely by Doheny. And it has, I think, just enough to get it away to the boundary as Cormac McLaughlin-Gavin tried to chase it down. So another boundary for Doheny, and he moves into the 20s. And first runs conceded by Wilson.
That's a class shot from Stephen Doheny. Not a bad ball. Just maybe short of a length, but punching off the back foot, not easy. And he got enough off the middle of the bat to beat cover.
He's a nice compact player, Steve Doheny.
Exactly.
And there he goes again. Aerial route this time, and it's all the way for a maximum. First 6 of the innings. Wilson just giving him a bit too much width, and Doheny obliging.
Yeah, we've seen it already. Any width at all, any opening batter likes to have width and able to free their arms. He's just taken a step down the wicket there, and the width on offer helped him out. And again, nobody out in the first 10 overs, and got a good piece of it, and it carried all the way to the square boundary on the offside.
That's better. Straighter delivery. Respect paid to it. I see Tim Tector is captaining the side from first slip, and you've got a very young fast bowler, and I just wonder if he might be better employed to be fielding at mid-off, just to have a word in the ear of his teammate there.
Possibly even one of his more senior bowlers, maybe Fionn Hand or Barry McCarthy up there, but they've just, Barry's been bowling, so he's down on the boundary here. Could look at it another way, that the captain's happy enough with his bowler, and he's given him his own responsibility to say, this is your deal here, you can get on with it and do what you can.
So that's the end of the 10th over.
End of the 10th, and Stephen's going to leave us for a moment, and we're going to be joined once again by Sean Hussey, who will be coming into the commentary position as umpire Rolly Black. You can see on screen there, just signals the end of that power play. 10 off that last over there, so it takes the Warriors on to a very healthy 48 without loss. You can see those wind farms that Stephen was talking a few moments ago up on the hills here at Breedy. So we're going to see a change here from the clubhouse end. Fionn Hand is going to replace Barry McCarthy. And welcome back, Sean. Good start from the Warriors.
Yeah, good morning, Ali. Morning, everyone. Yeah, very cool start from the Warriors. Stephen Doheny in that final over. Last over, rather, hitting some good boundaries. I was impressed with Fionn Hand, though, last week. Bowling with good pace. I wonder if he can find anything from the surface.
We'll have to bowl that one again. The old loosener. You can see him just getting the shoulders going there. Again, another hit the pitch bowler.
I think the Lightning will be disappointed rather, having won the toss and not found the breakthrough in the first 10. It almost seemed like there weren't too many opportunities either. So that's the quality of Stephen Doheny and Andy Chure to get through that opening 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think Doheny's shown the level he's at the moment there in the first 10. He's dominated the scoring really, but also the intensity of the Warriors so far. You can see there that Chure's maybe trying to overhit there a little bit, whereas Doheny seems in control of everything that he's doing at the minute. But at almost 50 without loss, I don't think the two boys in green out there will be too worried at the minute.
I think Stephen Doheny maybe falls into the category that we were talking about James McCullum yesterday. It can often look so good for 2025. And he'll want to get weight of runs. This is a chance. Ruben Wilson in the deep takes it, and the first wicket. Well, the extra pace of Fionn Hand does for Anna Chure. Couldn't quite direct it. And a good catch by Ruben Wilson, and the breakthrough comes with a change of bowling. And Fionn Hand gets the wicket, and a big one.
Big wicket for the Lightning. We were saying just coming up to 50 without loss. And surely I'll be extremely disappointed there. He could have kept that down, just lifted it almost. But as you say, Sean, a good catch on the boundary there from Ruben Wilson. Wasn't sure he was getting around it, but he used his quick feet, and he actually made it look quite comfortable in the end.
Yeah, extra pace of bounce, and I'll be disappointed. And sure, it could have hit that along the ground. And a good take by Ruben Wilson. Never easy, them one, especially a fine leg. And a big wicket for the Lightning. They would have wanted a couple early. They've got their first in the 11th over. And Chure, who did hit some good shots, but wasn't all that comfortable, goes for 16 and brings the Warriors captain, Andy McBride, to the middle. Such an important player for the Northwest Warriors. Such an important player has been for Ireland for a number of years.
Yeah, Chori will be very disappointed with that. As again, we've mentioned a few times, doing the hard yards. He got through the power play. Field had moved around a little bit, so he could have just worked it around for the next 4 or 5. And he'll be disappointed. He did just seem to lift that almost deliberately into the air. And loads of spaces out there on the leg side, and he managed to pick out the man at fine leg. So he's gone for 16 in the breakthrough, as we talked about with the change in bowling. Fionn Hand picks up that first wicket for the Lightning, but as we've just discussed, it brings in probably the surprise inclusion, Andy McBride. We weren't maybe expecting him to play today, but here he is.
Well, it's good for the competition and good for the North West fans, and there is a few around here in Brady, and a few more expected later. But the main man and wonderful servant to Northwest cricket over the last decade or so is here, captaining his Northwest side. Leinster Lightning without a number of their international stars. And immediately Fionn Hand finds the pad of Andy McBride, but umpire Rowley Black unmoved, seems to be going down the leg side a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think I had a great deal going for it. A little bit high, but also I think it possibly even pitched outside leg as well. Fionn Hand was saying possibly over the top, but yeah, I think that's short enough to be pitching outside leg there.
But it's always a bit of a telltale. You can see on your screen there, Fionn Hand celebrate or appealing, and Mark Donegan behind the stumps, unmoved.
You've just mentioned it about Andy McBride being the main man up in the Northwest, and he is exactly that. He's a wholesome cricketer. Gives 100% every time he pulls on a shirt for his club side, Donamana, but especially these Warriors. He's led this team from the front for the past few years. Big personality in Northwest cricket.
Big appeal from Fionn Hand. This is good. Just asking umpire Rowley Black, was that one high? You can see him gesturing there, but good from Hand. Oh, and he's unsure.
Good gestures there, good facial expressions from Fionn there.
But it's really good from Fionn Hand, tucking up McBride. And he's been impressive so far. He was impressive last week. Seems to have found a yard of pace. Well, looked a good call, maybe outside the leg stump. This one a little bit wider, and McBride plays it down to third.
Yeah, I definitely think that second shot was a much better shot. Pitched in line this time, possibly the height, but a much better shot that time, and a very impressive first over from Fionn Hand. Got the breakthrough, but also threatened.
Yeah, big breakthrough in that one. 11 overs now gone, 51 for 1. But we mentioned how Andy McBride is a star man in the Northwest, but it's incredible the transition that his batting has taken place. Has often batted 3 for Ireland in the white ball game. Didn't bat there against Bangladesh, but I'm sure we might see him return there at some stage. But we always knew from his performances with the Northwest and in the club game that he could bat, but he's shown now at the international level, the Tour of the Caribbean a while ago, where Ireland won in the 3-match one-day series. He was outstanding with the bat and with the ball. Wilson to continue. McBride just plays that one into the offside.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I watched the game actually last year at Stormont. He was captain of the Warriors last year at Stormont. It was a difficult day. He got 117 that day and looked as if he was playing a different game to anybody else. I just looked at him that day and said this was a guy who was batting 6-7 and was coming in late in the order. and he just worked on his game. We obviously knew about his bowling exploits, but a little bit like George Dockrell changed over and said, right, I've got to find a place in this team as a batter also, and he's worked at his game consistently over the past few years. And I would say, everybody talks about his place in the team, but just what he brings to the team in terms of energy as well as his talent, it's absolutely magnificent.
Well, there was certainly a real battle for a number of years between Simi Singh and Andy McBride for that premier spin bowling role. And Andy McBride definitely has positioned himself as one of Ireland's key players. Outstanding on the tour of the subcontinent in such difficult conditions at times. Bowled an awful lot of overs. Short ball from Wilson, and it's, well, to a player of Andy McBride's ability, that's a poor delivery. It just sat up nicely for him. I get what Wilson's trying to do. If he does bowl short, he has to get that straighter, because Andy McBride has just got too much time to hit this for 4.
You just nailed that. I think it just sat up waiting to be hit, and as you say, McBride, man of his class, is not going to miss out there. And you're right, during that tour of the subcontinent, for Andy McBride, he bowled a lot of overs and in completely different conditions. He's bowling in Irish conditions. He's happy to bowl stump to stump and try and get his wickets LBW. Subcontinent, much more difficult to bowl on the wickets, because people will... Oh, it's a great stop. Great stop at point there. Saved another boundary possibly, because their man's quite fine. Yeah, great stop there.
Ruben Wilson was brilliant last week on a quick wicket in Pembroke. He's just saw him there at the end of that delivery, a little bit frustrated, kicking the turf a small bit. So, when he's 16 years of age, it's a daunting prospect bowling to 2 Irish internationals here. Margin for error, we always talk about, is so small, and on a slower wicket, it's difficult. Bowls from really wide. Ruben Wilson, that's a better delivery. It's very rare you see someone start his run up so wide, but it seems to be working for him.
You're right. Always in bowling coaches, you see a lot of bowling coaches putting cones down and saying, a straight run up, keep nice and straight lines. But if you can actually see as he's running in here, Ruben Wilson does come from quite wide of the crease, and even when he's releasing the ball, he is quite wide. But he's obviously found something that works for him. Everybody's not the same, so it works for him.
Yeah, almost starting on 2 pitches over the line. Bowling to the left-hander. It's a good delivery. A little bit of movement there. Ends the 12th. And the Warriors are 55 for 1. Good crowd down here in Breedy. It's not the warmest morning so far. We're expecting the sun maybe to come out.
Sean, this is a warm day in Breedy. Let me assure you, the locals will tell you. The locals will be around here telling you this is a heat wave. This is a heat wave in Breedy. And it's not raining, so we're not allowed to mention the word rain.
We had lovely sun in Stormont yesterday. Fionn Hand, the wicket in his previous over. Stephen Donnelly on strike. Deep cover is going out, so a little bit of protection for Hand. And it goes out to the man at deep cover.
Yeah, you mentioned to me earlier on, John, I think this is your first visit up to Breedy in the northwest. And yeah, I was talking with Stephen earlier on about the fervour for cricket up in the northwest, and as I mentioned, the club side's maybe struggling a little bit, but really cricket is a big thing up here, and the rivalries between the teams are still as strong as ever.
Great time of year, of course, with the Irish Senior Cup played at the weekend. Some great results for teams all around the country. Some star performances. Stephen Donnelly himself had a big 100 for Merrion down in Cork. That one pushed across McBride.
Just creating a few chances here, Fionn Hand. I'll say Barry McCarthy didn't bowl badly. Just maybe the odd ball in his spell. He did look, I was talking with Stephen earlier, he did look fit though. A little bit fitter than last week maybe. He didn't bowl badly, but Fionn Hand already in his first 7 or 8 deliveries has created more opportunities. And bang on cue, he pulls one down the leg side for a wide.
Well, one thing about McCarthy, his pace seemed to be up. Seemed to be getting it down there. Of course, so difficult as a fast bowler when you've been injured for so long. Trying to find your rhythm again. And he didn't look all too comfortable last week, I think, against Pembroke. He was kind of suffering from a small knock. And probably gets away with that one.
Yeah, and actually looking at this game today, we probably didn't expect it early on. We were doing the preview, but the Irish selectors will be looking at this game big time now, because you've got McCarthy, Fionn Hand, now Graham Hume, Craig Young coming back from injury. Lots of those fast bowlers we've talked about on show here today, which we maybe didn't expect, but they're here, and the selectors will be watching this game very, very intently. Just hear a few boys to my left here talking about one of the greats of Northwest cricket. That's Johnny Thompson, who has been another star in the Northwest.
Again, Hand going with a wide line, and McBride decided there he's going to look to score. I must say I was impressed with the Northern Knights yesterday. Morgan Topping in particular, a wonderful 92, and a very fine run chase from them, and a good start to the season for the Knights. And they'll meet the Warriors, and there's the edge. Hand's got another wicket. McBride didn't look all that comfortable, and Hand persisted with the wide line, and he finds the wicket, and a big one, and he's been impressive. 2 and 2 overs for Fionn Hand.
Yeah, we mentioned that he created opportunities in his first 2 overs, and he bowled that persistent line, and McBride on the front foot was trying to drive both of those balls through the covers, and that time just the faintest of edges through the Donegan, and a huge wicket for the Lightning. Every wicket's huge, of course, but that one in particular. They've taken out the captain early.
Yeah, Hand's been pushing that ball across McBride. This one wide again, just never there. And a big wicket. You can see the celebration from Fionn Hand. So good from him.
Just not on the drive length there, I think. A little bit short, a little bit foot shorter, and maybe not there for driving, which meant it took the edge as opposed to hitting the bat in the middle. It took the edge and through to the keeper. And as I say, a big wicket. With Andy McBride coming back into the team, he's gone. And after 13, means the Warriors now 57 for 2. Brings out Scott Macbeth to the crease. Irish under 19. Been very impressive lately. And good to see the Warriors sticking him in at 4. He's been down 5-6, but giving him an opportunity here to bat up the order with Doheny. And you've just been mentioning Morgan Topping yesterday. He took his opportunity yesterday, and this is an opening here for Scott Macbeth.
And one thing Topping did well yesterday was he was slow to get going, a little bit similar to Mark Donegan last week, but grew in confidence as the innings went on. It'll be Doheny facing up to Reuben Wilson. But one of the big prospects, Scott Macbeth.
Yeah, well, and it's great to be talking about you. I mean, we've talked a lot about internationals and things, and maybe not being available, but this is exactly what it's about. You're talking about Mark Donegan for the Lightning, Morgan Topping here for the Knights yesterday, and then here Scott Macbeth. Youngsters trying to make their way through. Macbeth in the under 19s. He played in a warm-up game last week against the MCC and scored 100 down in Strabane, so he's in form. You got to do it on the big stage.
Short ball and tucked away by Doheny. Will just be a single to Fionn Hand. Well, there definitely is an area for Ireland is the fast bowling department. A young Reuben Wilson here, 16 years of age, took a 5-wicket haul last week. We're going to see later the likes of Graham Hume, Craig Young, Shane Getgate. We can all bowl. See him up. We've also had Fionn Hand, Barry McCarthy, and there's plenty, as we always say, about trying to have a big group of fast bowlers. We saw Mark Adair yesterday, one of the leaders in that department. And Scott Macbeth gets off the mark straight away.
Nice for Macbeth there. First ball, confident, just off his hip. Just pushed it away, and as we always say, great to get off the mark, and even better when it's your first ball. He's already off and running.
Well, an interesting addition to the Warriors today is Cian Robertson from Estonians, left arm off spinner. It was interesting news around the ground today, Ali.
Well, it was, and yesterday he'd been in the night squad for the entire winter. Cian Robertson, just break off there, and he's been in with the Northern Knights for the entire winter, training with them. But just with the 4-team setup here, they just thought that he maybe wasn't going to get a starting place with the Knights. So a left arm spinner, and we talked about possibly Andy McBride wasn't going to be with the Warriors that much, so they thought spinning option, let's move him up to the Warriors and get him a game. But even though he'd only transferred yesterday, I am still surprised that he's in the starting lineup today. But good luck to him. He's in the team now. Let's see what he can do.
Of course, the Northern Knights, Matthew Humphreys yesterday and Theo Van Ronkum, both left arm spinners. So Cian Robertson has made the move west to the northwest. Again, a little bit too straight from Wilson. He doesn't seem all that comfortable.
Even his body language just at the moment there, you can see him on screen. Just in his body, possibly he doesn't maybe look as confident running in. We talked about Brian McCarthy last week, not maybe being 100% fit. And Reuben Wilson, just as he's walking back to his mark there, just that body language last week, he was pumped up and he was taking wickets and he was confident. Just today, maybe it's the body is letting him down. I don't know.
Well, he was last week bowling on a really quick wicket, and Pembroke getting good bounce. A little bit slower here in Brady. Again, straight. Bit of work for hand in the deep in front of us, and a little bit of a misfield. So Scott Macbeth gets a couple, and that ends Reuben Wilson's 14th over. As you see on the screen there, just limping. Doesn't look to be all that comfortable. 14 overs. The Warriors are 62 for 2.
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable. The head's going back, and a bit of a tap from his skipper today, Tim Tector, just probably checking on him. And I think he's going to have a chat with the umpire maybe. And I thought maybe he was going off the field there, but he's going to go down to fine leg. But he definitely doesn't look too comfortable, Sean.
Yeah, and of course so young. So we want to just make sure everything's okay. See Adam Rosley, the 12th man, going down towards him. That's Fionn Hand. Already he's got 2 wickets. Over pitch there, but he's bowling with real pace. Of course, we saw him at the T20 World Cup, getting the big wicket at Ben Stokes, one of the balls of the tournament. But he's someone who could offer Ireland something going forward.
Definitely, same as we kind of talked about Andy McBride in terms of the Warriors. Fionn just looks like a guy who's really up for it. Really wants part of the battle. He wants to get involved, and he's quite demonstrative with his follow-throughs there, and good to see a good character.
Doheny looks pretty comfortable out there. Of course, facing up to his fellow Fingal man. Good to see a couple of other Fingal players in the squad. Cormac McLaughlin-Gavin, of course, long-time performer for the Hills. Alongside him, Mark Donegan behind the stumps, who's been in good form for the Leinster Lightning. A wonderful knock last week of 87. Of course, he plays his cricket in the Hills, and good to see a couple of the Hills supporters up here supporting his hand. Bowling to Scott Macbeth. Good carry there.
Yeah, that's good. That's good first up to the new batter. And as you say, get a good bit of carry. We saw a few balls from the Reds opening bowlers yesterday getting up round chest height. A few have kept low here today, but Fionn Hand definitely carrying through to Donegan. And he'll be looking forward to having a few balls at Macbeth here.
Big appeal. I think umpire again, Rowley Black unmoved. Wonder if there's a little bit of bat on that. Well, Fionn Hand has been all action this morning. He's really leading from the front for the Leinster Lightning.
Yeah, he's definitely worth a player cam for Fionn Hand. He's given us some great expressions there as he walks back after these appeals. Well, let's take a look at that one again. Just bowled wide of the crease, and you can see Donegan just drifting down legs, so possibly the ball was heading that way.
Oh, good from Hand. This was really good. Maybe a bit of a surprise he didn't open the bowling, but of course Mikey O'Reilly, a real exponent of swing. There's real hustle and bustle about Hand.
Yeah, as I say, I think he looks like a guy who enjoys the battle, wants to be part of the game, and he's big time in this game.
If there's any complaint, is that from Hand, a couple of times he's veered down the leg side and have an extra delivery to bowl.
So Lightning have definitely evened this game up. You know, those 2 wickets as we come to the end of the 15th.
Macbeth will keep the strike at the end of the 15th over, and the Warriors are 65 for 2. As you can see, the 2 wickets to fall, and a Chure with 16, and Andy McBride both from the bowling of Fionn Hand. Still plenty of batting to come for the Northwest Warriors. And just the 4 bowlers used so far, 2 wickets for Hand. Wilson has been a little bit expensive. And we're going to have a quick drinks break here in Breedy, and we'll be back very shortly.
And you're welcome back if you've just joined us to Mahara Mason, the home of Breedy Cricket Club, venue for today's Rario Interprovincial Series, 50 over series between The Northwest Warriors and the Leinster Lightning. Leinster Lightning won the toss. They decided to bat. And they're making a change of bowling here after the drinks break, and it's Sam Harbinson from Merrion, bowling from the Mason Road end, taking over from Reuben Wilson, who we think might have just picked up a little knock or something in his last bowling spell. Went for 19 runs off 3 very sprightly overs, but he didn't look fully comfortable, did he?
Yeah, we were mentioning that just before the drinks break, Stephen. Just in that last over, he didn't look comfortable in his body, and he's been taken off. And Sam Harbinson's going to come on here, and it's comfortably
and that one's
off the legs.
Away. And it's all the way to the boundary, the square leg boundary, which was unprotected. Fionn Hand was down at long leg, nobody out there, so a boundary off the first delivery of Harbinson after a little spell where Lightning were getting on top, a couple of wickets, the runs weren't flowing for the Warriors. Fionn Hand and Wilson were bowling quite well. They don't need to lose their grip at this stage. Straight drive this time from Macbeth. Cut off just inside the ropes for 2 runs.
Yeah, Harbinson coming in today was awarded his Lightning cap before the start of play. He's come into the squad today, and all-rounder for the Lightning. His first 2 balls a little full. That's a better length, outside off, possibly not direction, but a better length that time to Macbeth. And as you say, Stephen, the Lightning will be looking to just keep their foot on the pedal here. They've picked up those 2 wickets, and 2 important wickets, especially McBride. If they can nick another couple in the next 5 to 10 overs, put the Warriors on the back foot.
Scott Macbeth getting everything behind that, playing it straight into the covers. No run.
Yeah, Scott Macbeth, as we mentioned earlier, moved to Brigade in the Northwest pre-season. He was in South Africa with an under-19s tour, and as I mentioned earlier, he got 100 just last week against the MCC.
Good length that time from Harbinson, and quite a bit of pace in that delivery, rising as it hit the gloves of Mark Donegan.
Yeah, so we got that 100 at Strabane last week in a lone cause, a warm-up game for the Warriors ahead of this IP50. And it was a bit of a lone cause. He lost that game, but he did look good in his 100, and he's the shining light in Northwest cricket, the youngster coming through. As we mentioned yesterday, Morgan Topping would be the one in Keir Carmichael for the Knights, Donegan possibly for the Lightning. There's a couple of guys in the Reds, but up here, Scott Macbeth and his brother Ryan, who we'll see hopefully later on bowling. And Scott Macbeth is a shining light for Northwest cricket.
That's a good opening over from Sam Harbinson. Just the one loose delivery down the leg side, put away for 4. It'll be Fionn Hand, who has been the pick of the bowlers so far this morning. He's bowling with pace and real energy. Looking very good today. Still one slip in for him.
Yeah, he's been the pick today, Stephen, no doubt about it. His energy has been terrific. He's created opportunities the whole way. He picked up the 2 wickets, but also created opportunities. Not just the 2 wickets. He's been LBW appeals and beating the bat. He's been the pick for sure.
3 overs, 2 for 8. This is 4th over now. A single coming to Doheny.
Just looking down there, Reuben Wilson is still out there. He took that catch down off Fionn Hand when he grabbed and he tore his wicket, and he is still down there at fine leg, which is good to see, and that he's still on the field. He's bringing a second slip in here. Confidence on behind Fionn Hand.
Yeah, good support for the bowler. That That one though, straying down the leg side and just clipped away by Macbeth for another boundary. And when you put in a second slip and then you don't get your line right, it's a bit of a waste, really.
Yeah, criminal. The only sort of criticism we would have of Fionn is that he's gone wide of the crease occasionally and just pushed it down leg side. On that occasion, no bat involved for Scott Macbeth, but the Warriors will take the boundary. Disappointing for Fionn Hand there.
That's better. His good deliveries are excellent, but at the highest level, you have to do it. Over in, over out.
And that's the level we're aspiring to. You've got to keep consistency. Your lines, your lengths. As we step up and level, you will get punished.
Turned to square by Macbeth. Reuben Wilson with a good flat return throw. Just a single. Macbeth looks like a good player.
He started very well. He started very well in control. He's not rushed, and he's let the ball go well as well. This is always a good sign if you're leaving the good balls and just picking off the runs with the bad balls. Been a good, confident start from the youngster.
And an easy single for Doheny out to deep mid-wicket where Harbinson is the fielder. I was just saying to you earlier, Ali, Doheny's not getting an awful lot of the strike. That was his 40th delivery in the 17th over.
Yeah, as we move past the 100, he dominated the strike earlier on at this end when he was facing O'Reilly. He seemed to dominate the strike at this end. But yes, over the past sort of 78 overs, he hasn't seen a great deal. Well, not worry him. He's an experienced opening batter. He go through these periods, and he's still scoring at a reasonably high level, 34 off 42. He'll not be worried too much at the minute. And a very similar scores that we saw yesterday, going up at 4.5 and over for the first 15 to 20 overs. And
well, my real point is that he's only faced 42 of 102 plus deliveries, and he's the man in. He needs to sort of dominate the strike now. Just a single for him there, down to third.
And that's kind of what's been happening. He's been taking one off the first ball and he's been facing, which is actually a good thing that he's turning over the strike, but then he's not getting back on strike there. But again, I wouldn't be too worried if I was Boyd Rankin in the coaching department. It's not as if the Warriors are struggling to keep the runs flowing. Just those balls down the leg side and the extras in the last over.
No slip for Harbinson now as we move into the 18th over. Good delivery. Straight to Gavin Hoey in the covers. Tim Tector has moved to point. There's a couple of fielders out on the boundary. One at mid-wicket, one at long leg, and one at third man. So it's a bit more defensive now from Lightning.
Yeah, we're in that middle period now. And in the game yesterday, although they were going at exactly the same rate, the Munster Reds hadn't lost any wickets, and we thought they would push on during this period. But it was actually at this stage the Knights started to rein them back in, and it got a little bit sticky for the Reds, and possibly similar. The Lightning will be looking to do something similar against the Warriors here.
Nice action, Harbinson. He's quite short for a quick bowler, but he pushes it through, gets good life off the pitch.
Now you can see we're in the, as we talked about, we're in the middle period there. We get to the sort of fifth and sixth ball of the overs, and he's pushed out his cover fielder out to the boundary just to protect the 4 ball.
Macbeth thought about the quick one, but sprightly work by Lachlan Gavin. Quickly onto that. 35 for Doheny, 11 for Macbeth. Harbinson, the 5th bowler used by the Lightning. We still haven't seen Gavin Hoey, who could be a big factor in this game.
That's just what we're talking about. Stephen, first ball is a single for Doheny. He goes up the other end, and then 5 dot balls for Macbeth, and Doheny stays away from strike. So that's kind of what you were talking about him not really getting enough of the strike at the minute.
Yeah, a batter who's been in from the start of the innings, you expect to see him wanting more of it, and as you say, he's done nothing wrong. 35 or 43 is not a bad rate at this stage of the innings. He's going to have to face Fionn Hand now. Just having a few words there with Timmy Tector, Leinster's captain today, in the absence of all of their Ireland players. Three on the boundary for Hand. One of them at third is Mike O'Reilly, and just the single off the first ball of the over again for Doheny.
Yeah, we're predicting the future here again.
His last 7 scoring strokes have been singles, by the way.
I don't think Fionn Hand will be too bothered about bowling at Macbeth, but in that last over he did just stray down the leg side a little bit. He'd be looking to keep it on or about off stump here, make Macbeth play.
More attacking field for Macbeth. Down the leg side, big wide that, and Donegan couldn't stop it. Just protected the boundary there. A couple of wides for the Northwest Warriors. That problem for Fionn Hand, the occasional stray delivery down the leg side.
Exactly what we're talking about, just drifting down leg.
For Macbeth, there's a slip. 3 in the covers. 2 in the leg side. Long leg. Mid-wicket boundary and third man. It's quite an attacking field. Fionn Hand, the pick of the bowlers so far. And was there a nick on that one? Rowley Black signals a wide, which would suggest there wasn't a nick on that one.
Ooh, the Lightning not happy with that. You can see Fionn Hand, hands on hips. I can take a look at it again there. I did think it caught something, whether it was a glove, I'm not 100% sure, but I did think it clipped off Macbeth. We can take a look now. It was quite wide.
Well,
The
you
Lightning
can
were
see
confident.
why they appealed.
The Lightning were confident.
He's had a lot of appeals, Fionn Hand, quite apart from the wickets he's taken. Quite a few LBW shouts as well. There's another quick delivery. Smart fielding in the covers by Harbinson. It's a good contest, this. I'm enjoying watching Hand bowl. I feel like every time he comes in, something's going to happen.
Yeah, I mentioned it with Sean earlier. He seems a bit of a character and enjoys a bit of a fight with the batter.
Punched to mid-off where Greg Ford fields.
Likes the contest between bat and ball. Even when he was in the Green of Ireland in that T20, you could see he wanted the ball, wanted to do something for his team at all stages, and that's exactly what a captain wants, a guy to stand up. And the Lightning needed somebody today, and he's performed today. 2 for 16 from 4.5.
And this time the gap is found by Macbeth, standing tall, using his full height. And they couldn't prevent the ball from going over the ropes. Jack Tector couldn't quite catch it. So it's another boundary for Macbeth and another 4-ball from Hand.
Yeah, good shot from Macbeth, up on his toes, keeping it down. Punched into the covers. And he's looked quite assured. We mentioned even though he's been taking the strike, he does look quite assured.
And just making sure his field is properly set. He's got a man on the boundary now at cover. And it's gone to third man. Macbeth getting another single, just pushing the score along. 6 off the over, plus a couple of wides. So quite an expensive one from Fionn Hand, not his best so far.
Yeah, definitely not his best over, as we said. Just dropping a few down the leg side and then the short ball outside off. To be fair, it wasn't the worst ball he's bowled, but a good shot from Macbeth up on his toes, punched it through the offside. And the Warriors closing in on that 100 mark as we come towards the 20th. I mentioned our officials. On screen, that's Rolly Black from the Northwest Cricket Union. And standing at the minute at the striker's end is Jareth McCready.
Oh, beautifully driven by Macbeth. One bounce into the fence for 4. First ball of the Harbinson over.
Yeah, class from Macbeth. We saw him off the back foot against the pace of hand in the last over and pitched up by Harbinson there. And he just stood tall and a beautiful shot down the ground. No better place to hit the ball than over the bowler's head. This time into the offside. And there's a big chase here.
Gavin Hoey at point, who just manages to keep it in. They should get at least 2. And they have actually run 3, so it's great work by Macbeth and Doheny. Just upping the tempo a bit as we head into the 20th over.
Yeah, good from these two. Just the running was good there as well. 7 from the first 2 balls of this third Harbinson over.
Doheny trying to crack it away, but bottom edge, no run.
That could be a factor of what you were talking about earlier, Stephen. Without him getting on strike, he's possibly lost a little bit of that timing he had earlier in his innings. He just needs to get, just facing a few balls now to get his timing back again.
4 on the fence now for the Lightning, just 5 in the ring. And a single for Doheny off that this field by Harbinson.
And you can see there, not exactly, it's not exactly frustration from Doheny, but just occasionally he does just break the shackles a little bit by coming down the wicket. He did there, but it was a shorter ball from Harbinson. Doheny able to adjust and push it into the covers for a single.
Slower delivery that time from Harbinson. Clever bowling. Caused Macbeth to check his stroke. Macbeth has done really well. 23 off 28. He's been the dominant partner of this partnership.
Yeah,
Came together when the score was 57. They've put on 40.
Let's see this last ball of the 20th. Yeah, I think he's looked really composed more than anything. Not just the runs that he's scoring. He looks comfortable in the uniform. He looks comfortable out there for somebody of his age. He looks comfortable being a Warrior, and that's a good thing. So we see the scorecard there. Good start from the Warriors, from Doheny and Chore. Got them off to a good start. Chore kind of gave his wicket away, lifting a ball down to fine leg, and then Fionn Hand picking up the wicket of McBride, nicking through to the wicket keeper Donegan. But these two have put on 40, and after 20, it's now 97 for 2. You can see there Doheny and McBride now moving their partnership on to 40 unbroken.
And there's the bowling figures for the Lightning. McCarthy 5 overs for 19, but the main man so far, Fionn Hand, 2 for 21 off 5. And Gavin Hoey is going to come on with some spin for the first time today. Interesting to see how this wicket plays. Hoey, of course, very good bowler. Surprised sometimes he doesn't get more overs for Leinster Lightning.
That was a lot of chat last week during, obviously, a lot more scrutiny when you lose the game, but there was a lot of chat after the game about Gavin Hoey only bowling 4 overs. He bowled very economically last week and he only bowled 4. He's coming on quite early today in the 21st over, I suppose, and we'll see how many he gets today, but he's been bowling well so far this season, and his captain will be looking for something similar today.
His captain Tim Tector has moved into the slips. 2 men out at long off and long on, mid wicket, and cover boundaries covered. Oh, that one turned, beat the wicket keeper Donegan. It's going to be a couple of byes here. Great start for Hoey, but a couple of runs for the Warriors.
Yeah, a couple of extras there, but really quick through the air. And prodigious bounce there for Hoey. He'd be looking for that. If he can extract that bounce from balls on the stumps, he could be in business here.
Beats the outside of Doheney's bat. He's going for the big one through the covers. Really interesting start this from Hoey. That one as well, lifting and moving off the pitch.
Lift and turn here. He's given Mark Donegan a good workout in his first 2-3 balls, and immediately changing the field. He's confident, so he's bringing up his long on into mid on,
and he's pushed another fielder just backward of square on the offside. Point and a sort of a fly gully.
Good from Hoey. Really good from Hoey. Started early here. Got in Doheney's head early. Big thing for a spinner to get on early and turn the odd ball in the first over.
Quicker delivery, flatter. Came off the edge of Doheney's bat.
Really interesting there from Stephen Doheney. He's obviously been troubled in the first 4 balls, and you can see him just moving across to the off stump, looking to get Hoey off his line to maybe play leg side, play against the spin.
And now just dropping out the fielder at mid-on for this final ball of the over. And the reverse sweep finds the gap between point and backward fly gully, and that's gone for 4. It's a good stroke from Doheney to bring up the 100. Yeah. And at the end of 21 overs, it's 103 for 2.
Really good from Hoey though. He's got Doheney thinking there, and obviously the release shot, and that he had 2 men placed there. It was a little bit aerial, but it was in the gap, so you have to give Doheney kudos for that, for picking the gap. But you know, Doheney will be a little bit disappointed that didn't go to hand. He got Doheney a little bit in trouble there. And you can see on screen there, Stephen Doheney already practicing that shot again. So maybe 1-0 to Hoey on that over.
Well, it was certainly an interesting over, and one that just makes me want to... I can't wait for the next one, because Hoey's getting something from the pitch, and he's got something going in his technique and his ability today. Here's Harbinson again. Just 1 man in on the leg side, saving a single. There are 3 out on the boundary now. 3 on the single on the offside, and a covering fielder out in the cover boundary. So it's quite a defensive field this for Harbinson.
Tough for Harbinson. He's got a ball outside off, really, because as you say, Mike, you're right, he's the only one on the leg side in the ring.
Oh, there's a nick there. Was it held? Yes, it was.
Catch.
What a catch by Donegan. Low down to his right. Well, we could hear the edge from here. It was clearly off the outside, and what a catch by Mark Donegan, coming into the side today, and or at least coming in as wicketkeeper, and getting that important 3rd wicket for Leinster Lightning, and a big blow for the Northwest Warriors as they go to 103 for 3.
Yeah, we talked about the line, just outside off there. A good ball from Harbinson, just outside that channel of the off stump. And he's picked up the nick. Scott Macbeth again trying to play off that back foot, but you can see down to his right, and a great catch from Mark Donegan. Gets the wicket. A good breakthrough for Harbinson. As we just mentioned, he'd only 1 fielder on the leg side, so he had to stay offside. He kept his line. And just to snick from Macbeth, who had looked really good for his 31 balls, scoring 23. Looked in control, but he's gone. Third wicket down for the Warriors. And that brings in number 58 on his back, Shane Getgate, who was captain of the Warriors last week in the Mardyke. He's relinquished that as Andy McBride comes back in today. Doesn't mean he's relinquishing his leadership duties, though. He'll be a big player here for the Warriors. Took a while to get going last week, but his 50 was the difference between the two teams, and he was player of the match in that game at the Mardyke last week.
Well, I was talking about how defensive the field had come for Harbinson, and so that wicket's a real bonus for Captain Tim Tector and the Leinster Lightning. 103 for 3 in the 22nd over. Run rate just creeping up towards 5. Very important for Lightning to stop Northwest Warriors from getting away in these middle overs. Good delivery, skidding through, good length. Getgate just having a good look at this pitch. He's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a big unit, Shane. Probably one of the cleanest hitters in the NCU for sure. Played for the Knights, obviously, but he made a home up here for the Warriors now, and as I say, taking on leadership duties with the team, with Andy McBride not always available.
Good stuff from Harbinson.
A really talented cricketer. Possibly his bowling now. He's got a few injuries with his back occasionally, and so his bowling probably not at the standard he was a couple of years ago. He still puts the effort in though, but his batting has come on, and he hits a clean ball, Shane.
That's nicked away fine into the gap to the left of third man. So a 4 for Getgate. Looked to be well wide of wicketkeeper Donegan.
Yeah, I'm always hindsight, and it's easy for us to say after the event, but could skipper Tector have had a slip in there? It may have gone slightly wide of him, but the new man in. Could have possibly gone for it.
Good point. So Doheny holding the innings together. 41 not out. Getgate just off the mark on that last delivery. And now Hoey again, his second over. Let's see if he can get some turn and bounce here, like he did in the first over. Slip in, 3 on the 1 on the offside. 2 on the leg, just played nicely down to long off where McLaughlin Gavin is the fielder.
Again, Hoey maybe not too worried about giving up that single to Doheny. Get a ball at Getgate here, just in, and as we've seen in that first over, a bit of turn and certainly some bounce. Facing the spinner for the first time. Let's see if slip can be in action here.
Nicely bowled. Good flight. Good length. Finding the edge. How does Getgate play against spin?
Well, Shane's a big T20 player for Ireland. He has been, certainly for Ireland, but for the Warriors in the one day, he can be a little bit more circumspect, and I think in the position we're at now, I think he'll take a look at Hoey here early.
Bowl that one from a little bit wider on the crease, Hoey.
As we say, last week he recognised the situation, and he plays a lot of situational cricket now. Last week he realised the Warriors needed a partnership, and he batted a long time before he even got off the mark, but then upped his strike rate towards the end and got his team home.
Oh, this is a good battle. Great to watch. Good spin bowling against batsmen trying to score quickly.
think you can see there, a little bit later in his innings, he might have punched that down the ground. But he's a little bit circumspect early here. Just very watchful early in the innings.
It's a very good over from Gavin Hoey, just the single coming off it. 2 overs for just 5 runs. 108 for 3 after 23 overs.
Yeah, nice from Hoey. Really nice from Hoey. And putting the pressure on these Warriors and doing exactly what his skipper wanted. Threat. Not just containing runs, he's a threat to take wickets. And a good start from the leggy. Harbinson to continue, picked up a wicket in his last over.
This will be Harbinson's 4th. Last over, Doherty got a single off the first ball. Something that's been happening a lot in his innings so far. So here comes Harbinson for his 5th over. And that one's just tickled away for 4 beyond Barry McCarthy, who was just inside the ring.
Yeah, I think a little bit of confusion there for the Lightning. Nobody down on the boundary. I'm not sure whether they decided to bring the man up into the circle. A little bit of a strange decision if they did. But there was nobody down on the 3rd man boundary. And inevitably, maybe when you have made a little bit of a wreck in your field place, that's exactly where the ball goes. And that happened on this occasion, and yeah, Barry's been sent down to 3rd man now.
Aerial route from Doherty could be out here. Yes, he's caught in the deep. A wicket for Harbinson, his 2nd of the innings, and the big wicket of Stephen Doherty, who's been in since the start. That's a real bonus for Leinster Lightning, getting their 4th wicket in the 24th over. Doherty has to go for 46.
Yeah, big wicket. A big wicket for the Lightning, and again, a little bit of a giveaway from Doherty. 1 man out on the cover boundary. He had seen a little bit of a frustrated figure, and he came down. He sort of lost his shape a little bit there. Hit it straight up in the air, and Gavin Hoy coming in on the cover boundary takes a reasonably comfortable catch. And getting a good round of applause from the crowd here at Breedy for his 46. Just lost that momentum in his innings as he approached his half century. He's given it away. And now the Lightning are banging this game now. 112 for 4 as we approach the halfway mark.
Yep, it's 2 very important wickets from Harbinson, who looks like he's the other bowler in the attack, but has actually got 2 big wickets for the Lightning. Doherty now, and of course Scott Macbeth for 23 just a few minutes ago. So 2 new batsmen at the crease for the Warriors. Get Kate on just 4, and the new batsman.
Yeah, Cameron Relly out there now. He's come in to replace Stephen Doherty. These 2 are the 2 that took the Warriors home last week with their partnership. And they need to rebuild here again. The loss of those 2 wickets quickly over the past few overs to Harbinson. They lost Macbeth and Doherty. Consecutive Harbinson overs. And these 2 have got to rebuild again, similar to what they did at the Mardyke against the Reds last week.
Good delivery from Harbinson, forcing the defensive shot from Melly.
Yeah, Leighton coming back strong here. Skipper in at slip, he'd be delighted. Picking up wickets at regular intervals.
Hits straight to the man at backward point, Gavin Hoey. Fifth over from Harbinson. Started off with a bit of a mistake, really, by the Lightning, giving that 4 away, but they've got the wicket and the tails are up, and you can just sense that the atmosphere in this game has changed around. Amazing how that happens so often in a game.
Yeah, we saw it quite a lot yesterday. We're early. We thought the Reds were really on top. The Knights fought back, and then a 50 partnership at the end for the Reds got them up to almost 270. And then in the second innings, the Knights were in trouble early, and then got home in the end. So similar today, we had a couple of good partnerships, but the Lightning have picked up wickets just when they needed them. A rebuilding job now for the Warriors, for Kit and Melly. And with the spinner on now, Hoey bowling well, the Lightning will be looking for another breakthrough just to get into the back end of the Warriors innings.
Right on the money from Hoey. This is just his third over. He really has found his length and his rhythm so early in his spell.
This is terrific stuff from Hoey. Really terrific. No freebies in his first 12 balls. Testing the patience as much as anything of the Warriors.
And that one's hit uppishly, but there's nobody there. Backward square leg. Reuben Wilson was inside the circle, so a 4 for Kate.
Again, the 2 boundaries that have come off Hoey so far, I have to say he's been on top. That's created the pressure. And the release shot for Kate is the sweep. Playing against the spin. He's done well to get hold of it though, but again, possibly a tick mark for Hoey.
Straight to the fielder at point for no run. A little bit short of that time. Kate quickly back onto it. Slower delivery, nicely flighted.
Nice again from Hoey, just held that back a little, let it turn a little bit. Pushing the man back to the mid-on for the last ball of the over. Long on in place, long off in place.
And rocking back, there's a chance here. Stumps are rattled and he's out. What a bit of fielding that was. Absolutely superb by Mike O'Reilly. Throwing the stumps down at the bowler's end. Kate has to go, and that's a huge moment in this game. A wicket for the Lightning by sheer brilliance in the field, and it's 116 for 5.
Yeah, piece of action that can just change a game. Real bonus wicket for the Lightning. It was actually, Kate had set off, he'd called the run. A little bit of a short from Melly, he hadn't gone. But Mikey O'Reilly picked it up, left-handed, threw the stumps down. Despairing dive from Kate. Didn't get home, and umpire Rowley back. Goes in the affirmative for the Lightning. And as we say, a real bonus wicket picked up in the field for the boys in blue. And that's half the side gone for the Warriors now. And we're halfway through the innings. 116 for 5.
I'm going to take a rest and bring in Sean Hussey for the next few overs. Interesting phase of the game.
Thank you, Stephen. Morning, everyone. Yeah, big run out there from Mikey O'Reilly. Big bonus. Sam Harbinson has been good, taking a couple of wickets. We've looked at the last few games how wickets can affect games so much, and normally one can bring two, and that was brilliant from O'Reilly.
Yeah, as we talked about yesterday in the field, just listening to the wicket as it fell there, the cheers from the Lightning. You can get next behind or a run out. A run out is just like a goal into the top corner or something. It just gets that extra buzz in the field.
Well, I think the extra cheer was because it was Mikey O'Reilly. He'd have pretty poor 4 overthrows last week, and Barry McCarthy wasn't too impressed off his own bowling, so Barry McCarthy made sure to give Mikey O'Reilly a big cheer there. A brilliant piece of work, and all of a sudden 2 new batters are at the crease, and Harbison's been impressive.
He has. He's come back well from that first over. Scott Macbeth took him for 2 boundaries in the first over, but he's come back well bowling to his field.
That's a good shot by McClintock. A bit of work from McCarthy will just be 1.
Yeah, Barry been in position in this time at the first ball of the over. I think he was caught out in the last over, came into the ring for some reason and went through there for 4, but he's in position now and gets round to prevent not only the boundary but even 2. Gets Cameron Melly back on strike.
Yeah, it's just pretty up and down from Harbison. Just, I think he knows his game pretty well. Not trying to do anything out of the ordinary. He's picked up a few wickets for Merrion at the start of this season. Australian, born and brought up, Irish qualified. His grandparents coming from County Antrim. Has played a lot of cricket in his native Sydney and also in Hobart.
Yeah, and after that first over, we've talked about he's really hit his line of length now. He's bowling that. We've talked about in the last couple of overs, he's only really got, well, he's actually brought a mid on. He only had mid wicket in the last over, but he's really stuck to that 4-stump line and got him his rewards.
The ideal time for that kind of bowling with 2 new batters at the crease. Full this time from Harbison. Also been impressed by Gavin Howie. It's a difficult place to bowl spin on. It's shorter, quite short straight boundaries, particularly from this to clubhouse end. You can compare that to the straight boundaries we had in Stormont yesterday. Never easy for leg spinners, but he's someone who is learning almost on the job. Has played an awful lot of interprovincial cricket now. Gavin Howie. Good shot by Cameron Melly. Can't find the gap. Hence the 26th over. Good one from Harbison. It's 117 for 5.
Yeah, Sean, we talked yesterday possibly in other games where it's possibly a good time to bat when the sun's out and the wicket is flattened out a wee bit. There are times when it seems to be a good time to bowl, and I think right now half the side out, 2 new batters in, only faced 2 and 8 balls respectively. A good time to bowl if you're a lightning bowler. Give me the ball. Always been very, very good in his first 3 overs. Those 9 runs, 2 boundaries, 1 from Doheny and 1 from Getgate. Both sweeps, 1 reverse and 1 orthodox, but not particularly confident. And otherwise, he's hardly gone for a run.
Just for those joining us, Tim Tector, captaining the Leinster Lightning side, in the absence of the likes of Logan Tucker, George Dockrell and Harry Tector. We'll be getting ready for international games. A 3-day match between Essex before the Lord's Test match. We must be impressed with the demeanour and temperament of Tim Tector. Just so young and captaining an interprovincial side here. He'll be happy having won the toss. It was a little bit slow to get going for the Leinster Lightning. No wickets in the first 10 overs, but 5 in the last 16 overs or so. And they're in a good position here.
I'd be delighted the way his bowlers have responded. Fionn Hand was the opener, broke the partnerships. And the backup bowlers have done their job. Always tied up an end here, bowling well, and the wickets have come at the other end through Sam Harbinson, who picked up his first 2 in inter-pro cricket.
Slower from that time from Howie, not afraid to do that. And Melly plays that into the offside. I think he's been a little bit ambitious with the sunglasses, the whole Gavin Howie.
I definitely think so. Yeah, but he just saw there, Melly was on still on naught off their 9 balls, so he thought, let's take a chance here and give it a bit of air and see if he wants to play an attacking shot. To be fair to Melly, he did, kept it down.
Oh, Mark Donegan thinks that might have been pad first. So does Tim Tector. Mark Donegan, you'd see it there with the double teapot. He thinks he's full sure that's hit pad first.
The umpire not interested at all, just walked across to the offside. We can see it again here. Let's see if it difficult angle, I suppose.
Just off screen. McClintock has pushed a full toss down the ground for a single. Yeah, very interesting. Difficult, always difficult ones when bat and pad are involved. Rowley Black unmoved. Mark Donegan was full sure.
That's a DRS call. That is really what DRS is for, isn't it? Really, because it's almost impossible when it's a double noise.
Brilliant from Hoey. That's beautiful bowling, and he's bowling very well here. He's bowled 4 overs, and the Northwest Warriors after 27 are 120 for 5, and then a little bit of bother. Yeah. That was a perfect leg spinning delivery.
As we talked about Gavin Hoey, it was a lot of talk last week about him only bowling 4 overs for the Lightning. But let's have a little bit of a wager here, Sean. I don't think he'll only bowl 4 today.
No, you think Tim Tector would struggle to get the ball out of Gavin Hoey. Oftentimes we see leg spinners get in a good groove, and you just got to keep bowling them. I think Gareth Delaney bowled 8 overs yesterday, then got taken off, but he was bowling beautifully. I know it was towards the end, and Brandon Kruger came on, and it was that over that Morgan Topping very cleverly took a liking to Kruger. So it's such a hard skill, leg spinning, trying to bowl leg spinners. Good from Sam Harbinson, very tight line, but it's so important, the role of a captain with a leg spinner, almost more than any other facet of bowling. It's so difficult. You have to make sure as a leg spinner that you get more than 1 over. You have to make sure your first over is good. Shane Warne always talked about that, not looking to take a wicket in your first over, just looking to make sure you get bowled for a second. Another chance for a run out. Good running in the end.
Yeah, and I think we watched earlier on Gavin Hoey's first 2 balls. The first ball actually bounced that much, it beat Donegan and went for byes, but it was exactly as you say. He laid down a marker in his first 2-3 balls. I'm on it here, and a good bit of bounce, and immediately that's in the batter's head from ball 1, and he hasn't changed. He's been on the mark, and it's been a very good 4 overs from Gavin Hoey.
Again, tight lines from Harbinson. I think you're right. Yesterday I thought it was good captaincy from PJ Moore to bring Gareth Delaney on when there were 2 relatively new batters to the crease, Kate Carmichael and Morgan Topping. And very early on, oftentimes you see leg spinners being held back for that, for when wickets fall, because when you have 2 set batters, they'll often target leg spinners. And Gareth Delaney in that opening over bowled 3 short deliveries. Only one got put away to the fence, whereas 2 set batters, you'd imagine a couple more boundaries. This has been good from Sam Harbinson. Ideal time for him to be bowling, particularly with very short run up, skiddy, and has been hard to get away despite that opening over.
Yeah, and just looking at the Wasp in the bottom right hand corner of your screen there, maybe 10 overs ago it was looking at 270, I think 280, even when there was only 2 down. I think it was 270, 280 with those wickets. That's now dropped. At the moment the prediction 223 for the Warriors.
It'll be interesting to see when the Leinster Lightning come to bat what their order is. Of course, Jack Tector, Cormac McLaughlin Gavin, 2 natural openers. We've seen Tim Tector there in the past. Again, another good over from Harbinson. He's bowled 7, and the Warriors are 121 for 5 after 28 overs.
Yeah, just maybe looking at the Warriors for a second. Well, just bringing up look at Gavin Hoey there, 4 overs, none for 12. I actually think he's bowled even better than that. They are good figures, but it's the wickets there from Hand and Harbinson that has changed this game. Picked up the wickets for the Lightning, and is half the side out. Throw in that tremendous piece of fielding from Mikey O'Reilly. Hand was aggressive. Harbinson's been just line and length the opposite, nice and calm. And Hoey's going to continue now from this clubhouse end. William
McClintock on strike. good from Mikey O'Reilly. He anticipated where that ball was going. Such an important role there. Point and backward point.
As we say, just looking at the Warriors now, 2 new men at the crease. William McClintock, done a man, and I actually watched him on Saturday playing for his club side, and he hit 41 off about 20 balls, came in, and his first 6 balls I don't think he scored a run, and then he was 41 off 21 when he got out, and if he'd have stayed in for another 5-10 overs, I think it would have been absolute carnage.
Brilliant again from O'Reilly. He just keeps the pressure on William McClintock. He's someone who likes to get bat on ball. So I wonder if Gavin Howie will entice him maybe with one of those flighted deliveries we've seen. We've seen William McClintock in the past do some real damage here at Brady. Gets that one away. He's someone who got a taste of Irish international cricket a few years ago. Hasn't really happened for him. It's a difficult place in the order to get into with the quality that Ireland have.
Yeah, I was here for his debut a couple of years back, and there was a crowd up on the bank to our right here, and he maybe had a couple of boundaries, but the cheer that went up when he hit his first boundary, and even when he was fielding the ball and when he was out in the outfield, the cheer that went up from the northwest following.
That's a really good shot from Cameron Melly. Just waited on the back foot for that one. And beat Fionn Hand and raced away for 4 and just releases the shackles for him. Poor delivery from Gavin Howie. You can tell he's a little bit frustrated.
Release a little bit of pressure from Cameron Melly on the back foot. Used his feet well. Cracked it in front of point. A very welcome boundary for himself and his team.
Quicker again this time. Melly can't get it by the man in the deep, Jack Tector. And Howie a little bit frustrated. So this is where a leg spinner can get difficult bowling in long spells. Of course, you want to get that rhythm, but you can't afford to drop a few short. Slip still in place for Howie. Long on is in the ring, mid on rather, and it's Adam Rosley. There's the 12th man. So Bar McCarthy will come back on after having a little break. It's the 29th over. Northwest are 127 for 5.
Yeah, just watching McClintock against the leg spinner. Massive amount of feet movement. He's just using his hands, just playing the ball from the crease.
They're going to have a change of bowling from the Mason Road end of the ground. Sam Harbertson, see in the bottom right there. Brilliant spell, 2 for 25. After a poor opening over, he was put under pressure and responded well. And Tim Tector is going to turn to the 16-year-old Reuben Wilson, who was a little bit uncomfortable earlier on bowling from the Mason Road end. He just didn't seem to be at 100%. It'll be interesting to see how he comes back second time around.
Well, just initially just good to see him back and being able to bowl, because we did have a little bit of a fear for him earlier that he'd picked up an injury, but he seems to be okay, and he's grabbed the ball here in this 30th over. And if he can pick up another wicket or 2 for his skipper, really help the Lightning.
And I think this is why Tim Tector's gone back to Reuben Wilson. During the middle overs, when you want to pick up wickets, oftentimes you need a point of difference. So he's got leg spin from one end, and Reuben Wilson, one of the quicker of the Leinster Lightning bowlers, bowled a real pace last week when he took 5 wickets against the Munster Reds. And it's a part of the game that if he can perfect, you see the role that Mark Wood has played for England over many years, Liam Plunkett in that World Cup winning side for England around 2019. Fast bowlers who can pick up wickets in the middle overs are worth their salt in white ball cricket.
Yeah, obviously young lad coming into the team, but even watching his first 2 performances, he got 5 for, as you say, in his second innings, but even in his first game, he created chances early doors. 2 dropped at slip, difficult chances granted, but he creates chances. He does look like a wicket taking bowler. He may go for runs, but he takes wickets, and that, as you say, in this particular period of game, if we can pick up wickets now.
Oh, well, I'm have to see what umpire gives. And the umpire's given a leg bite, so it wasn't a drop chance. Mark Donegan was a little bit disappointed, but the umpire has said that it came off Cameron Melly's thigh pad. I don't think the Leinster Lightning players are too happy about it, but in the end it's not a drop, according to umpire McCready.
Yeah, and added to that, I think Mark Donegan also a little bit disappointed he didn't hit the stumps there. He'd taken the glove off and a bit of a shy. Possibly McClintock might have been in a little bit of bother had he hit.
But again, it's that ability from Wilson to make things happen. Be interesting to see if he does bang it in short. If William McClintock takes it on, I think he won't be afraid to do so. So, an interesting battle here between the young 16-year-old Ruben Wilson and the former Irish international William McClintock.
It is quite funny how just some bowlers just have that happening. Things happen when they come on to bowl. Some bowlers just seem to have that natural ability.
Good from Wilson. So final ball of the 30th over. And the Warriors at this stage 128 for 5. Well, he does take on the short ball and a chance for Jack Tector, and he just can't quite get there. And it's gone all the way for 6. Oh, it was a bit of a chance for Tector. It was banged in short. We did say, would McClintock take it on? Well, there's your answer, and he gets full reward. With a bit of a chance for Jack Tector. It's difficult. It's a little bit breezy here, but McClintock gets a maximum.
Yeah, I think you called it, Sean. A couple of balls ago, banged in from Ruben Wilson. He's pulled outside off. Bit of a chance. I think he got enough of it. Even if he'd taken the catch on the boundary, I think he was over. So yeah, McClintock taking it on. Well bowled from Wilson.
Yes, that's the end of the 30th over, and the Warriors 134 for 5. And William McClintock there with a maximum of the final delivery of Ruben Wilson's over. There will be Howie to continue. Bowling good rhythm here. As Ali McCalmont will take a break from the commentary box, and I'm delighted to say that Stephen Alkin joins me as Gavin Howie continues.
What a ball. It's just a pleasure to watch good spin bowling. Beautifully flighted.
And immediately Gavin Howie changes the field and brings long off into the ring. So say to Cameron Melly, if you want, you can take me on down the ground. Maybe try and entice it and keep Melly under pressure. It's good from Howie.
They're not going to take any quick singles to O'Reilly from now on, that's for sure. And when an instant happens like that, it can change the attitude of the batters right to the end of the innings. Because Leinster Lightning have earned respect here.
Yeah, run-outs are often like waiting on a bus. If one happens, very frequently it does become 2. So the Northwest Warriors will be really disappointed with at that stage in the game. So Mikey O'Reilly produced a brilliant moment. Well, there it is.
Go.
Gavin Howie, well, he did bring mid-off into the ring. Entice Melly. Said, come on, play me down the ground. And he gets the wicket. Brilliant bowling from Gavin Howie.
And great wicket keeping too by Mark Donegan, who looked very sharp there, and he looked very calm. And that's the 6th wicket, and it's only 30.4 overs gone. Melly is out for 6.
Yeah, this is brilliant bowling from Gavin Howie. And Melly said, well, I want to try and take Howie on down the ground because both men are in the ring. Leg spinner. That's such clever bowling. You can see the celebration there. And I think for people at home, that's what leg spinners and spin bowlers can do. They can play with a batter's mind, because it wasn't there for Melly to play. And Howie knew And Melly was going to try and take him on because mid-on and mid-off were in the ring. So brilliant bowling from Hoey. And Leinster being very impressive after a slow start. In the last 20 overs or so, they've been well on top. And I must say, I've been impressed with the captaincy of Tim Tector. There he is on your screen talking with his bowler, Gavin Hoey.
Graham Hume, the man who's come to the crease. Left-hander. Which will just ask a little different question of the Leinster Lightning bowlers. But this innings of the Northwest Warriors has rather gone for a walk. They've lost their way completely.
Yeah, they'll be really disappointed with the start they made. Stephen Doheney in threw his wicket away. It was a poor shot. You could see what he was trying to do. Mid-off at the time was in the ring, but he didn't get anywhere near it. The face of the bat open, and it went all the way to deep point. Now, it'll be interesting to see what way these two play it. William McClintock and Graham Hume. William McClintock, very naturally a good scorer, plays attacking shots. Graham Hume, no mug with the bat either. We've seen that for Ireland in the past. A good captaincy from Tim Tector and Gavin Hoey. Well, he's deserved that wicket and beautifully executed.
This stage of the innings, Lightning well on top, just 2 outside the circle. 1 at mid-wicket, 1 on the cover boundary. Slip in, everybody else on the single. Real pressure being applied here by Hoey. You can sense the enthusiasm of all the Leinster Lightning fielders as Hoey brings another wonderful over to a conclusion. Really good figures for him. McClintock still there on 11. The new batter Hume yet to get off the mark.
Well, you can see what that run out of Shane Getgate, but brilliant from hand. Fionn Hand earlier set the tone, and Ashore fell to him, as indeed Andy McBride did, and it was good from hand. Kept pushing the ball across the left-handed McBride, and in the end found the edge through to Mark Donegan. So it's been really good from the Leinster Lightning. Sam Harbinson in the middle has been impressive also.
First cap today, and a great introduction for him.
Well, see, this is what the Interpros this year is going to do, with a lot of the international players going to be unavailable throughout the summer. Gives an opportunity for some players like Sam Harbinson, new to the Irish game, playing down in Merrion, Irish qualified through his grandparents. But it gives him a chance, coming from Australia, to try and get some representative honours here.
Younger, fresher players, without the burden of all of the travelling and all of the top level cricket that Ireland's best players have to, I wouldn't say endure is the wrong word, but you wonder if coming to this level is very difficult for them mentally.
Yeah, and cricket's the kind of game you have to play, well, 100 mile an hour almost. You have to be fully and mentally ready. I think you're right. I think it just adds a little freshness to the domestic game here. It's such a busy summer for Ireland, and Heinrich Milan will want his players, when they get to the international arena, in perfect order.
Here comes Wilson round the wicket to the left-hander Hume. Good point you made about Tim Tector's captaincy. Certainly sense so much more enthusiasm in the field this week than last. Of course, with 2 defeats in a row, they have to win this game just to get themselves back into the competition.
George Docker's done such a wonderful job with this Leinster Lightning team over a number of years. But he's not going to be around for most of the summer. So Tim Tector, I can imagine, is going to get a chance to captain the Leinster Lightning an awful lot this summer, and I must say I have been impressed with him. Got a good demeanour out there, and it's a young team now. You've got the likes of Reuben Wilson, Gavin Hoey now bowling, being led by Tim Tector, Mark Donegan behind the stumps, So it's maybe not as powerful as Leinster have been in the past, but they're still performing here.
Quick single, trouble here, but no. O'Reilly on the pickup, just not able to get it away.
Yeah, good running from Hume. He would have known Mikey O'Reilly's left-handed, so running around to his right, always going to be difficult to get around the ball. So clever from Hume, and he gets off the mark.
Yeah, well into the last 20 overs now. That Wasp, which was up around 285 about an hour ago, is now down to the low 200s. Clintock, a dangerous batsman. He looks very comfortable at the crease. Powerful hitter of a cricket ball.
Yeah, well, we've seen it for a number of years. I mentioned on this ground, he's had some fine knocks. So he's not too worried about facing top balls because he can catch up. He can find the boundary option, as we saw with that big six earlier.
Five on the single, 4 out for the Lightning. And another good over from Reuben Wilson. 32 overs gone, 136 for 6. Clintock on 11, Hume on 1. And we're going to have a break now for drinks. We'll be back with you in a few minutes. And you're welcome back to Breedy Cricket Club in Mahara Mason. Up here in the Northwest, the Northwest Warriors trying to make something of this final 18 overs of their innings. 6 wickets down, McClintock on 11, Hume on 1, still with some batting to come, but Hoey has been the star, and he continues. Strikes the pad, but down the leg side.
Yeah, eye-catching this from Hoey's been really good. Not the easiest ground to bowl spin on. And the Lightning have been impressive. Fionn Hand earlier with 2 wickets. First 2 to fall.
Mid on and mid off inside the circle. That one turned in front of square for a single. It's a good attacking field from Tim Techner. You've been impressed by his captaincy.
Yeah, I just think the Leinster Lightning have been good here, especially after the first 10 overs when the Northwest Warriors had a good opening partnership. But they've clawed it back, taking wickets at regular intervals, helped by the wonderful run out of Shane Getgate by Mikey O'Reilly.
And a single there into the covers. But it's boundaries really that the Warriors need now. Got to bat the 50 overs. That's very important.
Yeah, I just wonder what these two do now. Will they try and take on Gavin Hoey, or are they just happy to let Hoey ball the next couple of overs for very few, not pick up any wickets? So these two fine batters still have a long way to go. 17 and a half overs.
Small interruption here, little adjustment in the footwear for O'Reilly, I think it is, at mid wicket. Six Lightning fielders ready to pounce on any attempt at a short single. Beautifully flighted, little bit slower, causing Hume problems.
I think he'll be really happy so far, Hoey, with how he's bowled. Into his final ball of a 7th, and it's clever again. Last ball of the over, just sends mid on back, give himself a little bit more protection.
And a full toss, miscued by Hume, straight to O'Reilly at mid wicket. The end of another really impressive Hoey over. 7 gone now, 20 conceded. That's good in anybody's language. Hasn't got a wicket, but he's got 1 wicket, of course, sorry, but the stumping of Cameron Melly, but he's put so much pressure on the batsman and they've just struggled to get him off the square.
Yeah, he's been threatening, and that's the key. I think you're right, he might have deserved more than 1 wicket, but he's threatened. And that's what leg spinners can do. Spinning the ball away from the right-handers. Of course, right-hand, left-hand partnership in now. It's going to be Ruben Wilson to continue.
A lot more cloud cover now as we approach the final overs of this Northwest Warriors inning. Pulled fine, Fionn Hand right there to save the boundary. And just the 1 run to McClintock. Ruben Wilson getting more valuable experience in this match. You would imagine he'll have a big part to play over the rest of this series for Leinster.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's someone who Ireland will be earmarking for the future to be an international.
Coming round the wicket to the left-hander Hume, who didn't know much about that delivery. Just came off his inside edge and down to McCarthy at fine leg.
Again, threatening. And this is what Leinster have done well. Nearly finding the wicket of Hume. But they haven't just been happy with what they are. Always looking for wickets, and Ruben Wilson is always threatening. Now, he's bowled a couple short to McClintock, and McClintock got 1 away for a 6. Wonder, does he keep going?
That one just back of a length and turned towards mid-wicket. Nicely fielded by Jack Tector. Lightning won't mind singles. If they can prevent too many boundaries, they'll keep this score very manageable. It's a small scoring ground. The average, according to our doyen Ali McCalmont, is about 260. But with 6 wickets down, the Warriors will probably be hoping just to bat 50 overs and maybe get a score of 220, 225.
But it is one of those grounds where if a player batting gets in form, gets hot, can't clear the ropes, particularly to this end, the clubhouse end, straight boundary around 61 metres or so, and hitting towards the clubhouse and towards the cars on the bank around 60 metres as well. So definitely, if someone gets going, it can be dangerous.
Bowling from wide on the crease, but that pace of young Reuben Wilson rushing the batsmen into playing their shots, and they're not really finding any kind of form, any kind of timing.
Yeah, it seems like it's been a little difficult wicket to get going on, and I think that's why Stephen Doherty will be really frustrated at getting out in the manner he did. We've done a lot of the hard yards, looked good early on.
Half volley that time, run taken by Hume as the ball went to Hoey in the covers. Just a single. 30 runs off the 6 overs of Reuben Wilson, who trudges away top right of your screen a little bit disconsolately. I'm not so sure he's 100% fit today.
Yeah, he just looks a little bit in discomfort. Still bowling at a good pace, not as quick as we saw him last week when he was getting real pace off the wicket. Going to be a change of bowling, interesting change of bowling now. Tim Tector bringing back his premier fast bowler, Barry McCarthy. So aggressive captaincy from Tector.
Gavin Hoey in a nice rhythm, but taken off after a wonderful spell of 8 overs. Now a completely different test for these Warriors batsmen. The pace of McCarthy with the wind at his back. Did well early on, gave away a few boundary balls, but he did bowl a lot of very good deliveries. Nicely turned away to mid-wicket by the left-hander Hume. There's McCarthy. 20 runs given up, but he'd love to get a couple of wickets.
Yeah, and it was noticeable on that delivery. There were 2 men back for the pull shot, and similar again for McClintock. So we might see a little bit of short bowling from Barry McCarthy to William McClintock. I might see this as a way of getting them out.
Wonderful fielding. Slightly overthrown, but very sharp in the field. A well hit shot. Pitch that one up.
Yeah, and then it'll be interesting to see when and if McCarthy does go short. As McClintock take it on with the pace of McCarthy. He hit Reuben Wilson for a 6 earlier.
Fionn Hand is doing some warm-ups in the covers. I'd say he might be coming on to replace Wilson. Off the edge and down to fine third man, where it gets away from Sam Harbinson. Boundary to the Warriors, much needed. And McClintock finds the boundary again.
Yeah, pitched up from McCarthy. Third man is extremely wide. Greg Ford and beats him, and Tim Tector is just wondering, can they get a gully in? But good for McCarthy.
McClintock on 18, Hume on 5. Well pitched up, played straight back to mid-on. Cormac McLaughlin Gavin, the fielder there. O'Reilly doing some warming up too. I wonder if all the boulders are trying to get themselves into the mind of Tim Tector. He's got a lot of options today. 6 bowlers used so far. Good delivery from McCarthy. That was right on the spot. This Warriors innings becoming a little bit becalmed. They feel like they have to bat the full 50 overs. And they're not really going for it in these overs when they should be trying to push the run rate along. Still just over 4 and over.
I think William McClintock just needs to give himself some time. I don't mind it if you're a Northwest fan. I think you want William McClintock batting as long as you can, because you know he can catch up on the run rate. So very comfortable with what he's doing, I'm sure.
Didn't play any kind of a shot to that, and it beats him outside the off stump, not too far away from the sticks. The end of McCarthy's 6th over, 24 runs conceded, 147 for 6 with 15 overs to go. It's the Lightning in charge. Welcome back to Ali McCalmont.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Temperatures dropped over the past 15-20 minutes. A little bit of cloud cover. A little bit chilly out there from early morning. And looks like the Lightning are bringing back Fionn Hand. He's going to have a change of ends. He's going to have a go from the Mason Road end. But yeah, a big, I kind of say it every time, but a big partnership for the Warriors here. 15 to go. And these two are going to have to, I would think, take it quite deep. And I've heard you just mentioning about they should be pushing on the run rate. And they've got a bit of a dilemma here, because if they do take risks, can't really afford to lose wickets.
Slightly off the inside edge to fine leg. Just a single.
And you mentioned about Ruben Wilson coming on at the far end again, and his second spell was excellent, but that he was a bowler that kind of makes things happen. This guy seems to be exactly the same. As soon as he comes on, the energy levels lift. Things happen when Fionn Hand gets the ball in his hand. Runs, wickets, chances.
Oh, great fielding by Gavin Hoey at backward point, throwing down the stumps of the bowler's end. Another example of the sharpness of this Lightning team today.
Yeah, they've been
won't
good.
entice the Warriors to take any quick singles.
No, that's again what we've been talking about throughout the IP50. It's not just the batting and the bowling. The fielding has to be of the highest level as well. You know, everybody's looking at the fielding as well, because it costs you runs, create chances. You want drop catches, so little things like that show the intensity in the field.
Shorter delivery, pulled away to backward square leg, where it beats young Jack Tector to the boundary. Good boundary that for McClintock, his 3rd of the innings.
Yeah, he took on Ruben Wilson, hit it for 6 earlier on, and banged in short, swivels on it. A little bit more in control that time, William McClintock. Although he's got 2 runs less, it's probably a better shot.
That one's off the outside edge, runs past backward point. McCarthy at 3rd man, just a single.
as we've been talking, and since he came in, William McClintock has had that taste of international cricket. Does look to play with his hands, from the crease. He's very adept on the pull shot, very strong. And if he can stay in there, plenty of balls to go here. Still 14.2 to go, and if he can hang her in for the next 10 overs, and then maybe sort of in that last 5 or 6 really show what he can do. That's exactly what skipper McBride and coach Boyd Rankin will be looking for the Warriors.
Well, McClintock will score quickly as long as he occupies the crease. Hume more circumspect so far. That was close. Hand almost throwing down the wickets. That was inches away from another run out.
That was a good night, Irene, as they say. No chance for Hume there if that had been hit. Tremendous piece of athleticism from the bowler. Hume called the run straight away because he thought that had beaten Fionn Hand comfortably. But he got there, and a direct hit, as I say, would have picked up another bonus wicket for the Lightning. And they've been good in the field, you have to say. They've been sharp, especially in that ring. I've seen the run out already, and Fionn Hand again showing that intensity that he brings to the game.
So now McCarthy with a chance to attack Graham Hume, who so far has scored just 7 singles. And that one trapped him on his crease. Really good delivery.
Yeah, good little crowd coming in here at Breedy, and the locals just coming in. If you know the ground at Breedy, just up to our right here where the clubhouse is, there's a little grass bank, and I've just spent, when I was off commentary there, I just spent a little bit of time up on the grass bank. Just lifts you up about 5-6 metres, lets you look across the ground. It's a beautiful place to watch cricket from up there. Every good cricket ground in the world needs a grass bank.
Another good delivery. That's lift and movement past the outside edge of Graham Hume's bat. Yes, I think every cricket ground in the world needs sunshine.
Every cricket ground does need sunshine. You're right there. And if you've got a grass bank, then
grass bank and sunshine.
A little picnic on the
now you're talking.
Couldn't beat it.
I was up in the clubhouse earlier. Wonderful vantage point there for the scorers. One of them, I don't know his name, but he was telling me a story about a ball that hit the window and shattered it. There's a bouncer. Out of the reach of Hume.
Yeah, I think that actually might have been Neil Rock last year, if I'm not mistaken. Up here I'm not sure it was a T20 or an IP50 game. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was a T20 game, because I was just looking at the Warriors last year. 3 home games they played last year, and they only played about 10 overs of cricket, really, because the rain totally curtailed their home IP50 season last year. So yeah, I think it was Neil Rock who pinned the window last year, and the old clubhouse is in a pretty precarious position there.
Played straight to mid-on. Chance here. O'Reilly going for his second run out of the innings. Hume scampers through for the single. Just one delivery to go in this 37th over. There's a few cars over there that are precariously placed, I'd have to say. Well within reach of these guys.
Definitely. But hardy bunch up here in the northwest. Cars are probably similar. The old windows have probably got double glazing on them.
Well, McCarthy coming to the end of his 7th over. He'd love to get a wicket. He is Lightning's main strike bowler. Yet to register today. Pitched up, played straight by William McClintock.
Yeah,
Not a man, he looks well, he looks good.
He does, as I say, he played not a great deal of feet movement with William. He's got good eye-hand coordination. And, as we talked about earlier, he likes to get on with the game. But You know, at this level, we've talked about scenarios quite a bit. He's got the bet in here and just get through a little period before he possibly earns the right in the last 7-8 overs to try and hit those bigger shots.
Second short ball of the over, but the umpire, Rolly Black, although he had given him the one for the over, didn't call that one a wide. And at the end of that over, 7th over for McCarthy, none for 25, 155 for 6 off 37. McClintock on a solid 23. Hume struggling to get some momentum on 8.
We talked a little bit yesterday about the Munster Reds opening bowlers, McCarthy and Granger. Really in your face, and like to see that from Barry McCarthy. Good quick ball. And then a little chat with William McClintock afterwards. Just maybe asking him to take it on and take a chance.
Hand with 2 for 28 off 6, starting his 7th over. 1, 2, 3, 4 boundary riders. 2 on the off, 2 on the leg. The Wasp figure is coming down. 219. Tricky moment in the cricketing life of Graham Hume. He's come to the wicket with 6 wickets down for 134, and he's really struggled so far today. Down the leg side.
Yeah, a bit of a giveaway from Fionn there, but yeah, Graham coming back in again from being in the subcontinent with Ireland, and obviously completely different conditions. He's coming in 9-10 for Ireland and playing test match cricket, completely different to where he's at now. So a little bit of different conditions, but can definitely bat. Could be out.
Was there a little nick there? The finger goes up and he's walking back to the pavilion. Graham Hume out for 8 of 25 deliveries. Fionn Han gets his 3rd wicket of the innings. Very impressive from him. And the Warriors slump to 156 for 7.
Yeah, nothing shot there from Graham Hume. Really no value in that shot. He's looking to run that possibly down the 3rd man. Gets a little bit tight on him. And he just feathers it through to Donegan. Walks off fairly disconsolate. Difficult innings from him. You give him his dues that he was trying to stick around with McClintock, because he knows, only 3 wickets if he gets out left in the innings, so they were possibly trying to hang around to the 42nd, 43rd, but he's only scored 8 off 25, and now that he's got out, the momentum's gone out of the Warriors innings, and we're sort of looking at a difficult period now for the home side. 156 for 7.
Great moment there too for Mark Donegan, his 3rd catch of the innings plus a stumping. Coming into the side today as wicketkeeper. He was in the field last week, and he's happier behind the stumps, that's for sure. And it's another opportunity for one of the younger players to maybe put themselves into the reckoning for bigger things in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. We always talk about sort of 2 phases of the game now. Gone are the days, we've seen it right across cricket now, that the wicketkeeper is a wicketkeeper, and Donegan obviously showed last week he can certainly bat with that 87 he got in the innings last week, and he's kept very tidily today. Some good catches behind the stumps.
In at number 9, Cian Robertson from Estonians, transferred yesterday, as you were telling us earlier, from the Northern Knights.
Yeah, Cian's come over to play for the Estonians club over the past few years. Settled into his club cricket, and obviously playing in the NCU. He was in the Knights set up for quite a while, but yeah, looking for a bit of interprovincial cricket, as we mentioned earlier. 2 left arm spinners, fairly set in the Knights lineup with Humphreys and now Van Verkrum in the Knights lineup. They've obviously looked at it in terms of his development, trying to get him a place in one of these interpro teams. So he's moved up here to the Warriors and picked today for his debut.
Well pitched up, missed in the covers though, and away past Reuben Wilson, who should just stop it from crossing the boundary, or has he? No, it's gone. 4 runs. Good shot by Robertson, his first runs for the Northwest Warriors, and that'll settle him down.
Yeah, decent shot from Kane. Might be again at his club side. This is probably where he bats for his club side, and Stonian's fairly strong this year in terms of their batting lineup. He's a good friend and a teammate of Kate Carmichael, who we saw yesterday. 2 of them play at the club side in Stonians. So yeah, same role possibly for Kane here now. Just maybe to bat around William McClintock, who's in. He's on 23, and again, reasonable strike rate for William. But they need to hold these wickets. They've still got 12 overs to bat.
Oh, McCarthy gets the edge. It's another wicket for the Leinster Lightning, and McCarthy gets his first of the day. 1 for 25 off 7.1, and away goes Willie McClintock, out for 23. And the Northwest Warriors are in big trouble now.
That is Barry McCarthy to a tee. He's been bowling that kind of ball all day with no success. But that's the Barry McCarthy we know and love, and what he can do. You can just see it on replay here. Pitching on the off stump, just leaving the batter, taking a healthy nick. And yet another catch behind the stumps for Mark Donegan.
Mark Donegan stumping and 4 catches today. That is quite a performance. And there's only 8 wickets gone.
And that kind of indicates how well the Lightning have bowled. If you're getting nicks behind, shows you're bowling good lines, lengths, and just using the facilities, moving the ball away, taking the nicks. Well, that to me was possibly the ball of the day from McCarthy. At late into the 39th over, tired ball, he's still able to get a good bit of purchase off the wicket and get that nick from McClintock. And now we were just talking about trying to see the innings home, and we're into 9-10 Jack for the Warriors.
Ryan Macbeth comes to the crease, wearing number 8 on his back, batting at number 10, and he has to face Ireland's McCarthy. He did well, pushed it into the mid-wicket area, gets off the mark with a single.
And I think the Lightning will be smelling blood here. 161 on the board. There's still 12 overs to go, and they'll be looking wrap this up in the next 20 runs. Only Craig Young, I think, to come. And I think it's fair to say Ryan wouldn't have the batting caliber of his brother Scott.
Robertson getting into line. Can't beat hand in the covers.
Add into that, I think we've got a bit of a fired up Barry McCarthy here. He's picked up that wicket. He bowled reasonably well early. And he's picked up his first wicket, which he's really deserved. And we've talked about it quite a lot in the last 10 overs, how it's been dropping. We look at that WASP figure down in the right hand corner of your screen, down below 200 now, 191. I think that's the score. Leighton will be delighted.
Fiery delivery. A lot of bounce out of the wicket there from McCarthy.
Loving it from McCarthy now. No prisoners for the 9, 10 and 11 here. No bowlers handshakes here. He's put it right up.
Roddy Black gave him the signal about 3 times there, just to make sure that he knew exactly what he meant.
I think Barry knew what he was doing there. Yeah, but good aggression. Good aggression. It's not, as we said last week, maybe he was bowling within himself.
This time it's more pitched up and blocked back to the bowler.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the body language of the Reds yesterday, Stephen, after the Knights got on top. And yeah, I suppose it's easier when you're going well and things are, but the Lightning for the past hour have had good energy, good chirp in the field. I've watched Tim Tector's captaincy has been really, really good. I just watched him walking into the wicket and looking at his angles. Really something that an experienced captain would do, not somebody on their first captaincy with the Lightning, just showing that little bit of extra percentage that just makes a difference.
For me, the run out was the turning point. It just energised everything, and it was a bonus wicket that you don't expect, and one that the Warriors were really sad to give up.
Yeah, I was on commentary at the time with Sean. I mentioned about a run out, an unexpected run out like that into the covers. You just listened to the energy coming from the Lightning. It was an unexpected bonus wicket. It is like hitting a 30-yarder into the top corner, hitting the bar and coming down. It just looks and gives you that extra little bit of. And definitely that was a turning point because it got rid of Shane Getgate as well. It wasn't just an ordinary wicket; it was a top wicket for the Warriors. So Fionn Hand will be looking to pick up another and maybe even get a fifer.
Slip is back in for Ryan Macbeth.
Yeah, it's always funny where we get into wickets 9 and 10. Funny how the bowler's always looking at their captain then. I'll take the ball. Looking for a couple of cheap ones maybe.
That's the signal. One for the over. Strong boy, Fionn Hand. He's done a lot of work over the winter, building up his upper body physique. Snicked away past Tector and to the boundary for 4. 4 very valuable runs for the Warriors. Everything counts for them now.
Yeah, streaky from Ryan Macbeth. They've got to slip in. Just an under edge there, going wide of Tim Tector. Down to the boundary for a bonus 4 for the Warriors.
That one has edged away too, but this time it will be cut off by McCarthy. Just a single. Score moves up to 167 for 8. Macbeth 166 for 8, my apologies. Macbeth on 6, Robertson on 4. And the same 3 balls in a row.
Yeah, we mentioned Tim Tector on his debut as captain, and he'll be absolutely delighted that his senior bowlers that he's got available today in McCarthy and Hand just stepped up to the mark and really helped him out. Obviously, with young Reuben Wilson, Harbin's coming in for his debut, and Gavin Hoey leg spin. The 2 senior bowlers have really, Fionn Hand broke the opening partnership. He's bowled aggressively, and McCarthy's been good, and even in this second spell he's picked up his wicket. That finishes the 40th over, 10 to go, 167 for 8.
And I'm going to hand over to Sean Hussey. Welcome back, Sean.
Thank you, Stephen. Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Ali.
Hi, Sean. Just been watching these last 5 overs beside us here. Obviously 8 down now for the Warriors, and 2 reasonably inexperienced and young cricketers there facing up to McCarthy and Hand. What are they looking at for the Warriors now?
I think they just got to play out Barry McCarthy's last couple of overs. He's come back and bowled with real aggression. There was a little bit of words between him and William McClintock. You don't mind to see it. It's elite level sport, but it was good from McCarthy. He's been in good mood really all day. You saw him, big celebration from Mikey O'Reilly, got that run out. Of course, the senior man at this side, Barry McCarthy, and it's good to see him back, because when he bowls at his best, he's one of Ireland's best.
How's that missed? Just over middle stump, and Mark Donegan taking it as it moved down the leg side. Yeah, I think watching him today, I mentioned a few times that he does look fit. I think he has been in a good mood, because I've watched him down on the boundary and he's doing a few moves as well. So he does look fairly chipper today, and his performance has backed that up.
I think sometimes that can energise a player when you've got a younger team, inexperienced team around, a young captain. Barry McCarthy, as I said, one of the experienced players for the Leinster Lightning, and I'm sure he'll want to pick up the last couple of wickets here.
Yeah, I mentioned that in the last over with Stephen, that an inexperienced captain and his two really experienced seam bowlers have stepped up to the mark here, and I make a really good point there in terms of sometimes when there's other experienced players around you, you just blend in. And these two guys today have said, I'll take the responsibility here, I'll show you, and they've really stood up here. Fee on hand early on, and now Barry into his second last over.
Yeah, and I think Tim Tector has had a good day. Made a couple of big changes. He took Gavin Hoey off a couple of overs ago and brought on McCarthy and Hand, and the two of them bowling in tandem, being useful. I thought Fionn Hand earlier after 10 overs. The Northwest Warriors were in a good position, wicketless, and then Fionn Hand came on and struck with 2 and 2, especially the big wicket of Andy McBride kept pushing the ball across him and eventually found the outside edge. And Sam Harbison picked up a couple of wickets in the middle. Gavin Hoey bowled beautifully, and now Barry McCarthy will be looking to finish it off.
Just as you go through that bowling attack, and we'll probably see it later on, it just highlights how well the Lightning have done here. You know, as you say, 50 with almost 49 put on for the opening wicket, and it was looking fairly comfortable between the two openers, but stuck at their lengths, and as we mentioned, Mark Donegan with catches behind the wicket, shows how well they've stuck to it.
I think the Stephen Doherty dismissal was a disappointing one for the Warriors and for himself. Looked in good touch there, probably the pick of the batter so far. Big appeal, and it's out. McCarthy gave it the Stuart Broad celeb appeal. He knew it was out, and it's the ninth wicket to fall. And Barry McCarthy gets Keane Robertson, and the Warriors, they just can't get anything going here, and the Lightning are all over them.
Yeah, I think Barry, as you rightly say, gave it to Stuart Broad straight down, didn't even look back at Rolly Black, and he just carried on down the track, and eventually, after about 3 or 4 steps, his teammates sort of told him it was out. Getting another look at it here, yeah, it looks pretty adjacent, straight, and yeah, towards the tail end, or a good ball from McCarthy, a little bit sharp for Robertson, just on him a little bit quicker, and McCarthy picks up his second.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't be burning a review on that one. Barry McCarthy gets his second, and it brings Irish international Craig Young to the middle. But as I said, Leinster Lightning have been very impressive. They'll be looking to finish this off. I don't think they'll want to be out there any longer than they have to be. As you see, Craig Young comes to the middle. But for a team, Ali, who haven't played a lot together, and I've seen a couple of the teams now, and I've seen all of the teams in the last week or so playing this IP50. We've seen them in the last couple of days, both teams. The Leinster Lightning today look probably the most cohesive, especially considering the amount of changes and the loss of key players like Harry Tector, Lorcan Tucker. I must say the Northern Knights, very impressive yesterday as well.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit of a feature of the first part of the season, and something we're going to have to obviously get used to in terms of our Ireland players. Just break off there. Just in terms of the Irish setup, I mean, I know, having sort of had a bit of a chat with Simon Johnson, the Knights coach, he was pre-season, he was very, very adamant in saying that the two guys would walk into the team, obviously Mark Adair and Paul Stirling, but he was very adamant in saying that this is his squad, and if the other two guys are available, obviously they'll play. But he was adamant in saying that this is his squad, and he was going with the team that he had available at all times. Leinster possibly last week. You're not gonna not pick Ireland's middle order for your team, but maybe a little bit of a mixed message in terms of these guys are in and out. But today, these younger players are showing they're up for playing for Lightning.
Yeah, Hand searching for his fourth. Nearly gets it outside edge of the bat from Macbeth. And I think you're right. I think it's a difficult position for Nigel Jones, of course. Leinster Lightning captain George Dockrell, one of those internationals who we mightn't see an awful lot this summer, but he'll be really pleased with what he's seen here. Newer faces, and I'm sure he thinks there'll be plenty more in the Leinster game. We see Adam Rosley here, 12th man. We've seen him already in this IP50. Nice shot from Craig Young. So I think in essence the Interpros could well be starting this week, if you like, in terms of for some of these teams. You know, the Leinster Lightning going forward now that this more than likely will be their team. As we mentioned, big summer for the Irish men's side. That's a fine shot from Craig Young. I think a few people might have been a little bit surprised to see him come in at number 11 and with shots like that.
Yeah, I was talking pre-season with Josh Little a little bit, and him and Youngie at the death of Ireland innings have been fairly prolific in getting the 11th wicket, and they do take a wee bit of banter with each other about not outs and things like that. So Youngie's hit a fair few good balls in recent games for Ireland.
Oh, good from Fionn Hand, really good, right up in the block hold, and an extra yard of pace. We talk about that a lot, the physique he's in. I think he's been very impressive. He's already got a taste of international action like so many players have. Again, goes full, right in the block hold. Really good from Hand.
Yeah, he's moved into sort of death bowling mode here. Fionn Hand, he's targeting the stumps with sort of those Yorkers, trying to get under Craig Young's bat and pick up this final wicket. And look, I always talk about it. I mean, the Lightning would not want to concede another 20-30 runs here and just let the Warriors get away.
Good end to the 42nd over by Fionn Hand. He's got 1 over left. Figures of 3 for 44, and the Northwest Warriors are 173 for 9. And here's the story of the card, Ali.
Yeah, there we can see it. You can see a few guys getting in, especially at the top. Stephen Doherty played well for his 46, but we talked about him going on then, and that's the difference in this scorecard. Nobody has really gone on, having looked good early. Scott Macbeth also looked quite sort of content and settled in his, but then a good ball from Harbison got him. McClintock had a few nice shots, but just regular wickets every couple of overs, breaking up the partnerships. You can see there nothing really of a severe note, you know, to really get the 250, 260 that really you need in interprovincial 50 over cricket.
Well, that opening stand worth 49 was as good as it's gotten for the Northwest Warriors. And McCarthy in his final over here.
As I say, they'll be looking to close it out now. You know, once you get 9 down, not a great deal more frustrating than numbers 10 and 11 just putting on those extra 20-30 runs that you have to chase down then. So the Lightning will be very keen to get in for an early lunch here.
Short ball from McCarthy, given a wide by umpire Black. I think it's been a feature of the last week or so, into the 5th game now of the IP50 competition, is the extra pace that bowlers are bowling with. Saw Lee McCarthy so effective, and it just changes the game. We've seen today the exploits of Gavin Hoey with leg spin. It's so talked about so often around the world about fast bowling and leg spinners, and we're seeing how important they are here in the Raro IP50 competition. Slower ball from McCarthy. Craig Young, one hand comes off the bat.
Yeah, and even though we're in May, early season here in the first 2 weeks of this Rally or IP50 tournament, and the wickets probably aren't as quick as we might expect later on in the summer. We get to the second part of this tournament in August and September. If we do get a good summer, here's hoping, touch wood, you'd be looking at these bowlers to knock up an extra couple of miles per hour on their speed gun, and pace and wrist spin, as you've just said, Sean, is vital in cricket these days.
They'll be looking to try and wrap this up as quickly as possible. It's good to see Barry McCarthy's going to get the full complement in. Still, imagine with an awful lot to offer Ireland going forward. Goes full. Well dug out by Ryan Macbeth.
Yeah, 2 balls left in his spell. And we mentioned it a few times today. He has gone through 10 overs now. He's going to bowl a full quota. And anybody watching in from the Ireland squad will be delighted with that, to get him 10 overs under his belt and looking more physically fit today, I think. Really moving into that extensive amount of fixtures that the senior side have. Good for him and his team.
Brilliant again. Just going through Ryan Macbeth. I think it's going to be an interesting game here on Thursday in the Northern Derby between the Warriors and the Knights. Knights looking for 3 in a row. Be interesting to see what team they have as well. And we've seen Leinster without their Irish internationals. The Northwest, which is the surprise, with their international stars like Graham Hume, Craig Young, and of course the skipper Andy McBride, Stephen Doheney in there. So strong Warrior side. They'll be disappointed with this, with a big game coming on Thursday as well. And they're still very much in the game as the 43rd over comes to a close, and Barry McCarthy's 10 overs are done with figures of 2 for 30, and the Warriors are 176 for 9.
Yeah, Sean, it's quite an interesting point in these first 4 or 5 games in the Rario IP50 tournament, in that if we looked at the game last week when the Lightning played the Knights, you had that middle order. We've talked about Tucker, Dockrell, Tector, and anybody looking on that on paper. On a team sheet, you'd have said, oh, hang on, no Irish internationals for the Lightning, or sorry, for the Knights. Lightning got to be favourites. Knights turn out on top. And a very similar sort of feel today. When we looked at the 2 team sheets, we weren't expecting it. The Warriors got all their Irish internationals pretty much available. Lightning not so. And yet, the Lightning have performed today really well.
Hand into his final over, so if Macbeth and Young can survive it, it'll be change of bowling from either ends. So not something maybe to think about for Tector. Few on hand, he's bowled a couple of them right in the block hold, searching to hit the stumps and get the final wicket. There was an audible yell there. He's bowled really impressively, hand. I think the Leinster Lightning, I just want to get this all done.
Yeah, he's been good value, Fionn, not just for his skipper but for us in the com box here.
Good running from Ryan Macbeth. Yeah, it's an interesting point, and I think particularly when we move into the IP20, it's what team can adapt and what team can gel to get a T20 cricket. It's so focused on about individual roles and understanding each other's games. As Craig Young plays that into the offside, so when the IP50 does come around in a couple of weeks' time after the Lord's Test match, it'll be interesting to see who gets off the blocks, out of the blocks fast, because one good festival or one bad festival could have a huge say on who gets their hands on silverware. What a shot that is from Craig Young.
Fionn Hand searching for that Yorker. Just missed his length a little bit there, and Craig Young again shows he's capable enough and lifts it over cover, and he's got a boundary again, and just ticking the Warriors towards that 200 mark.
Yeah, and Tim Tector now has to consider who's going to replace Barry McCarthy, and Hand can't get a wicket, and he goes for the full toss and searching for that Yorker, that magic delivery, but he's bowled well. That's the end of his 10 overs. Figures are 3 for 51 and 6 overs to go. The Warriors are 183 for 9, and we're going to see Gavin Hoey return from the clubhouse end, bowled beautifully earlier, so it may be a chance for the Warriors to get a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, 2 good sets there from Fionn Hand and Barry McCarthy, both bowling out for their 10 overs. And as you say, Sean, they're going to bring on Gavin Hoey here, and there's the 10. And Barry McCarthy finishing with 2 for 30, and Fionn Hand 3 for 51. Fionn Hand, though, was the man that broke the early resistance from the Warriors, and he's been at it all day. But Barry McCarthy's second spell, I think, there was his better spell, and he picked up his 2 wickets. And Gavin Hoey returning here, he's bowled 7. Bowled really, really well earlier on, and a little bit of cat and mouse here now. Are you going to give a little bit of chance to the Warriors to take him on? Will that buy the wicket?
Yeah, long on and long off are back. I think the wicket Hoey got of Melly was brilliant. Brought mid on and mid off into the circle and said to the camera, Melly, well, come try and play me down the ground. Melly missed, and then the stumping came. Hoey with a big appeal, not giving out by Rowley Black, who's been busy.
Been very busy at this end. Fionn Hand in this early spell gave him a few considerations. We'll take a look at this one first up. The first impression was it was maybe pitching outside leg. I'll have a look now. Yeah, just possibly sliding down. A long handle from Craig Young, and this is what we talked about. I think Craig's going to try and target here and try and pick up a few boundaries for the Warriors.
I think it's the way the Warriors should go, because I think if they're thinking they get 2 or 3 boundaries, bring them up to 200, rather than just be sitting ducks, and try and put the pressure onto the leg spin of Hoey. Oh, big appeal. Oh, it was pad first, I reckon. And again, Rowley Black is in the action.
Definitely, I think pad first there, but not such a confident appeal that time. Sort of half-hearted between bowler and keeper, and slip.
Well, there it is, and that's the end of the Warriors' innings. And Gavin Hoey with a beautiful leg spinning delivery. He's been so impressive. And that's the end of the Warriors. They're all out for 183. And in the 45th over, Craig Young, who did hit a couple of boundaries, is the final wicket to fall. And the Leinster Lightning, well, they'll be delighted with their morning's work, having won the toss. This is a beaut from Gavin Hoey.
Yeah, too good for Craig Young, I'm afraid. A beautiful ball from Gavin Hoey. He's bowled really well in his 7.5 overs, and a good take again from Donegan. There's a good healthy nick on that, and he's been impressive behind the sticks as well, Mark Donegan. And a good performance from the Lightning there.
Well, we're led today by Tim Tector in his first game as Leinster Lightning captain. We'd see a lot more of that over the course of the summer, with George Dockrell will be away on international duty. Here's the scorecard for the Northwest Warriors. Stephen Doherty was impressive at the start. Kind of threw his wicket away from the bowling of Sam Harbison. He was part of that opening partnership, worked 49 with Annie Shaw. Andy McBrien was dismissed by Fionn Hand, and in the middle there, Shane Getgate run out by the brilliance of Mikey O'Reilly. There were starts for Scott Macbeth, who looked promising, and for William McClintock. But in the end, it's a disappointing batting card for the Northwest Warriors. That partnership, the highest, the opening partnership, worked 49. Doherty and Macbeth looked good in the middle before Macbeth perished. And then it was all about the Leinster Lightning from that point in.
You bring up the bowling figures for the Lightning. McCarthy and Hand, the senior pros in the team there, bowling out 10 overs, 2 for 30 for McCarthy, 3 for 51 for Fionn Hand. But good bowling changes from Tim Tector. Brought on Harbinson in the middle overs. He picked up 2 for 25. Gavin Hoey bowled beautifully, his leg spin, 2 for 20. And even Ruben Wilson and Mike O'Reilly did their part there for the Lightning. A good bowling and partnerships there for the Lightning, and they've gone through the card. They're 183 for the Warriors. And there's your match summary. The Northwest Warriors bowled out in 44.4 overs. Nobody really getting going for the home side. No partnerships of note. And a good performance from the Leinster Lightning.
Well, we're going to have the innings break here in Brady and have lunch, and we'll be back very shortly in about 35-40 minutes time for the second innings, where the Leinster Lightning need 184 for victory.
Welcome back for the afternoon's play in this Rario Interprovincial Cup Series between the Northwest Warriors in green, fielding in this second inning, and the Leinster Lightning in blue. And what a performance by the Lightning this morning. 183 all out, the Warriors. Made a good start and then kind of lost their way. But some really good bowling performances by Leinster Lightning, especially by Hoey, Harbinson and McCarthy, and of course Fionn Hand. And a brilliant wicket-keeping performance as well by Mark Donegan, who equalled the record, which Sean Hussey is going to tell us all about.
Yeah, Ger Siggins was on. Great Irish cricket statistician. 6 dismissals for Mark Donegan equals the IP50 record with Chris Darty and also Paul Jackson back in 1990. It's going to be the Tector brothers to open up, and Irish international Graham Hume is bowling from the clubhouse end.
Jack Tector on strike, number 24 on his back. Tim Tector, the captain, number 4. He is batting number 2. And opening the bowling is Graham Hume. Well, you can see a very attacking field from the Warriors. They have no choice, really. It's wickets or bust for them, defending such a small total. The average on this ground is around 260, 265. 183 will be difficult to defend. 2 slips in a gully for Hume at the start today.
Yeah, no real scoreboard pressure for these two. So a good opportunity for them to try and get some runs.
Time to play themselves in, time to get to know each other as if they didn't. They've probably played in the back garden since they were toddlers. If any 2 batsmen know each other and should be able to run between the wickets really well, these 2 are that. No Harry Tector, of course, today. No Simi Singh, Lorcan Tucker. Andrew Balbirnie all away on Ireland duty. And that's nicely pushed into the offside. Couple of runs to get Jack Tector off the mark. Thought this was a really strong Northwest Warriors team. The Ireland players coming back in against a Leinster team shorn of all of their internationals, but it hasn't worked out that way, or at least not so far. Single down to third for Jack Tector. Score moves along to 3. So Tim Tector gets to take guard for the first time. Captain of the Lightning today. Did a really good job as skipper. Handled his bowlers well. Put the pressure on in the field when he needed to. Got right behind that excellent delivery from Hume. The end of the first over. It's 3 for no wicket.
I think the Northwest Warriors are going to need wickets in the opening power play and try and put the Leinster Lightning under pressure. And it was the opposite earlier. The Northwest Warriors got off to a good start, 49 without loss in the 11th over, when Fionn Hand struck with 2 wickets in 2 overs. It really changed the game. And Sam Harbison came on with the wickets of Stephen Doheney, which was a disappointing shot from Stephen Doheney. And then a brilliant run out of Shane Getgate by Mikey O'Reilly. But I think the Northwest Warriors are going to need a couple of early wickets if they're going to defend. Pretty modest 183.
So it's Jack Tector facing Ryan Macbeth. First over from the Mason Road end of this Breedy Cricket Club ground in Mahra Mason, headquarters of these Northwest Warriors. Win for them today and they could move joint top of the Interprovincial League table. Lightning have started their campaign with 2 defeats, so win for them absolutely vital if they want to get back into it. And that's a wonderful delivery. Pace, movement. Excellent from Macbeth.
Right on the money. And the Warriors are going to need him to do so. It was a pretty uneventful opening over. Straight away, Ryan Macbeth has forced a change in the field. Andy McBride brings Cameron Melly into a gully position, so 2 slips in a gully, and he'll be hoping that Macbeth can produce another fine delivery.
Leg side line that time, comfortably played into mid wicket by Jack Tector. The Ireland players being away gives the likes of Jack Tector opportunities to play, and there's a lot of hunger in this Lightning team. Very good bowling by Macbeth, right on the money.
Well, Macbeth will be looking to try and find the outside edge with the catchers in position and try and get Jack Tector to come forward. Can't afford to go straight to Tector with just 2 on the leg side. That's the kind of shot I think Ryan Macbeth wants Jack Tector to play. So an interesting battle and a good start from Ryan Macbeth.
But you were saying no score pressure, and of course that's a key factor. These batters can spend as much time as they like at the crease, really.
I think that's where the Warriors will be slightly frustrated, because if the Leinster Lightning are chasing 220, well, there's something extra to think about. 184 is just so manageable for the Leinster Lightning if they can keep wickets in hand and just get a couple of partnerships. It should be enough to get them over the line. They will be looking for early wickets, Macbeth has looked threatening.
A bit more width there. Good fielding though. Chore getting down well on the covers to save the run, and at the end of 2, still 3 for no wicket. Very good maiden over that. It's all about building pressure, forcing the mistakes. It's been very disappointing from Leinster Lightning so far in this year's campaign. They've got something to prove today. They want to keep in this competition. They know a win today will keep them in it. Well wide. Could have been called a wide almost, that one.
Yeah, a bit of movement though for Graham Hume, and if he can get this right, we'll be able to cause Tim Tector a few problems. Again, 2 slips in a gully for Graham Hume. So I think Andy McBride recognising that there's a bit of lateral movement there for the seam bowlers, for the fast bowlers, and Graham Hume, and find the right line. He might well find the edge of Tim Tector.
Certainly enthusiasm not in shortage on the Warriors team. It's a lot cooler at the moment than it was when we started at 10:45. Wind has turned around to the northwest a little, and it's quite a chilly afternoon. Pushed into the space at vacant mid-wicket position, and a couple of runs there for Captain Tim to get off the mark. Captain for the first time for Leinster, big honour for him, as it was earlier today when Sam Harbinson got his cap for his first appearance for the Lightning and produced an excellent bowling spell. Got a couple of wickets, really contributed to their attack.
Cian Robertson for the Northwest also making his debut, having just made the switch in the last couple of days from the Northern Knights. Plays his club cricket with Estonians. This is good from Graham Hume. Just got to try and get Tim Tector coming forward, trying to find some late movement and try and bring those two slips in the gully into play.
He has got a third man and a long leg, the two players out of the circle in the opening 10. And Tim Tector just coming down the wicket off his thigh pad for a leg bye to long leg. Every run counts.
Yeah, and I think that maybe is a little indication, Tim Tector, that maybe the ball is moving. Sometimes you see batters come down the crease and try and put the bowlers off their line and length, and also to try and stop any late swing. Oh, an interesting option for Tector, for Tim. Jack on strike.
Solidly pushed back to mid-on. The end of the third over. 2 overs for 6 from Hume. 7 for no wicket, the score. A solid start from the Lightning, and no breakthrough yet for the Northwest Warriors.
Well, this is where no scoreboard pressure comes in. They can just take their time. These two, particularly Jack, not played an awful lot of interprovincial cricket in the last while. In today with some injury to Simi Singh, who fractured his thumb last week, and the absence of some of the Irish internationals like George Dockrell, Harry Tector and Lorcan Tucker. So certainly an opportunity for Jack Tector. You'd imagine Tim will be the mainstay of this Leinster side over the course of the summer, having captained the team today for the first time.
So Tim Tector to face Ryan Macbeth. And he's out. Came down the wicket. Movement away, finding the outside edge. And the skipper has to go. Jack Tector, rather. Have I got that one wrong?
No, it is Tim.
It is Tim.
Good piece of bowling from Ryan Macbeth. And again, Tim Tector coming down the wicket. So showing it that there is movement. And Ryan Macbeth gets the big wicket. You can see here Tim Tector comes outside off stump. So a little bit uncomfortable there. A long way outside the off stump. Brilliant piece of bowling from Ryan Macbeth. And a big celebration. And the Warriors need early wickets. And they've managed to get a big one here. The Leinster Lightning captain has to go.
The early breakthrough that they so much needed. Cormac McLaughlin Gavin coming in to bat at number 3, joining Jack Tector. Oh, Macbeth. I was watching him in the warm-up before the innings and he was really fired up. And he certainly got the breakthrough here that will keep the Warriors in the game. It's a chilly afternoon. It's cloudy. There's a little bit of movement in the pitch, and there's something there for the Warriors if they can keep the pressure up. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide and an extra run on the total.
difficult for McLaughlin Gavin, similar to Jack Tector coming into the team. Very fine player for the Hills for many years and featured an awful lot for the Leinster Lightning, but difficult facing up to Ryan Macbeth.
Solid shot, but well stopped by Chore, cutting off that boundary.
Yeah, it's a couple of times, and Chore's done good work. Just keeps the pressure on McLaughlin Gavin and Tector.
Saw him shaking his hand there. It's a chilly day, you know. You have to keep warmed up. That ball comes to you at lightning speed. Well left by McLaughlin Gavin. And one thing the Lightning can't do is get bogged down. They've got to keep the scoreboard ticking, even if they have got a small total to chase.
Yeah, I think this is where running between the wickets becomes so important. There's a couple of gaps on the offside and the leg side for singles, if they are there.
And especially, of course, when there's so many fielders that slip and gully. That one just glanced down to third man. Score moves to 9. McLaughlin Gavin off the mark. 11 wickets in this match so far, and 7 of them have been the responsibility of the wicketkeeper. 6 for Mark Donegan, 1 now for Doheny. Obviously a lot of sideways movement in this wicket. It's not a fast track. Difficult wicket to score runs quickly on. Uppishly, but away past backward point for 4. First boundary of the Lightning innings. Jack Tector moves to 8.
Yeah, really good shot to end the over, and what had been a good over by Ryan Macbeth, but it's good from Jack Tector because it was there to hit and he's not bogged down. So when it's there, you still have to look to score, and he did, Jack Tector. And I'll be really happy with that. So plenty of batting still to come for the Leinster Lightning. Mark Donegan was so impressive last week for his 87. Greg Ford and Sam Harbertson well able to bat. And we saw last week the power of Barry McCarthy, Fionn Hand and Gavin Howie.
Four overs, 13 for 1. The target just 184. Lightning still big favourites to get the victory here, but there's a long way to go. Glanced between second slip and gully down to third man for a single. Second run to McLaughlin Gavin.
Well, the Warriors need to be thinking wickets, because the earlier you can get the likes of McCarthy and Howie and Hand in, the better. And it's relatively inexperienced middle order. Donegan played well last week, still new to interprovincial cricket, and Sam Harbertson on debut. So the Warriors, if they could pick up another couple, I feel like they're in the game.
Turned into the vacant mid-wicket region by Jack Tector.
Yeah, that's really good from Tector. That's what you have to do, is find a way of getting off strike, rotating it around and picking up a couple of runs. So good from Jack Tector. Just means Hume can't get settled to a bowler, and he hasn't been as impressive as Ryan Macbeth has, Graham Hume, so he'll be looking to change that.
McLaughlin Gavin solidly behind that defensively. Patience and knowing the bad ball to hit, that's the key for the Lightning. They will get enough deliveries to hit, They've just got to choose the right one. Sounds easy, doesn't it?
It certainly does from here, but it's difficult conditions now for batting. It does feel like it's going to be one of the hardest parts of the game. But that's a good, firm defensive shot. And these two, well, they won't be afraid to soak up a few dot balls. Very experienced, particularly in the Leinster club game. These two at the top of the order. Cormac McLaughlin, Gavin often operates as an opener, so he won't be too phased about coming in early here.
Plays his club cricket with the Hills. Just straying down the leg side. McLaughlin Gavin unable to beat. Rather straight mid on. There was a big gap there. Touch shorter. McLaughlin Gavin squirts it to point. The end of Hume's over. Solid without finding a breakthrough. Ryan Macbeth looking to be the one who's got that little bit more penetration.
That's the end of the 5th over. It's 14 for 1.
Well, rejoining me is Ali McCalmont, and I'm sure you're a happy man that a breakthrough has been made by the Northwest Warriors, though of course I know you're not being biased in any way.
Completely unbiased, Stephen. Just looking for a good game of cricket, really, and chasing 180. You know, we're looking for wickets early in terms of the Northwest Warriors to give us that contest. And certainly they've hit their straps early. Macbeth doing what he does. He's giving it a chance to swing. He's definitely, you know, pitching the ball up. The person that has been most active in the Warriors outfield has been Annie Choury. He's not with the gloves today. He's out at cover. Macbeth pitching it up, allowing it to swing. He's obviously got the wicket already of Tim Tector. And he's looking to bring those slips and gully into play.
And of course that means there will be gaps for the Lightning batters. But Jack Tector unable to beat them so far.
Well, yeah, gaps in the field obviously early on, but I think the Warriors are basically in a situation where they've no choice really but to go for wickets. You know, runs aren't. They don't take 10 wickets, then they really haven't got much of a chance of winning the game. Run rate's not going to be an issue, so got to be on the front foot from ball one.
Good delivery, movement away, finding the outside edge, thick edge down to third man. Another run for Jack Tector. Moves him along to 9. 15 for 1.
Good from Macbeth. Again, probing outside the off stump. Probably we look back to the Lightning innings. McCarthy and O'Reilly at the start. Just a few 4 balls. Got the Warriors off and running. Obviously they came back later, but this has been tight stuff from the Warriors early, and they do look like taking wickets.
Just straying a little, and McLaughlin Gavin with some very quick running, turning 1 into 2 as the long leg had to come around.
Yeah, spoke too soon. That's the first ball he hasn't got into that channel outside off and been threatening. Easy 2 runs there for McLaughlin Gavin, opener by trade obviously, so he'll not be fazed by this. He's used to coming in to face the opening bowlers.
Oh, that's well wide. Easy decision for umpire Jareth McCready.
Yeah, just lost a wee bit of his shape there. Ryan Macbeth lost a wee bit of run up and just pulled that one well wide. The off stumping, as you say, Stephen, a really easy decision.
Annie Chori going out to the cover boundary, and coming across from long leg is Cian Robertson to fill in his space in the covers. So a third man and a cover, nobody on the leg side. And that's uppish, but it's a bump ball. Straight to point. Well played by McLaughlin Gavin, played it into the ground. And the Lightning 18 for 1 off 6. Solid start, but a long way to go.
Yeah, possibly a few people maybe have been looking early on for the return of Craig Young to open the bowling possibly for the Warriors, but Graham Hume's been bowling well for his national side Ireland in the subcontinent. I think Craig Young likes this end. He obviously from the northwest originally. He's now playing down in North Down, and he likes bowling from this clubhouse end. So possibly they've looked at giving Graham Hume a few up top, and then obviously Ryan Macbeth with his swing at the other end, and then looking to bring Craig Young in as possibly first change at this end.
So the wicket to fall, Tim Tector, caught by Doheny behind the stumps, off the bowling of Macbeth for 2. And Jack Tector taking defensive action there, just keeping a very watchful eye on Graham Hume. Stocky bowler.
Yeah, Graham Hume
bowls very flat, doesn't he?
Been good here. Does look a little bit awkward as he comes and bowls slightly off the wrong foot, but he very barrel chested and upper body strength gives him that whippy action, and again probably bowls a little bit quicker than maybe expected. He can get the ball through.
Tector right behind it, plays it back to the bowler.
There you can see quite barrel chested, a heavy upper body, strong. He's carried a lot of workload for Ireland in the subcontinent, spin friendly conditions obviously, and he had to do a lot of work throughout that series. Tough conditions out there in the subcontinent, heat. Not so warm here now, unfortunately.
Well wide of the off stump, and Tector shoulders arms. Just a light roller used by the Lightning during the break. There's a lot of moisture probably under this pitch.
Yeah, probably don't want to break it up too much for the smallish total. Just worried about creating cracks or that in the pitch. Just let a light roller run over the top, give it a quick brush, basically bat on it again. It was only 40 overs in that first innings.
Still the 2 slips and a gully for Hume. Solid defensive stroke from Tector. It's good over so far from Graham Hume. Just 7 runs, 3.4 overs. But it's wickets that the Warriors need.
A little bit of both though, Stephen. They'll be looking to obviously take wickets with every ball, but if they can build the pressure, that may create a little bit of a mistake with the sort of slightly inexperienced Lightning lineup.
Play and a miss from
There we have
Tector.
it. It's just
Got a
that,
bit of lateral movement there.
just that mistake, as I say, no runs coming from the over. Pitched a little bit fuller, drew Tector into the shot. Could quite easily have nicked that behind when there are quite a few catchers waiting.
Big match this for Jack Tector. Doesn't get that many opportunities to play for Leinster Lightning. And with his brother already in the pavilion, he'll be feeling like the family name, the honour of the family name, is at stake here. Straight to the cover. And it's a very good over from Hume.
Yeah, another good over from Hume there. Just coming from his first 3. He's done his job for his captain, okay. Hasn't picked up the wickets, but he hasn't gone for any runs. He's really kept the pressure on. Nothing free for the Lightning batters to hit to the boundary. He's kept the pressure on from this end, and as I say, with Craig Young in the background, Lightning will know that. It's going to be Ryan Macbeth. He's going to continue from the Mason Road end.
And again, just one fielder on the leg side for Macbeth. Flashing shot from McLaughlin Gavin, but he didn't get anywhere near that one.
Yeah, just looking out across the ground here, really interesting field that Andy McBride has set here. Always innovative as a captain. He's got one man on the leg side at mid-wicket. The other 8 fielders all around the offside.
Plus the wicket keeper. It's a 9-1 field, you could say. Very unusual. That one lifted a little. McLaughlin Gavin just couldn't quite get into line, but he's managed to keep it out.
That field, though, kind of just shows the confidence that McBride has in his bowler. You know, he's not going to... could be giving him a kiss like he did in the last over, but he's got the confidence that he's going to bowl in that channel, outside off stump, bring those slips gully into play with the protection now on the boundary of Chore out on the cover boundary.
And Hume is there at third man. He's the other one out on the boundary as the little nick from McLaughlin Gavin.
Squared up again there. Definite movement. You can possibly see McLaughlin Gavin indicating a little bit of bounce on that one. But he managed to keep it down, and a little bit of a misfield. By counter Millie there at Gully, I think. Just ran down to third man, which brings Jack Tector back on strike.
And this time he does stray down the leg side, and there's nobody there. So it's a boundary for Tector.
Yeah, good
That's
batting.
the problem. One
Good
bad
batting.
ball and it gets punished.
Good batting from Tector there. We'll possibly see him again here, just moving slightly towards the offside to create that angle to get it across on the leg side.
You don't have to hit it too hard when there's only one fielder out there. Tector on 13, McLaughlin Gavin on 5, 23 for 1. Oh, what a ball. Lift. Really good delivery.
That's terrific from Macbeth. We'll see a replay of that one, and you can just see it's a perfect length. Very similar to a ball McCarthy got a wicket for. Oh, that's an absolute Jaffa. And you can see Jack Tector looking behind him sort of sheepishly, and he's done well to miss that. Really good length, lift coming away from the right-hander.
Still just the one fielder on the leg side, and he's going to be a busy man. 2 for Jack Tector. Thought about the third, but decided against it. Craig Young, the fielder.
Yeah, I was just going to say, poor old Craig Young out there, and one man on that leg side. He's got a good bit of running to do. And obviously, he's going to have to do a bit of bowling today. You would like to think so. He might have a word with his captain and try and find himself a spot in that offside to save himself a lot of runs there.
Well, that was an expensive over in the context of the match. 7 off it. The 1 down to third man, followed by a 4 and a 2 for Tector. So can't afford maybe to keep just one fielder on the leg side for very long.
Yeah, possibly he might look at that in the next over. I would add in that there was one ball in that was an absolute peach of a delivery. A peach of a delivery, and could have got the wicket. So if it went for 1 for 7, they'd have taken that. He has bowled some really good deliveries, Macbeth. It's going to be Hume to continue, though.
Straight to Gully. Not only do the Warriors need to take wickets, but they also need the ground fielding to be of the highest quality.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's got to go their way with just 180 on the board, 183 on the board. Everything has to go their way. They've got to take every chance that comes. We pick up that bonus wicket that the Lightning did with a run out. Things like that have really got to go their way.
Lachlan Gavin this time straight to point. No run.
Good length from Hume. Just hitting the splice of the bat there. Hitting it hard. He's into his 5th over, but he's still running in just as quickly as he did in his first and hitting the bat hard. Getting McLaughlin Gavin onto the back foot there.
Just 7 runs off 26 deliveries so far. That is excellent one-day bowling.
Same again, just probing away at that off stump, just back of a length. Nothing easy for the batters to get away. Just keeping the pressure on.
McLaughlin Gavin looking very solid defensively. He's got good technique. He's patient. Oh, that one's sliced away into the gully, and it's a second wicket. McLaughlin Gavin is out. Hume gets the breakthrough. 25 for 2. McLaughlin Gavin out for 5. And Hume's diligence and his accuracy and his nagging line and length have yielded a dividend. McLaughlin caught in the gully, bowled Graham Hume for 5.
Exactly what we were talking about, that nagging length. And McLaughlin Gavin tries to do something different. He actually lost his patience and he comes down the wicket, tries to whip that away into the leg side, closes his face and straight to gully, and Cameron Milley does the rest. 2 wickets down for the Lightning. Probably a deserved wicket for Graham Hume there, given his first 4.5 overs that he's produced so far. He's been on the money.
So Greg Ford comes to the crease, batting at number 4. Another of the less used Leinster Lightning players. Northwest Warriors really building the pressure here. Could be this is a much more difficult wicket than we thought. Maybe their 183 was actually a good total. It didn't seem like it at the time, but they're making a good fight of it here.
Yeah, I think we always have that adage that you never know what a good score is until both teams have batted. But I think I'm not really sure it's too much wrong with the wicket here. I think it's just been excellent bowling from the Warriors, really, in terms of the 4. Yes, possibly Ryan Macbeth given a few boundary balls, but he's been threatening, swinging the ball away from the right-hander. At this end, Graham Hume's been tight on the stumps, not giving any 4 balls to let the Lightning get a run away. And, coming up towards the end of the power play, they're only on 25.
That's nicely glanced just behind square. Just a single there for the new batter, Greg Ford. And a run off the last ball of a wonderful Hume over. 1 for 8 off 4 overs. That's great bowling. 5 overs, rather. 1 for 8 off 5.
Yeah, excellent from Graham Hume. I'm sure in the changing rooms just before the Warriors come out, Coach Boyd Rankin, of course, fast bowler, would have been having a word with him and saying, we really need you to stand up here today. And his premier bowler has done just that, coming back into the side today, of course, from last week. And Hume has stuck his hand up here early and delivered for his captain, as has Ryan Macbeth, to be fair.
Yeah, they've both got the wicket. And here comes Macbeth again for his 5th over. Smashed over mid-off. A signal of intent from Greg Ford. First boundary for a while for the Lightning, and that'll settle him down.
Well, I'll say a gutsy shot from Ford there. You know, it was pitched up, but I mean, probably Ram Macbeth thought I'll get a free shot at this because he's not going to take me downtown early. No sir, said Greg Ford. Just let the hands go through the ball, hit it clean over mid on for a boundary.
Final over of the power play. Just 2 fielders in the deep at this stage, and still only 1 on the leg side. The real question is, what's Andy McBride going to do with his bowlers? He can't keep these 2 going for long. He'll probably have to bring in his 3rd and 4th string, but he'd love to keep the pressure up and get more wickets. That one's sliced away. It won't reach Chore in the deep, so a single for Ford. Not a great shot, but he got away with it.
Well, this is really interesting here. Greg Ford has come out facing Ram Macbeth, who's still moving the ball away towards those slips. He's decided to take the aggressive route. Hit 1 for 4 over mid-off, and that one was upish, and Chore at the deep cover boundary thought he was in business.
Hector on strike now, and just letting that one go through to wicketkeeper Doheny.
Yeah, looking at the changes, we've sort of discussed it earlier. I think probably Graham Hume will maybe come on, maybe have one more, or possibly come off. Craig Young's likely to be coming on. He likes this clubhouse end, and then you're looking at, certainly Andy McBride's going to take a big role in this game with his spin.
Sliced over the gully and away for 4 between the fielders in the deep. More good fortune for the Lightning, but fortune favours the brave, and Tector gets a boundary.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened here. After 8 overs, it was fairly sedate, and just knocking it around for singles, but possibly Jack Tector's watching Greg Ford going right at the bowling, and he's decided to do something similar. And as you say, Stephen, he's got away with that. Could have been caught in the gully, but 2 boundaries in the over.
And probably wisely just letting that one go on a length.
Yeah, a little bit more circumspect, and we reach the end of that power play, and the Lightning moved on to 35 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Tector on 19, Ford on 6. Very interesting game at the moment. Sean Hussey going to rejoin Ali in the commentary box.
We were just discussing whether there would be a change at this clubhouse end, but he's been bowling well. He's in a good rhythm here, so skipper McBride has decided to give Graham Hume a 6th out of the power play, and he's going to bowl to Greg Ford. Yeah, Sean, you've just joined me again, and I'm not sure what happened from the 9th over there. Greg Ford came in, but the Lightning have just decided to throw all hell for leather here.
Yeah, afternoon, Ali. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, well, I wasn't surprised when I saw Greg Ford come to the crease. I thought it was a deliberate ploy. I wasn't expecting him to come in at 4 with this Lightning batting order. So I think it's a message that try and take the game on, because there was very difficult scoring conditions. Cormac McLaughlin, Gavin and Jack Tector got a little bit bogged down earlier. Tector's still there, but McGavin perished. So I think Greg Ford is going to take the attack on, and that's a glorious shot. And it's a couple of times he's done that now, and I think it's the way to go. Put the Northwest Warriors back on the back foot, because they had it all their own way and it was difficult scoring conditions. And Greg Ford's just saying, well, if I'm going to get out, I'm going to get out one. I'm going to die wondering. This is a fine shot.
Yeah, it's a real interesting ploy here from the Lightning. As you said, it looks to be a designated sort of way of going here. They've sent him out there, and he's taking it on. He's coming down the track there, trying to put Graham Hume off his length. He's been bowling that length for the past 6 overs. Greg Ford's hit that as clean as a whistle.
The deep square has gone to the boundary, so we might see a short ball. I don't think Graham Hume's too happy with what Greg Ford's doing. But I think the thinking here is if Greg Ford, as we see a stare from Graham Hume, if Greg Ford can get a quick 30, maybe 40, it's a huge dent on the runs required. So it's an interesting move, but I kind of anticipated it when I saw Greg Ford in. He normally is known for being hard hitting. It's a clean ball.
Yeah, just something out of the box, a little bit different. I'm just expecting the first 15-20 overs, knocking it around and hit the bad ball just, but he's been hitting good balls for 4 here. Hume will look to strike back.
And that's good from Ford as well. He doesn't have to go every ball, but if it's in a slot, I think he should go. And I think there's a little bit of conversations. I think it's a bit of competitiveness between these two, but earlier on as well. The Northwest Warriors are up for the challenge here.
Yeah, goodbye play there from these two. No bowler likes to see any batsmen coming hard at them.
That's a glorious shot. It's really good from Greg Ford, and I think it's an interesting move this by the Leinster Lightning. It's a glorious on drive, but he's been given the licence here to get bat on ball. And you can see in the corner of your screen there a second ago, Andy McBride, Stephen Donnelly and Shane Getgate are discussing what to do, and Greg Ford is making them think.
And that's a big thing here, making them think. It wasn't just run up, bowl, dot ball, single. He's now making them think, and we usually say between 10 and 20 is a bit of a quiet passage, but I don't think you should be taking your eyes off this for too long. Greg Ford on a charge here.
And again, clever. Now, the 2 times in that over, he really tried to get the boundary. He found them, and then the rest of the delivery is very happy to just fend off Hume. So that's the end of Hume's 6th over, and after 11, Leinster Lightning at 43 for 2. And Craig Young just marking his run up from the clubhouse end. So I think we might see a change of bowling shortly. So Jack Tector now, I think he's just has maybe been tasked with the role of trying to bat as long as possible, try and just, as you see, no real scoreboard pressure, and that's what Greg Ford was sent in to do. So I think quick thinking on their feet by the Leinster Lightning. Be interesting to hear what their take on it is after the game, because as I said, if Ford can get another 20 or 30 runs, it could go a long way. Still Macbeth, who's been really impressive. It's always interesting when you have an 8-1 offside field. I think Andy McBride is just showing all the confidence in Ryan Macbeth.
Yeah, we mentioned that a little bit earlier in commentary, and I also mentioned that guy at mid-wicket is Craig Young. So he'll be hoping that Ryan Macbeth keeps it the offside and he doesn't have to do too much running. It looks like he's going to be coming on to bowl at this end in the next over, so hoping his bowler keeps it outside off. That's well bowled. That's really well bowled. Just held that one back a little, and you can see Jack Tector actually lost his bat there. Well bowled from Macbeth.
Yeah, it's good from Macbeth. He's been impressive. I want to find another wicket, particularly in this over. Maybe try and force the captain's hand into giving him another over. Just a little delay here. We're seeing a lot of discussions between Andy McBride and Stephen Dohney and Shane Getgate. So this is what Greg Ford has done. He's just changed the momentum. That's a beautiful delivery from Macbeth.
Yeah, just got Jack Tector in 2 mains there. He sort of geared up to play a cut shot, and then it was too close. He was too committed to the stroke. Went through with it anyway, and it just missed the edge there. Well bowled again from Ryan Macbeth. It's been a good spell from him. 5.5 overs. He's looked threatening every ball, really.
Oh, chance here. Oh, and Jack Tector gets back. Well, that's good running. In the end, and that's again brings Greg forward onto strike. So interesting to see what Andy McBride does here. And immediately Gully comes out, and it's going to be put into deep square leg. And Craig Young has gone to mid-on. So there's a big gap in mid-wicket now. That fielder, of course, that deep square leg. No fine leg in place. So what happens next? What does Greg Ford do?
Like I say, it's good viewing at the minute. Greg Ford putting the pressure firmly back on the Warriors here.
So still 2 slips in place for Macbeth. I think he's going to try and put this one outside the off stump.
Yeah, just looking at Greg Ford, you've probably seen him a lot more than I have, Sean, but he seems to grip the bat really hard there, and quite mechanical in his strike, and he's hit a few clean shots there. He does seem quite tight in his hands.
Yeah, he's known around the Leinster club game as a real hard hitter, of course, with Balbriggan. They've had a magical time of it of late, winning the championship in Leinster and then going to win the Premier League, and he was a huge part of it. And that's the end of the 12th over, and the Lightning are 44 for 2.
Yeah, real interesting watch this though. You know, as I say, sometimes a low score, teams can just, and as you were saying, Sean, they were looking at just eking this out. Losing a couple of wickets, you were thinking, hang on, they're going to go back into their shell and just knock this around and get it in 45, 48 overs or whatever. But they've sent out Greg Ford here and changed the momentum of the innings straight away.
And we're going to see a change of bowling. It's not going to be Craig Young from the clubhouse end. He may well indeed come from the Mason Road end. We're going to have the left arm off spin of Cian Robertson. So again, just how difficult it was earlier to score. Now all of a sudden Greg Ford has brought about a couple of changes in bowling. You've seen a lot of Cian Robertson with brand new news today that he has joined the Northwest Warriors. It's a bit of an interesting one when we arrived at the ground.
It certainly was. Obviously we heard the news yesterday possibly he was going to be moving to the Warriors. We thought maybe it was going to be even maybe to play against his original side, the Northern Knights, on Thursday, but he's been brought straight into the team today. And quite a strange one, because we watched literally 5 minutes ago at the end of Graham Hume's last over, we watched Craig Young marking out his run-up, going through in a run, and we assumed he was coming on, but a quick change of heart from Andy McBride. He's going to turn to the left arm spin.
Oh, and immediately brings about a threat. Interesting what field now he sets for Greg Ford. So this boy has beaten everyone there. So short straight boundary here. It's about 61 metres or so for Greg Ford, hitting towards the clubhouse end, and short leg side boundary for him, again hitting towards the seats in front of the pavilion here at Brady Cricket Club. I think he's got to try and toss it up, try and get Greg Ford caught on the boundary. There's a deep square, long off, and a deep cover, so Greg Ford may well be targeting towards that clubhouse mid-on. Is it in the ring?
That's what you wanted, Sean. He's thrown that up. Give it a little bit more flight. Nicely played from Ford, though he wasn't there, so he just kept it nice and low and just kept it to a single. Didn't go through with his shot.
Really good running as well. That's going to just frustrate Cian Robertson and the Northwest Warriors.
Yeah, nice from Robertson. That first ball was very similar to Gavin Hoey's first ball. Hoey, obviously a leg spinner. Got a little bit of turn and bounce. Beat the keeper. Good start.
Oh, chance Graham Hume running back. Oh, and he just can't quite get there. And Jack Tector gets a bit of a life. It's always so difficult when swirling away. Jack Tector with mid-off in the ring decided to take him on. Oh, and I think Graham Hume will be a little bit disappointed there, Ali. It's a tough chance running back. And he just didn't even get a hand on it in the end. That will frustrate him.
I think he just lost his bearings a little bit, because in the end he actually got quite close to it, but I think he just lost his bearings a little. a chance, a definite chance, and if he'd have hung on to that, would have been a huge fillip for Robertson in his first over. But yeah, just in front of us here, and you could see the ball moving in the air, and Graham Hume, if he'd have maybe got back a little bit quicker, he could have turned then. But he just lost where he was in his spatial awareness, maybe. 13
overs, Leinster line 48 for 2. We are going to have a change from the Mason Road end. It is going to be Craig Young. Sometimes with those catches, you often see some players, it's almost a personal choice, personal preference. Some players run and try and make the ground up as quick as they can, then look for the ball. We had a catch yesterday with Neil Rock as wicketkeeper, where he never took his eyes off the ball. Similar catch running back. Graham Hume, I think, was caught in a little bit of no man's land, didn't cover the ground early enough and quick enough, and in the end couldn't quite get a hand on it.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, Sean. It's just a personal preference. Sometimes just the muscle memory kicks in. Some people just run back. Other people need to keep an eye on the ball at all times, and I think on that occasion he wanted to keep an eye on the ball but couldn't get the speed to get the hands on it and make the catch.
So Craig Young has a deep square and a deep fine leg, and a third for Greg Ford. So I'm not expecting too many balls here pitched up in Greg Ford's half.
Looking at the field, you wouldn't think so, but just straight away to say great to see Craig Young back on the field here. He's obviously going to get a decent run out here, and just with all his injuries, and just great to see him back, and especially for his Northwest Warriors.
There's that short ball, and Craig Ford immediately onto it. There's a very well man out in the deep for that shot. Well, it's been an incredible time for Craig Young with injury, similar to Barry McCarthy. It's like the two of them can't catch a break. So we saw Barry McCarthy bowl with real gusto earlier, and it'll be good to see Craig Young back to his best here. And the Warriors will be hoping he can get a couple of wickets. Short ball to Tector, and he didn't get anywhere near it, but it falls safely. And I think it might be a good ploy to Jack Tector. He's not striking it fluently out there, and it might be a way of trying to find a top edge or find something like that to go to hand.
Yeah, very similar ball, 2 in a row there. One to Greg Ford, he played it with control. In the middle of the bat, seemed to have time. Jack Tector got rushed a little bit there, spliced it, a little bit lucky.
That's a good shot from Greg Ford, played well in front of square, brilliant work in the deep. Cameron Melly, that's exactly what the Warriors need. It was very well played by Greg Ford, because the previous delivery he found the fielder. This time almost played it in front of square and was able to pick up a couple of runs, not quite reaching the boundary.
Give you kudos, Sean. I think you've called it earlier in this over. There haven't been too many of a full length anyway. Again, this time straight to that man again on the boundary, Cameron Melly. He throws in, it's just a single.
Well, the fast bowlers are one thing, Ali, is it's probably they're predictable at times. Craig Young has seen Graham Hume being hit a couple of times down the ground by Greg Ford, and it's almost saying to Greg Ford and Jack Tector that's not going to happen to me. Extra pace, of course, Craig Young, when he gets going. And so an interesting over, trying to use the pitch there, Craig Young. It goes for 5, 14 overs, and the Lightning are 53 for 2.
Yeah, as we say, good to see him getting a ball here for the Warriors. He is down with Northern Cricket Union side at the moment when he's available. Obviously with his Ireland protocols, he doesn't get the ball for his club side too often these days. He's with North Down at the moment, but loves being back up here with the Warriors and pulling on the green shirt. So good to see him back there.
North Down had an impressive win in the Irish Senior Cup. Ali Shields was doing a bit of everything. Started at the bat and with the ball. Kane Robertson to continue. Greg Ford hits a beautiful shot, and work to do for Graham Hume, who's in the deep, and he'll pick up a couple. So Greg Ford really timing the ball nicely, and Mid-off was in the ring in the previous over. This time he's on the boundary. Graham Hume in front of us here. Deep cover and a deep square leg. So long on is free. Mid-on in the ring. So Greg Ford might be looking to take that on, but he's hit a couple of lovely shots down the ground.
He's hit the ball very cleanly. Sound off the bat. It's been like a crack on the whip. He's hit the ball very clean to start with.
And again.
Yep.
Down the ground. And the sound off the bat, Greg Ford, indicates that he's in a good bit of form. So Graham Hume is going to come into the ring at mid-off. So we saw the previous delivery of the last over. Jack Tector looked to take Kane Robertson on and got given a life by Graham Hume.
Ball from Robertson. Just tempting Tector to say, similar to, as you talked about, Hoey taking the wicket, the stumping of Melly. Brought the mid-on, mid-off up and said, you want to go downtown? Be my guest. Quicker. Flatter, quicker through the air. Tector able to negotiate that one.
Final delivery of the 15th over, and McBride and Robertson send the man of mid-off back to long off. So Jack Tector goes for the sweep and plays a wonderful shot. That's really clever batting from Jack Tector. Well, he's getting a chance here with the Leinster Lightning. He'll be wanting to take it with both hands and finds the boundary.
Yeah, good option there from Jack Tector. As they say, they moved the man back. He kind of premeditated there, just moved to the offside. Knew if he got any bat on it at all, he was going to get runs, and indeed he got good purchase on it. And got a boundary to take him to 27 now from 44. Greg Ford a run a ball, 22 from 22. And that's moved the Warriors on to 60 for 2 from 15.
Well, Ali McCalmont is going to take a break as Craig Young comes on to bowl the 16th over. And I've been joined by Stephen Alkin once again. Afternoon, Stephen.
Afternoon, Sean. Leinster Lightning starting to get on top here. Past the 4 runs and over, looking comfortable. Greg Ford looking in very good nick. And Jack Tector very happy to play the second fiddle in this growing partnership. Waited for that beautifully, Ford. Just leant on it backward of square, and away it goes to the boundary for another 4. His 4th of the innings.
Yeah, fine shot. Not Craig Young's best delivery. We said he's going to bowl short with his field. And Greg Ford, it'll be interesting to see after the game, speaking later with Tim Tector and Nigel Jones, whether Greg Ford was always due to come in at 4, because he's come in with real impetus, and it seems like he's got a lot of freedom, and his 26 from 24 is doing a super job.
Marching down the wicket, but unable to beat the man at cover. Andy McBride. The partnership is 39, and 26 of them have come off the bat of Ford. He's looked like he wants to get on top of the bowling from the very first ball he came in, which is a great sign. Turning that one from pretty straight for another single.
Well, if there's one thing, Jack Tector and Cormac McLaughlin-Gavin are kind of similar players. It seemed like they were getting bogged down a little bit earlier with Graham Hume and Ryan Macbeth bowling really well, not giving too many loose deliveries away, and in the end Cormac McLaughlin-Gavin trying to do something a little bit different, and in the end got a leading edge. So Greg Ford playing a vital role for the Leinster Lightning, and a different type of player, somebody who likes, as you say, get on top of the bowler, somebody who likes to put bat to ball, and when he gets going he's a very clean striker.
Better delivery there from Craig Young. 10 runs off his 1.5 overs, a little bit more than his side would need at this stage. They simply must get the breakthrough, and as quickly as possible. Tector on 27, Ford on 27. But look at the difference in the number of balls it has taken them to get to that total.
Well, that's what batting is all about, batting in partnerships. A lot of discussions between these two. And I think Jack Tector knows exactly his role. And he's quite content to do it. If he can bat the majority of the next 10-15 overs or so, the Leinster Lightning will be very much on the way to victory.
Cian Robertson continues with his little leg breaks. Off breaks, rather, sorry.
Yeah, and he's bowled really effectively. Left arm off spinner. We're seeing a lot of them. We saw two yesterday, Matthew Humphreys and Van Ronkum. And it's probably the reason Cian Robertson is playing his cricket now for the Northwest Warriors, with the two left arm off spinners so effective for the Northern Knights yesterday, in particular Van Ronkum.
Shortish and pulled away handsomely for a 6 by Greg Ford. Impressive striking to the longest boundary in the ground.
Yeah, and then as the Lightning have put the pressure on the Northwest bowling attack, and if you make a mistake, particularly at this level, well, Greg Ford is able to hit it all the way. You could see Cian Robertson's reaction. He knew straight away. Bowlers always do. And look what Greg Ford has done. 33 from 29, making a huge dent. Just over 100 runs now required for the Leinster Lightning. They were in a little bit of bother early on.
Yes, those two early wickets, Tim Tector and Cormac McLaughlin-Gavin, put the Lightning under some pressure, but Ford has basically said, bring it on. He wants this pressure.
And I think what was interesting about the two dismissals is Tim Tector shuffling down the wicket, getting well outside his off stump, finding the outside edge. Cormac McLaughlin-Gavin again also looked to get across his stumps and play through the leg side, called a leading edge to gully. So that tells you how difficult it was in the bowling of Hume and Macbeth. So Greg Ford has just eased the burden on Jack Tector.
And of course hitting 6s and 4s with gay abandon means he's taken the pressure off himself too. That's 71 for 2 after 17 overs, with Tector on 27 and Ford on 33. We're going to have a drinks break here. We'll be back in a few minutes. And welcome back to Mahara Mason, home of Breedy Cricket Club, for this Rario interprovincial between the Northwest Warriors and the Leinster Lightning. Leinster Lightning chasing this very small target of 184. And at the drinks break, 71 for 2 of 17. And it's Tector to face against Craig Young after the resumption.
I think it'd be interesting to see how the Northwest approach this for the next 5 or 6 overs. I think the game is going to be won or lost here, particularly if Greg Ford can keep finding the boundary with regularity. So they have to try and find a way of picking up a couple of wickets, and the next half an hour will tell us an awful lot.
Just the one slip in for Young. Tector going across his stumps there just to turn it round the corner, and he's coming back for the second. It's excellent running, but a bit slow in the field, you'd have to say, from the Warriors.
Well, I think that's clever from Jack Tector. Immediately thought there was 2 there, shuffled across his stumps as well. So clever batting. Just, it's why Tim Tector and Cormac McLaughlin-Gavin were trying to do that earlier. They're trying to really put the bowler off his line and length. So good from Tector.
That's snicked away off his bat and over the boundary rope for an unlikely 6 that wasn't too far away from decapitating our cameraman. A lucky 6 for the Lightning.
Well bounced, real bounce from Craig Young. He didn't like Jack Tector shuffling down at him, and Tector takes it on. Fortune favours the brave, and our cameraman Glebe very nearly ended up being hit, but good from Tector, and all of a sudden Leinster Lightning looking good at 79 for 2.
And also brought up the 50 partnership between these two. 52 they've put on, 33 of them off the bat of Ford, and Tector joining the party. This is not the way we expected this match to go. Leinster Lightning, of course, winning the toss, which is often the precursor of a victory. But the Warriors didn't bat as well as they would have wanted. The Lightning were galvanised in the field by some excellent bowling performances and some great ground cricket. And now here they are, 96% on the Wasp. That figure down the bottom right, which means that you really couldn't back them to do anything but win this match.
I think it's just a little bit high. There's still 100 runs required yet. We've seen that starting your innings has been a little bit difficult on this pitch, and finally moving wider, so could be in for some more short bowling.
Still just 3 on the leg side for Craig Young. Turned into mid-wicket by Tector. And after the end of that over, he will retain the strike. And a change of bowling for the Warriors.
Yeah, the skipper's bringing himself on, recognising it's do or die here. And he needs to find the breakthrough, because Leinster get another 20 or 30 runs in the next 4 or 5 overs. And I think they'll feel like they're firmly in control, and in control as it stands. Be interesting to see what field McBride sets. He's got a long on in place and a deep square leg and a deep backward square leg, so 2 men out on the sweep shot, a deep cover, so mid-off is in the ring for Jack Tector.
I'm sure Tector will take a good look at him before he does anything extravagant. He's been playing the patient innings, holding up his end and just scoring off whatever loose balls come to him. Thought about the pull there, but backed out of it.
It's a couple of times he's gone back, Jack Tector, and it's not quite bounced as much as he thought, so he just needs to be wary of that.
Nicely turned round the corner, and he's going for the second. Good running again by these Lightning batters.
Yeah, the paddle sweep came out, and he's got a deep backward square leg, but it's a huge boundary to cover that pocket of the ground for William McClintock. So clever from Tector.
And this one pushed past the fielder at mid-on, out into the deep, where Graham Hume is the fielder. Just a single this time.
And I think Tector's innings a little bit like what we've seen from Morgan Topping and Mark Donegan in the last few days, is that they're starting to grow in confidence as the innings goes on. Start to get used to the pitch and the pace of the pitch. We saw that beautifully executed from Morgan Topping yesterday and Mark Donegan last week, and Jack Tector's starting to get his confidence up.
Wide-ish delivery, but hit straight to point, where Ryan Macbeth is the fielder. Ford watchful, cautious. Good opening over from McBride, just 3 from it. But it's wickets or bust for the Warriors. 83 for 2 off 19 overs. Tector on 39, Ford on 33.
It's the 101 runs required for the Leinster Lightning to get their first win of the year, and it'll be one that I think they'll really appreciate because of the players they're missing. Simi Singh, of course, fractured his thumb last week in Pembroke, and missing a trio of Irish internationals.
That's a snick, or did it come off the pads? They're calling for it. It's LBW, and Tector has to go. Caught in front. A really big wicket for Craig Young. The breakthrough made at 83, and Tector, LBW for 39.
He'll be disappointed, Jack Tector, to get out when he did. Just starting to look good. Well, looked a really good shout from Craig Young. Umpire Jarrett McCready took his time and then gave it out. Let's see here. Yeah, looks a good shout. Jack Tector has to go. 4 4s in that 1-6. Top edging of the bowling of Craig Young. So Mark Donegan, it looks like he's going to come to the crease. Batted so well last week, and Leinster Lightning are going to need him to come good again.
And of course that wonderful wicket-keeping performance earlier today. 5 catches and a stumping, equaling the record for an interprovincial 50-over match. And he'll be hoping he can continue his great day with quick 30 or 40 with the bat. Greg Ford at the other end. Not a lot of experience in this pair.
Yeah, I think with Greg Ford now is he just has to understand that he doesn't want to lose his wicket now. Leinster Lightning can't afford 2 new batters at the crease. That's exactly what the Northwest Warriors want. So Greg Ford has to understand, and he might just have to modify his game a little bit for the next 4 or 5 overs as Mark Donegan looks to get in, because as you said, Sam Harbison to come on debut. You've got the likes of Barry McCarthy, Gavin Hoey, Fionn Hand, and you've got a couple of real genuine tail enders, you would say, in Reuben Wilson and Mikey O'Reilly at this level. So it's important these two hang in there.
That might have just tickled the bat as it went down to long leg. Umpire's call. Yes, came off the bat. It's a run for Mark Donegan. Gets off the mark.
So this is big. Now Craig Young bowling to Greg Ford. And I think Greg Ford holds the key for the Leinster Lightning now. Will he take on the short ball? 2 men out on the leg side for it. He does. That's a wonderful shot.
Cracks it right between the two of them. One at square, one at long leg. Nice boundary from Greg Ford, who really has hit the ball firmly today. Great timing off his bat.
Yeah, it's not the best delivery from Craig Young because it's not short enough. So it sits up nicely. And Greg Ford, he's so powerful. So good on the pull shot.
What I've noticed about him is his bat speed. That's in the air. And the catch is taken and a crucial wicket for the Warriors. Annie Chore in the deep. The man who normally wicket keeps, doing a great job out in deep cover. And Greg Ford is out for 37. And 2 quick wickets fall for Leinster Lightning. And now it's game on. 4 wickets down for 88.
Well, he's played well, Greg Ford, but I think this is a mistake. With the game where it is, under 100 runs required, just hit a boundary. The previous delivery tries to take Greg Young on. It's a similar dismissal to the one we saw of Stephen Doherty. But now all of a sudden, Leinster Lightning have 2 new batters at the crease. Northwest Warriors have got their tails up. And if you're one of the Greg Ford's Leinster Lightning teammates, I'm not sure you're happy with the manner of that dismissal. Batted wonderfully though. But I think at the stage in the game, the wrong option from Greg Ford. But his 37 could have a big say if the Lightning are to get over the line.
Well, it's gone from 80-something for 2 to 88 for 4. And all of a sudden there's a game on here. And it's Sam Harbinson from Marion. The man with the Irish passport who is from Australia, did bowl really well in the Warriors' innings. Can he do something with the bat? Short delivery, plays it down well.
Now all of a sudden the Warriors are up in the field. Harbinson does like to get bat to ball. There's a number of 6s for Marion. And the wicketkeeper for the Northwest Warriors, Stephen Doherty, his teammates with Harbinson at the Irish Cup on Saturday. So the Northwest Warriors will be well aware of his ability.
Good line, good length. Just a defensive stroke from Harbinson. Time isn't the issue for the Lightning, but wickets falling is. And with 4 down for just 88 and the target 184, there's still some way to go in this game. 20 overs gone. Rejoining me is Ali McCalmont.
Yeah, Stephen, 2 quick wickets there for the Warriors. We've been eulogising how much Greg Ford had changed the innings there and changed the momentum. But yeah, just a bit of a giveaway. He'd already hit a boundary in the over, and just to change the momentum already in the over, didn't really need to go after that again. And I think I heard Sean saying very similar to Stephen Doherty's dismissal. And now we've got 2 new batters in on 1 and 0, and the bowlers currently for the Warriors are Ireland's premier spinner and Ireland's pace bowler.
And here comes McBride. Bowled a very tight first over without making the breakthrough.
And I suppose this is what the Rario IP50 tournament is all about for these up and coming players. Sam Harbinson, obviously, as you mentioned, coming from Australia. It's his debut for the Lightning today. Mark Donegan making his way into pro cricket. And they're up against 2 high class bowlers here.
Warriors with a lot more experience out on the field than the Lightning, but the target is still gettable. Current run rate, the actual run rate required, don't really count. It's all about just staying out there in the middle without getting bogged down. That's the one thing the Lightning players can't afford to do.
Just something to keep an eye on for the next few overs. Just watch Andy McBride go through his repertoire here. He's going to really test Donegan. Should there be a few words, maybe from the keeper, slip.
Well, you can hear plenty of chirping going on all around the field, just like there was for the Lightning earlier. As they say, it's easy to sing when you're winning.
Well, it is, and I wouldn't say, obviously, that the Warriors are in a prime position here, but they know this is a crucial part of the game. They've got their skipper on the ball here, experienced campaigner, and he loves just working people out.
Very cautious start from Mark Donegan as he plays out that over from McBride. There's the situation. 21 overs gone. Tector made a good start, but got out to a good delivery. Ford looked to be in control, but had a rush of blood. And now Donegan and Harbinson, just one run between them, having to start the innings off again.
Yeah, just look at that. Indeed, over, 2 wickets in that over, and that's where the crucial part of where we're looking at now for the Leinster Lightning. They've set a platform here, but 2 younger players here in terms of Lightning experience, and as I say, up against Craig Young coming in now, and Andy McBride at this end.
Sam Harbinson snicking it away to third man, where Graham Hume is the fielder. Just a single for the Lightning.
So real interesting passage of play here, and this game has probably been cut down, really 50 overs. Normally we're looking in the IP50, obviously, but if the Warriors being bowled out for 183 and 40, you like to think we're probably looking at a 40 over game here in effect, and these next 10 now become crucial. The Warriors got to keep taking wickets, and if they don't take wickets, the Lightning will cruise. But just the squeeze is on right now. You can see in the field, boundary fielders coming in to squeeze on Donegan.
Slip and a gully for him, and he played it to the gully fielder McBride, who comfortably stopped that. Once it gets to 5 or 6 wickets, the nerves will start to race in the Lightning dressing room. Some very young cricketers at their tail end. They've really only got 2 or 3 batsmen left. These 2 plus maybe one more. Nicely played by Donegan, but straight to the fielder at cover.
Yeah, and this is this type of situation where we're at right now. Sometimes low-scoring games can be really interesting because you get games at the moment, especially in T20, where the ball's disappearing 4s and 6s all the time. But this is where cricket gets interesting. It's a bit of a mental process here for both the batters and the bowlers. Can they keep the pressure on? Can the batters get through this tough period?
Well left by Donegan. Good length delivery from Young.
So what I'm really talking about is the thought processes between Donegan and Harbinson. The run rate, as we've said, Stephen, isn't going to be an issue, but you always want to feel that you're scoring runs. Once you get the pressure of dot balls coming, irrespective of the run rate, you don't feel you're in. So they still want to be scoring runs, even though the run rate isn't an issue.
Little bit down the leg side, that one, and he just tucked it off his hip. Probably came off the thigh pad. Yes, leg by called by umpire McCready. Another one on the board for the Lightning. 89 for 4. It's great experience bowling here from Craig Young and Andy McBride. They're not giving them anything loose.
I think we can settle in for that for the next few overs.
Solid defensively from Harbinson. Tidy cricketer. plays at the Merrion Club in Donnybrook. The end of the 22nd over, 90 for 4. Donegan and Harbinson just trying to find their way in the match, establishing themselves after the expansive play of Greg Ford that entertained us for about a half an hour. We were really enjoying watching his batting.
Yeah, he just came in with a license. As we say, just that change of mentality. He'd done the hard work and so was putting the pressure back on. But now we want to watch McBride again, trying to hit those lines and length, keep the pressure on, and does exactly that with his opening ball. And this is what he does, Andy McBride. He doesn't rip the ball past. He doesn't huge amount of spin. He just concentrates on making the batsman make mistakes.
Not much turn in this wicket, especially for a bowler of McBride's pace. He wouldn't be a quick spin bowler, but he's accurate, nagging.
He'll just use that little quicker ball and just let the batsman come to him.
That one was a little bit straight, pulled away by Donegan to mid-wicket.
He'll not mind that. Andy McBride will not mind that. He's got man back on the sweep. And he won't mind them playing sweep shots against him. He'll be looking for those pads. And if he hits those pads, I can guarantee you, you'll hear Andy McBride.
Harbinson at the crease. Played that one a little bit late, a little bit jumpy, as the sun tries to come out here in Mahara Mason. It's been a mostly cloudy day, the chilly northwesterly. Tense moments these for the Lightning.
A little bit of width on that one.
Good fielding by McClintock, quickly onto that in the covers.
You can definitely hear the noise coming from the Warriors now. They know McBride's on, squeezing the play.
Bit shorter there, but Harbinson didn't really read that delivery and certainly couldn't get bat to ball. So another wonderful over from McBride. 3 overs for 4 runs, keeping the pressure on. No doubt, well, I was going to say no doubt it'll be Young to continue at the other end, but I think there's going to be a change of bowling here. Young Keane Robertson coming on at the Mason Road end, trying to keep the variety, keep the batsmen thinking. They're 2 new batsmen. Every time they have to face a new bowler, it's another set of problems for them to face.
Yeah, possibly a bit of a surprise there that Craig Young's been taken off. Obviously, we don't know what maybe the protocols have been given to the Warriors today, but maybe a little bit of a surprise because just with the experience. But they've obviously Andy McBride seen how the wicket's gone when he's been bowling his spin. Now it's going to be a left arm spin, and really, we haven't seen anything in the last 4 to 5 overs where these two are certainly off McBride. They're going to come down and try and hit him straight. So possibly Andy McBride is saying, well, let's dot this up for a while and just heap the pressure on the Lightning batters.
Yeah, that run rate from the Lightning has dropped below 4. The run rate required is not really important, but they are getting bogged down a little. That's a good delivery to Donegan. Robertson going for 16 runs in his first 3 overs. And that beat Donegan's bat as he tried to half volley it away. Good flight.
Yeah, I think
from
he yorked
Robertson
himself there a little bit. Got the ball under the bat. Just shows a little bit of nerves.
Turned into mid-wicket, but quickly onto it was McBride. No run.
You can see there's no runs coming, and you can just feel the tension in the Leighton batsman at the minute. Just can't get anything off the bat.
Really good pressure in the field as well. That one pushed to long on, gives Donegan a run, moves him to 3.
And even that small little single, Robertson will be disappointed he didn't get across to that, just to keep that momentum of dots going. Gets Donegan down the other end, and at the minute looks like that's the best place to bat.
Another good delivery from Robertson. Robertson very cautious. Lightning know they can't afford to lose wickets at this stage. They've got to tough it out. Shorter delivery, but again it's hit straight at McBride, and another fine over from Robertson. Just 1 run off that over. And these middle overs, pressure is ratcheting up. The Lightning thought 184 was an easy target, but it's proving to be far from that. We've almost reached the halfway point, and they're exactly halfway to the target now.
That's exactly what Andy McBride would have wanted from Robertson. He brought him on, and he simply didn't want any free shots. No free hits for the batters. Nothing's coming easy. He wants to keep the pressure on. He'll be looking again from this clubhouse end.
Brian bowling with nobody out deep, well, 1 man out deep on the leg side. That's square. 3 in on the single. Mid on and mid off, both inside the circle. Hello, is that out? They're calling for LBW. Rowley Black had a very good look and decided no.
That is extremely close. Andy McBride saying, was it going to the offside? I said in the last over, you'd hear him screaming if it hit the pads. Here we are. We might just see it there. Oh, that looks pretty adjacent. He's gone for the sweep.
Hard to tell. Hard to tell.
Pretty close from Andy McBride.
This one's turned to mid-wicket for a single for Donegan.
I think Andy, I think he was pretty magnanimous there. He was sort of suggesting that maybe he was going offside. I've seen Andy McBride giving the umpire a bit more of a questioning look than that. That looked pretty close, I have to say, on the sweep.
Well, it's just very difficult to tell with that replay, with the umpire standing in the way of the stumps. But it was certainly quite close, to put it mildly. Harbinson thinking about a run. Good ground fielding, keeping the pressure on from the Warriors.
Yeah, it's the old phrase now, I think. McBride's got it on a string here. He's just really putting it exactly where he wants to put it. Pressure all on Harbinson.
Just varied his line there, but still Harbinson can't get it off the square. More pitched up there. Harbinson very cautious. Just 5 runs off those 4 overs from McBride. Brilliant spin bowling. And the Lightning, well, they're hanging in there. They're just over halfway to the target. 25 overs gone. And this is going to be some finish.
There's your current scorecard and the run rate. Dripping down now below the green line. We've said a few times now that the run rate shouldn't be an issue for the Lightning, but as we've discussed, just when you're not scoring runs, even though the run rate's not anywhere near anything difficult, just when you're not scoring runs, that pressure builds and builds. Again, a dot ball. Delighted to have Sean Hussey back with me here for this next little spell. And just Two spinners bowling in tandem now, Sean.
Afternoon, Ali. Afternoon, everyone. Mark Donegan uses his feet and he gets a single. I said around the 17th over. I thought the next 20 minutes, half an hour after the drinks break would tell us a lot. And the Northwest Warriors have managed to get back in the game. And I still think the Greg Ford dismissal, well, we could look back at that at the end of the game. They'd be really disappointed with Greg Ford. He's batted beautifully, and now left two new batters at the crease, and Mark Donegan and Sam Harbertson just trying to survive really, and they need to find a way of trying to score.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout. The great word there, survive. It is looking like it is survival mode at the minute for the Lightning. Runs aren't an issue in terms of run rate. 3.7 is all that's required, but it's got this stage maybe you're looking, where are they going to score?
A good shot from Harbertson out to deep cover. The one thing you would say is if these two can take the Leinster Lightning down to in and around 65, 60 runs required, about 25 or 30 run partnership, and it gives, you have the Fionn Hand and Barry McCarthy and Gavin Hoey to come, who are able to find the boundary, and it might just be a case of that. Mark Donegan plays with soft hands on the outside edge of the bat. Really should have picked up a couple there. It's the end of the 26th over, and the Leinster Lightning are 96 for 4. Andy McBrien's bowled beautifully, and as you'd expect, showing his Irish international class. He's such a canny bowler, such a clever bowler, and we're seeing it here.
Yeah, just another great word from you there, canny. That's exactly what he is. As I said a few overs ago, not a massive turner of the ball. It doesn't rip it, square it, at any stage, but just so smart with his pace and direction. And as I said earlier on, I'm quite surprised he didn't go a bit at the umpire there, because that looked pretty adjacent.
Yeah, Donegan missing one, trying to play the sweep, and given the benefit of the doubt by Rowley Black. And the Northwest Warriors very much in the game. William McClintock on mid-wicket has been very vocal. Stephen Donnelly behind the stumps, and it's difficult for Mark Donegan, who was batted brilliantly last week for 87, although very young in his inter-pro career, and also Sam Harbertson on debut. In the air, and it's a wicket. Andy McBrien strikes, and the pressure tells, and you can see what the Northwest think of that one. It was coming, something had to give, and in the end it's Donegan's wicket, and Andy McBrien gets a big breakthrough, and Lightning are now 5 down for 96.
And we've talked about maybe fast bowlers, opening bowlers nicking people off as their stock wicket. That is a stock wicket from Andy McBrien. Built pressure for 4.5 overs, nothing coming, and no free hits. Put all of the pressure on the batters. A little bit of a word here and there with Donegan, and just enticed him in and said, here you go. And Donegan took the bait and really just lofted an easy catch to Graham Hume at mid-off. And as I say, bit of a definitive wicket there from Andy McBrien.
Yeah, so clever, Andy McBrien. So experienced, of course. Fionn Hand, new batter to the crease, and I think this will be a pivotal role. Fionn Hand was brilliant with the ball, a real hustle and bustle, real pace. I think you might see the same with the bat, real live wire, able to hit a big ball. But what you would say about this Northwest side, maybe in comparison to the others, is the experience they have within the team. I think of that leadership group that you often see in discussion with the Warriors between McBrien, Stephen Doherty and Shane Getgate. A signal there from Andy McBrien with his hands towards Stephen Doherty. Just keep an eye on that one. You've got Craig Young, Graham Hume, real experience in this Northwest side in comparison to Leinster.
Yeah, and as I probably mentioned at the start of today's play, just early doors when I was coming up to the game, the preview, I was looking at the complete opposite. I was looking at the Warriors being a little bit inexperienced today, and how that's changed.
Yeah, really interesting this. McBrien and Fionn Hand. And Fionn Hand, like so many bowlers, really fancies his batting. And we've seen it an awful lot. This is the time you have to show it. As we often say, it's not about how you score your runs, it's when you score your runs. And, well, Nigel Jones and Leinster Lightning head coach and Tim Tech, the captain, would love to see Fionn Hand make a big contribution. 87 runs now required. Sam Harbison just has to find a way to keep the strike ticking over, because Mandy McBride is well on top. It's a beautiful piece of bowling. He got the wicket in that over. Just 6 runs coming off his 5 overs. Leinster Lightning 97 for 5 off 27 overs.
Yeah, and we've just brought again the scorecard up there, and only two batters of note there. 39 from Jack Tector and 37 from Greg Ford. And the partnerships there, that one between Tector and Ford. Ford came in, changed the momentum, and we thought that was the one that was going to break the back of the chase. As you said, Sean, a little bit of a giveaway from Greg Ford, and the Lightning are back under pressure.
That's the kind of thing at interprovincial level you just can't do. Once you get in, once you've faced a few deliveries and you've found a few boundaries, you have to cash in. Stephen Doheney did similar earlier. Cian Robertson continuing from the Mason Road end of the ground. And Fionn Hand goes aerial with his cut. I wonder, did that just carry Graham Hume? Well, if it didn't, it should have to him. He should have been more on his toes, I think. And immediately Fionn Hand looks to get bat on ball. Was that a chance?
Well, we talked about with the low total, every chance has to be taken. There's been a couple now, Graham Hume possibly on that one. Could have got there a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think that's the issue there. I think in the end it did just bounce short, but I think Hume was a little bit on his back foot. You've always got to be expecting that, particularly at backward point where he is positioned. Oh, there's real talk out there, Cian Robertson.
Lots of heads and hands there. Looked to bring a fairly straightforward defensive shot from Fionn Hand, but lots of heads on hands. Doheney, Robertson, slip.
Tossed up from Robertson. He's finding his groove. A little bit expensive earlier. That just shows you the class of Andy McBride. Just 6 runs coming from his 5 overs. You compare that to Cian Robertson. Good few years as junior, of course, but still a little bit expensive. Oh, again, Fionn Hand trying to cut, and don't think it's the kind of shot his teammates or his coach will want to see from Hand. Big final delivery here with Cian Robertson. And a good forward defence, better from Fionn Hand. And that's a 99 for 5 after 28 overs.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Cian Robertson moving from possibly the Northern Knights up here to the Warriors, and right now is possibly one of those reasons why he may not be playing quite a lot for the Warriors, but bowling with Andy McBride, listening to Andy McBride, looking at what he does, how he goes about his business, it's not going to do him any harm.
You just see him there, top of your screen, talking with Shane Getgate and Stephen Doheney. Shane Getgate, of course, such an experienced player. There's an awful lot of coaching. Great reader of the game. And Stephen Doheney well positioned behind the stumps. So Andy McBride has bowled beautifully. And he'll know he'll need a couple more wickets. He want to get Barry McCarthy in as soon as he can. And it's a poor delivery, and a rare poor delivery, but that's what happens sometimes when we sit here in the box and we sing the praises of a bowler. Andy McBride can't believe what he's done. And a freebie to Sam Harbison.
The old phrase, that's like hen's teeth. 6 overs, and that's just a real drag down. And Harbison will just look at that with his eyes wide open. He can't believe what Andy McBride has done there, giving him the boundary, exactly what we've talked about that has not happened in the first 5 overs. No freebies.
That's the 100 up now for the Lightning. Just 81 required. Down the track. I don't think it's the worst option from Harbison, especially to someone like Andy McBride. Just has to make sure he gets to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, I think you're right there, because the 5 overs we've watched McBrien, as well as he's bowled, it has been just bowled to me. You know, there's been no change of length. He hasn't had to change his length.
And again,
That's good.
a little bit flatter from McBrien, but good from Harbison, just making Andy McBrien think. Because he is someone like that, Andy McBrien, you're right. When he gets into a rhythm, he often rattles through the overs. And a little bit more flight there. So 2 deliveries left of the 29th. And he's going to have a change in the field. Mid-on goes to the fence, as does deep backward square leg. Now comes the reverse sweep, and that's a wonderful shot from Sam Harbison. There's no one in the deep on the offside. Well, Ali just said there about how Andy McBrien was able to bowl consistently. Sam Harbison in this over has just mixed it up. This is a wonderful execution.
That's exactly what it is. He's gone early there, and he's played that off his stump, so yeah, it's an excellent shot. He's got plenty of it. Fairly risk-free in terms of when he got it in the air, he got plenty on it. A good option there from Harbison.
And again, deep cover is in, so he'll pick up a couple. So this has proved to be a good over for the Leinster Lightning. And they move to 109 for 5. It's a 10 coming from that over, the 29th over. And it just shows you when you bowl a bad ball, particularly at the start of your over, how often boundaries can come in pairs. And 10 runs, very expensive, especially at this stage of the game. 75 runs now required.
We talk about it quite a lot, about pressure. And Andy McBrien's been able to bowl for 5 overs there. No pressure on him at all. He knew he was all on top of the batters. One bad ball, takes it for 4. Harbison coming down the track the next ball. A little bit of pressure and playing the reverse sweep, getting hold of it. Pressure back on the bowler, and no matter how experienced you are, how good you are, if you're under pressure, you don't perform as well.
Tossed up from Cian Robertson. I think this is going to be an interesting battle here. If you're on hand, I think everything's telling him to try and take it on. But at the stage of the game, I think the Leinster Lightning will want to see him just bat for a few overs. Sam Harbison, real opportunity for him. Bowled well, taking a couple of wickets on debut for the Leinster Lightning, and he take his opportunity with the bat now. As Fionn Hand plays in to the offside, and of course a reminder, you're just joining us, the Interpro season this year is going to go is going to be played without a lot of the Irish internationals in the 4 provincial sides, so real opportunity for the likes of Harbison, new to the Irish club scene and the interprovincial scene.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. Good shot off the back foot. He's picked up a couple of boundaries in the last over. He just like to keep singles ticking here. Just keep that scoreboard momentum. It doesn't have to be boundary hitting. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Bump ball. But again, you're seeing Harbison looking to be a little bit more positive. And again, not the worst option to Cian Robertson, who's starting to bowl well. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Big appeal. Umpire Jarrett McCready unmoved. So very good delivery from Cian Robertson to end the 30th over. And the Lightning have moved on to 110 for 5. We'll see this one here again from Cian Robertson. Lovely flight. And another close decision. He thought it was pretty adjacent. Umpire McCready unmoved. Ali McColman is going to take a break from the commentary box as Craig Young replaces Andy McBride from the clubhouse end. And I'm delighted to say Stephen Alkin joins me in the commentary box. Very well poised, Stephen, but the Leinster Lightning just need 74 runs now for victory.
Yes, very well poised, but the 5 wickets are the problem for the Lightning. They haven't got too many to give away. McBride bowled 5 wonderful overs for 6 runs, but just lost his control there in that last over, and he's come off. And now we've got Young coming on for his 6th over.
Well, the Northwest skipper, Andy McBride, realising they need a wicket, and Craig Young has already got 2, and probably the strike bowler for this Warrior side. So the captain takes himself out of the attack after that poor last over of a spell, and is hoping that his senior paceman can find the 6th wicket.
Coming on from this clubhouse end. Oh, fishing at that was Fionn Hand, who hasn't really settled down since joining Harbinson at the crease. Harbinson certainly looks like he's starting to see the ball a bit better.
I think with Fionn Hand, he naturally is quite aggressive, so I think it's almost a battle of minds for him. I think he just needs to tell himself that if it's there in his arc, he should go for it.
Playing and missing outside the off stump. Young asking him the questions. This is a fascinating match. 74 runs required. If another wicket falls, or even a couple, it would definitely be the Warriors who would move into favouritism. He's pulled that away handsomely to the long drag boundary here near the pavilion. Hand with a bit of aggression for the first time.
Yeah, really good from Fionn Hand. What we said just there, he needed to back himself and still play with that positive mindset, and that just puts Craig Young on the back foot, because Craig Young has bowled very much a back of the length, a heavy length all day, and Hand does well.
Another short one to tempt him, but that one well out of his reach. That'll be the one for the over. Young, 29 runs conceded, but he has got those 2 wickets. Crucially, Jack Tector and Greg Ford both were going well when they were removed by Young, and his team need another. Squirts away off the outside edge, but that'll be a single down to 3rd. Ford moves up to 9. 114 for 5. Better over that time for Leinster Lightning. Robertson perhaps to continue from the Mason Road end.
69 runs now required, so I just wonder if we get to a juncture, if these two are still batting in a couple of overs, where Sam Harbinson almost, if you like, hands over the keys to Fionn Hand and says, try and win the game for us. Because Fionn Hand, in a couple of blows, could do that. I think for the moment they'll be very much happy to continue what they're doing and just wait for the bad delivery. I'm not a fan of that shot for Fionn Hand. He's got in trouble a couple of times trying to cut quite straight deliveries, so he just needs to be careful.
Hume at backward point doing the fielding. There's nobody on the boundary at the 3rd man. Goes for the big one, squirts away. Wasn't a perfect hit, and it's just been saved at that long off boundary, and 3 runs for Fionn Hand.
Again, in Hand's arc and very happy to attack, and that's clever. And it's a much better option than the cut shot, the ball previous. So Leinster Lightning seem to have a clear plan.
Good fielding by the bowler Robertson. Harbinson on 12, Hand on 12. Little bit of width there for Harbinson. Chore doing really well coming around on the cover boundary, but still 2 runs to the Lightning.
You've just seen what the last few overs have done to the Northwest Warriors. Almost took the air from them.
You saw him coming down the track and just dropped it in short. Clever bowling from Robertson. Confidence growing for the Leinster Lightning batters as that target gets closer. 64 required now.
I'll be disappointed there. Harbison final ball of that 32nd over. You see it in his reaction. That was there to be hit. It was there to find the boundary. Doesn't get any of it, and in the end Robertson gets away with it. 120 now for 5.
Just feel that the game has swung towards the Lightning just to the last 3 overs. After a very rocky spell when they lost a couple of wickets and couldn't seem to get the ball away. But Hand now has settled down and Harbison is on 14.
And I think it was that 29th over where Sam Harbison hit Andy McBride for 10, and it was actually the opening ball of that over. That was a poor delivery from Andy McBride, who bowled beautifully before that, and it's just quieted it down the Warriors.
Great delivery from Craig Young. Still getting a little bit of movement with this older ball.
I think Young just needs to bowl a fuller, try and hit the stumps of Fionn Hand. Doesn't look all that comfortable trying to defend at it. It's the couple of times he's bowled short, their Hand's been able to get the pull shot away. So one thing the Warriors need to do is ensure they're hitting the stumps, particularly to Hand.
Midland on line, but played straight back to Hume at mid-on. The Wasp is still favouring Leinster Lightning, 84%. But a wicket or two and everything could change.
I don't think Wasp takes into account who's batting on number 10 and 11, because normally the Leinster Lightning have a big long batting lineup, and that's not really the case today. Barry McCarthy, you'd imagine, due in next, or Gavin Hoey, and then after that it's Reuben Wilson and Mikey O'Reilly, so they won't want too much, if any, going down to 10 and 11. And these two want to just keep going for another couple of overs.
Short ball pulled away high and handsome. A big 6 from Fionn Hand. That's what we know he can do. Great maximum, and that really does relieve the pressure on the Lightning.
Yeah, this is poor bowling again from Craig Young. A couple of times he's bowled short. Fionn Hand's been happy to take it on. And Fionn Hand, that's a big 6, over 70 metres or so towards the car park. And it's gone a
That
long
one's
way.
gone at least 90. I was worried for those cars earlier today. I was thinking they might be in the line of fire.
Just think Craig Young, he's been a little bit expensive, and a lot of those runs have come from the pull shot. We saw Greg Ford earlier. Now Fionn Hand, a couple of times it's got him away. He's got to bowl a full. He's got to try and get Hand coming forward, playing defensive shots. That's better. And a chance for a run
Good
out.
feeling from Hume, picking it up at wide mid-on and almost throwing Harbison out at the bowler's end.
Oh, that could be the difference today. Harbison should have been run out, and I know he's only got one stump to aim at there, Graham Hume, on mid-wicket, but we saw the brilliance from Mikey O'Reilly earlier to run out the dangerous Shane Getgate. Oh, Graham Hume had all the time in the world, really, and could be a fatal error.
Nice ball coming in to Hand, but he turns it to mid-wicket and gets the single. Another good over for the Lightning. 127 for 5, and now just 57 required. With these two settling in on a good stand of 31 so far. There is the details of the partnership, the comparison on the right hand side at this stage of the match. Warriors were 138 for 6. Not much difference. Short delivery and hammered away through mid-on by Fionn Hand, who has got his mojo back. That's the kind of batting we expect to see from him.
Yeah, I think he's been clever. He's just waited till it's in his arc and then he's gone for it. Always been a little bit patchy playing the defensive game. We know he's such a power hitter, and I wonder just that run-out chance for Graham Hume in the previous over was very difficult. But at this level, run-outs can change a game. At the moment, Hand and Harbison very comfortable in what they're doing, and I think they're timing this pretty well. I think they're understanding now that they've got to try and get a boundary, as every boundary drastically hurts the Warriors. Just 52 runs now required.
Hand has rushed on to 24. Harbison on 14. Oh, that was a chance. From the reaction of the players, there was a snick there of Harbison's bat, but Doheny couldn't make the catch.
It would have been interesting to see if umpire McCready would give it out. He seemed to gesture something about on his leg there. Stephen Doheny believes it was a big chance. Yeah, it would have been an interesting decision. I'm not sure.
If it didn't hit the bat, it would have been a wide, and he didn't give a wide, so
I think it might have clipped the leg, the back leg of Harbison, but in the end, all to nothing. Doheny dropping that one, always difficult for a wicketkeeper, blindsided for that split second. But just a couple of potential opportunities maybe for the Warriors.
good delivery from Robertson, coming to the end of his 9th over. 34 runs conceded, but crucially no wickets for him. You wonder if Hume and Macbeth... Oh, that was close. And that one is out. Caught in front. Fionn Hand LBW to a ball that kept very low. And the dangerous Hand is out for 24. Second LBW of the innings. And the 6th wicket goes for 133.
Well, he's cursing himself, Fionn Hand. Played nicely for 24. But a couple of times when he tried to play off the back foot, he's got into trouble. And this one kept a little bit low. Cian Robertson gets his man, and it looked pretty adjacent. And I think he's trying to play that off the back foot when really he could come forward. And I think that is the correct decision by umpire McCready. And it looks to be nailed on in front. So a little bit disappointing for Fionn Hand. And a couple of times when he did try to go play off the back foot, he encountered a bit of trouble.
Leinster Lightning, a tantalising 51 runs away from their first win in this series. Out to the wicket comes Gavin Hoey, batting at number 8. And a change of bowling, and Graham Hume is back into the attack. Experience and his dogged accuracy, hoping to get another wicket for the Warriors.
Gavin Hoey, again another powerful striker of the ball, but a lot of pressure on Sam Harbison now. He has to take control of this game. He's one of the premier batters in this Leinster side, albeit on debut. This is where you got to take ownership of the game. And the Northwest Warriors will feel like they're very much still in it.
Good shot. That one wasn't a half volley. Cracked away deep in the offside for a couple by Harbison. Played that very well, kept it down well. Hume went for just 16 runs in his first 6 overs. And of course, picked up the wicket of Cormac McLaughlin Gavin as well. A little bit of a lifter came off the shoulder of the bat. Another single to Harbison.
Well, a short delivery there. Harbison just playing it down towards third. It'll be interesting to see what way they bowl to Gavin Howie. I would be expecting a little bit of short bowling. Square leg comes into the ring. I don't expect it to be overly full. Gavin Howie powerful, as I alluded to earlier. Slip in place. Graham Hume into his 7th over.
Steady from Howie, right behind that.
Well, he's a fine batter, is Gavin Howie. He's somebody who's playing with his club sides. He's always batted high up the order. Again, another test for him here. See, can he help Leinster get these 48 runs for victory?
Little bit short, cracked away into the offside. Athletically stopped on the boundary, but 2 runs for Howie.
A powerful shot from Gavin Howie. Nice way to get off the mark. They'll give him a little bit of a confidence boost.
Six wickets down, Howie number 8. McCarthy will be 9. And then it's 10 Jack. Am I being unfair? Great ball. Am I being unfair to O'Reilly and Wilson?
Well, it's just going to be difficult for them when they do come in. And they certainly won't want to be coming in. Ruben Wilson and Mikey O'Reilly with the game in the balance. So very much, I think, in the hands of Sam Harbertson here. So on debut, so a bit of pressure on him, bowled well earlier. 46 runs now. And Howie and Harbison and McCarthy will need to get the majority of those, if all.
Well played by Howie. He knows there's no time element to this game. 35 overs gone now. 138 for 6. A really great match this, where batsmen have struggled to dominate at any stage of the game. Top scorer in the match, Stephen Doheney, with 46, but even he couldn't really get going on a wicket that has proved very difficult. It seems to be much slower than it looks.
Yeah, Stephen, we're at the business end of this game now. Still 46 needed for the Lightning. Harbinson probably the key now. The situation he's been brought in for as an all-rounder.
Wonderful delivery, beating the outside edge of Harbison's bat, and nice work with the gloves by Stephen Doheney.
I have to say to you, Stephen, I've been walking around the ground there just as I was off comm for a bit, and I'm just listening to Andy McBride. Honestly, you can just put a player cam on him alone and just listening to him encouraging his bowlers and his fielders. Game's never over when he's in the outfield.
Sun coming out for one of the first times today.
He could come back here from Robertson. Just getting a wicket of fee on hand after getting a little bit of tap from him. And as soon as I say that
one just a little bit shorter, but a single only for Harbinson to wide mid off. And now a first strike at this end for Gavin Howie, who, a bit like Fionn Hand, is a wonderful striker of a cricket ball.
he is, and again, this is where situations in cricket, does he take it on? A couple of boundaries could really set it up here, but he take the risk. Only 4 wickets left for the Lightning. So these are just the situations, these low scoring games, pressure develops at different times.
See, wickets in hand, just 4. You have to be mindful of that. Got to have a look at both ends, see the bowlers before you start striking the ball. A simple single there, tucked away to square leg, though it kept a bit low, like the one that got the LBW on Fionn Hand.
He's kind of skidding it through a little bit now. Kane Robertson, and as you say, got that wicket of Fee on hand, which just knocked the Lightning back. He was starting to look as if he was going to take the game away. It's happened a few times. Greg Ford earlier looked as if he was going to take the game away, but the Warriors, as their name would suggest, have stuck at it. They're fighting hard. 36 gone, and it's 140 for 6.
Hume still has 3 more overs. Ryan Macbeth has only bowled 6, I think. There's the bowling. You can see now 6, yeah. 4 to go for Macbeth, 3 for Hume. McBride still has 4. So plenty of options. But I have a feeling it might be harder for these batsmen to get the slow bowlers away than the quickies.
Yeah, I think probably. I was not second guessing a captain like Andy McBride, but I'm sure he'll be bringing himself back on at some stage. He's got a few left in his armoury. Graham Hume's going to try and get the breakthrough here from this clubhouse end.
Short delivery will be one for the over. And Hoey quite happy to duck under that one.
Just looking at Ryan Macbeth, he's bowled 6 at the start, but a bit of a swing bowler, so possibly won't be used. I mean, only 44 needed. We're probably not going to go the 14 overs that are left. So possibly they're looking at Hume, Young, McBride.
Still a slip in, and that one is cracked away for 4 by Gavin Hoey. He didn't get all of it, but he got enough, and it's another boundary for the Lightning, and Hoey moves to 7.
Hit a very similar shot in the last over, unlike Graham Hume there. Just dragged that down outside off, freeing the arms. Gavin Hoey hit it very cleanly, just inside the boundary. Going for 4. A good shot from Gavin Hoey.
He's on 7. Harbinson has been steady Eddie at the other end on 19. Midland leg line and played correctly to mid-on.
Yeah, Steve, we've talked a lot about situation cricket. I'm reminded of a quote, sort of a coaching quote from the ex-Ireland coach Eddie Burrell, who used to say about his 8, 9 and 10, 7, 8, 9, and he wanted them to learn to bat properly, because games were often won by 3, 4 wickets, and they needed to win games for his team, and he was very conscious about that, getting his 7, 8, 9 to bat well.
A more flighted, slightly slower delivery there from Hume, trying to deceive Hoey, but he watched it all the way into the block hole.
Yeah, and his point, Eddie Burrell's point was, you don't often win one-day games by 7, 8 wickets. It does often come down to, yes, the platform set by the upper order, but it does often come down to batters 7, 8, 9, 10 who need to get their teams over the line, and that's exactly the position that the Lightning are in now. They've got Harbinson who's set, Gavin Hoey's just come in. They'll be looking to get the Lightning over the line.
Very good delivery. May just be beating leg stump. That one came back a bit. Good effort though by Hume.
Yeah, sort of a half-hearted appeal. He went up early and then sort of strangled a little. Have a look at it here. May even have been a double noise there. Just have a bit of a look at it here now. Yeah, I think he's nicked that. I think he's gone up, and you can see there the strangled nature of the appeal there from Graham Hume.
Harbinson survives. Hume again. Cut late, but not late enough. Fielded at point. No run. And that's the end of Hume's 8th over. And we're going to have a drinks break here in Mahara Mason Breedy Cricket Club. This tense match between the Warriors and the Lightning, poised with 13 overs to go, 145 for 6, chasing 184 runs to win 39. Balls remaining 78. We'll see who gets the victory in a few minutes. Welcome back to Mahara Mason, Breedy Cricket Ground, for this conclusion of the Rario Interprovincial Cup Series. Northwest Warriors 183 all out. Lightning 145 for 6 after 37 overs. And there's going to be a change of bowling here. It's Ryan Macbeth who's going to come back on at the Mason Road end, having bowled the first 5 or 6, was it? 6 overs, yeah, from that end for 27 runs, getting the wicket of Captain Tim Tector. Seems like a long time ago. Skipper Andy McBride turning to one of his best bowlers. But you were saying he's more of a bowler who moves it, and this ball is quite old at this stage.
Yeah, it's the old thing. Show me what I know. I was talking about Craig Young and Andy McBride and possibly Graham Hume finishing it off, and Macbeth probably wouldn't come back, but the experienced skipper knows what he's got with Ryan Macbeth, and he's turned to him here. But as you say, the ball's a little bit older, 37 overs old now, shouldn't be much swing. So he's just looking for line and length now.
That certainly was line and length, and it's induced the false shot from Hoey. And a catch in a deep gully position, backward point by Scott Macbeth. And that is the Macbeths combining to break this game wide open. Once again, 145 for 7 now. And Hoey is out for 8.
Yeah, took the bait. Gavin Hoey, he's been hitting the ball cleanly on the offside, but just a half volley there, and he kind of skewed it off the outside edge. And Scott Macbeth just diving forward. We'll see it again here. As we talked about, Ryan Macbeth just hitting the length. Outside off. Skewed off the edge there. Good catch from his brother. Diving forward to make sure he got under the ball. A clean catch from Scott Macbeth. There'll be high fives in the Macbeth household tonight if the Lightning are bowled out here and the Warriors can get over the line.
2 wickets now for Macbeth, and it's Barry McCarthy coming to the crease, the last of the experienced batsmen for Leinster Lightning, to join the debutant Sam Harbinson, who's currently on 19. It's been a fantastic fight back this by the Northwest Warriors. They've had to defend this very small total, and they've kept at it all day, and here they are, 3 wickets away from victory, and the Lightning 39 runs from the target and plenty of overs to go.
Yeah, as I say, what do I know, because Andy McBride obviously knew, and this is the guy to bring back here, making sure that the batters have to hit the ball, and no express pace from Macbeth, but he's all over the batter, and picks up another wicket there, and 3 balls now we're looking at. You know, three deliveries could win this game for the Warriors, and at halfway we certainly didn't think we'd be in this position.
That's the way for at least a single. Chore quickly onto it, good fielding by him in the deep, he's been good there all day, and McCarthy gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, a bit of a different role here maybe for Barry McCarthy. He's been getting a bit of a reputation as smashing the ball all over the park. He hit a massive 6 at Pembroke last week, but different role for him here today.
Oh, that's in the air too, and it's sliced away to the man on the 3rd man boundary, Graham Hume. Single for Harbinson, takes him to 20. It's difficult out there, and just not finding the middle of the bat, and I've noticed that in this over Ryan Macbeth is really pitching it up, bowling with great pace. Again, same tactic, right, perfect line, middle and off, just outside.
We talk a little bit about scoreboard pressure, and usually when we refer to that we mean that the run rate required is up around the 8-9 and scoreboard pressure coming along. It's not that here. Run rate isn't the issue. It's the wickets and the scoreboard pressures. Where are the Lightning going to pick up these 37 runs from?
Again off the edge of the bat from McCarthy down to Hume. Every run vital though. He'll be glad to get another one on his total. Takes him to 2.
Yeah, and to answer my own question there, looks as if from that over, it looks like everything's going to be off the edge, because everything, not movement here from Ryan McBeth anymore, but he's inducing edges and difficult shots off the bat. Nothing convincing there from the Lightning. And again, as we get down to it, every run becomes important.
Well, you said that McBride would probably come back into the affair, and he is now.
Yeah, I've got something right, Stephen, today.
Still got 4 overs if he wants to use them. Only 16 off his first 6, but of course the first 5 went for only 6 runs. And you know how accurate he is. He's got 2 out deep on the leg side, a 3rd backward square leg, so 3 on the leg side boundary, 1 on the cover boundary. And a quick single taken by McCarthy.
Yeah, good stuff from McCarthy there. As I say, a lot of boys thinking he can just hit a ball, but good experienced cricketer here. Be good to have him in with Harbinson.
Carefully watched by Harbinson. He has faced McBride already. From McCarthy, well, he'd know McBride from his Ireland days and from playing at this level for many years. A little bit of flight on that one.
Yeah, nice bowling from McBride there, just saying, Harbinson, if you want to take me on, take the bait.
That one was a little bit quicker and flatter. Punched down the ground to Hume at long on. Harbinson with another single.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it earlier on. Sometimes it's great to watch spinners in action. He's a good spinner against the batters, and do they go after him or do they just sit in and try and milk him?
150 just came up with that single down to long on. Still 34 required for the Lightning. Balls remaining 67, wickets in hand just 3. I think Lightning will be hoping that they can get there with this pair. They don't really want to put the pressure on Mikey O'Reilly and Reuben Wilson coming in late in the piece with maybe 15 or 20 still required.
And that's absolutely right. These two, you've got to take responsibility, and these two will want to do it for their team. But again, this is what we love about cricket. I mean, we've been watching the last 3 games in particular in the Rarier IP50, scores of 300, 280, power scores in that sort of direction. 180 initially from the Warriors, and everybody thinking that's game over. Low scoring games can be really interesting. The scoreboard just ticking slowly over. Still 34 required for the Lightning, and every run very precious.
Oh, it's a fabulous game to watch this. Tension guaranteed. And Harbinson just cutting loose there off the top of the bat, but he got it away to wide mid-on, and he's got the boundary that moves him to 25.
Yeah, again, we talked about aggressive field on the offside from the Warriors, and not only one man on the leg side. It wasn't a million miles away from him, to be honest. And that's just a little bit of luck. Possibly it was a decent shot, but the little bit of luck that Harbinson needs there, and he's got that away for a boundary.
And that one punched straight down the ground past the fielder at wide mid-on. It's another boundary for Harbinson, and that really does make a huge difference. 2 boundaries in a row, and 158 for 7 now.
Yeah, good shot that time. Slightly over pitched from Macbeth. And always in good nick when you're hitting The ball through mid-on. Full face of the bat. Forlorn chase for Cian Robertson. And a good start to the over for Lightning.
Laid straight into the covers where McBride is the fielder. 7 overs for Macbeth, 2 for 30, but 8 off that over. And 162 for 7 says the scoreboard.
Quick single taken by Harbinson. Again, Cian Robertson a little bit on his heels there. Mid on, possibly that shot early in the over beat him. He's maybe given himself an extra couple of yards, so real good cricket from Harbinson there. He saw maybe the mid on holding back at the edge of the circle and was able to call McCarthy through, so really good cricket from Harbinson this over.
Yes, he's taken responsibility, and now it's up to McCarthy to just make sure he doesn't give his wicket away. A little bit of despondency in the body language of the Warriors for the first time in a while. They've been getting wickets consistently, but for the first time today, with just 25 required, you sense that they're feeling a little bit negative about the prospects here. McCarthy does well to beat the fielder at backward point. 1 run to him. He goes to 4. Harbinson on 30. And 160 for 7, 24 required. Plenty of overs remaining.
Yeah, good over for the Leinster Lightning there. You mentioned about Ram Macbeth coming back on when it's not swinging. And Sam Harbinson got on top of him there with a couple of boundaries in that over. And just when we're down to into 20s and 30s needed, a couple of boundaries, like gold dust, and have been joined again by Sean here with 10 overs to go here. We're down to only 24 needed, but just 3 balls, 3 magic balls for the Warriors could win this game.
Even than everyone yet. Sam Harbison's been impressive. I think you're right, and I think Andy McBride senses that, because just in that last over he gestured to Graham Hume. Graham Hume may well come on from the Mason Road end next up. So just 24 runs for victory for the Leinster Lightning. And I think 2 noises again. And I tell you what, Rowley Black has been in the game all day, and indeed Jared McCready.
Yeah, plenty for Rowley Black to do today, and especially when we get down to this stage. It's pretty much appeal for everything to bring in Craig Young back at this clubhouse end. It's always been said that he prefers this end, and his skipper will be looking for something from him right now.
Oh, nearly dragged on from Barry McCarthy. It's interesting to say, traditionally operates from the clubhouse end, but he took his couple of wickets earlier from the Mason Road end. Craig Young, good to see him back, and he'll be enjoying this. He seems pumped up around the field. He's been played in a good spirit, this competitive right the way through, and it's going to be a tight finish here, and a good few cars and people in here in Brady ready to watch the conclusion of this IP50 clash. Good running from Barry McCarthy. It's something he's done quite well. Just managed to get a couple of singles, get Sam Harbinson on to strike.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier about Barry. As I say, he's getting a little bit of a reputation of hitting big sixes and down the order, and he's going to come in and blast it away, but a little bit of a different scenario for him here. He's just using his experience. You can see him there having a chat with Sam Harbinson. Obviously he'd be well used to Craig Young. Sam Harbinson may not have seen too much of Craig Young.
Again, really good from the Lightning. That's all they have to do. Not taking any risk with a second. But I think you're right. Sam Harbinson he's done a lot of the hard yards. He has to take full responsibility. We said that a couple of hours ago, and Gavin Hoey came to the crease, that Sam Harmison, the game was in his hands. Very rare it happens as a cricketer. But Sam Harmison's got full control now of this game, and he has to show that he's capable of getting a side home. Pull shot again from Barry McCarthy just for the single. It's a length that Craig Young hasn't been afraid to bowl. The two lads having a quiet word with each other, vying for international honours, but would have played a lot of cricket together, of course.
Yeah, good to see that. Good to see that by play between the two. As you say, probably challenging for a spot in that Ireland setup. But good to see.
A beautiful delivery from Craig Young. I think he's just bowled a little bit too short today. I think that's the perfect length for him. And 9 overs to go. And Leinster Lightning need 21, 163 for 7. I think when he does look back, I think a lot of the boundaries we've seen scored, we've seen Fionn Hand hit him for a big 6 down towards the car park here in Brady. A couple of shots that Greg Ford got hold of from Craig Young. I think he'll just be a little bit disappointed that maybe a little bit too short. Jack Tector, of course, also pulled him for a streaky 6.
Yeah, I think you could be right there in terms of looking at the wicket today, as we talked about earlier, maybe towards the end of May here, possibly not that pace in the wicket where you can bang it in and shake up the batters. So possibly in a couple of months' time, when he's maybe even a little bit fitter and got that extra yard of pace, today maybe that line and length would have been the way to go.
Change of bowling from the Mason Road end. It is indeed Graham Hume. So Andy McBride recognising it's an important part of the game. Again, really good from Barry McCarthy. That's all Leinster have to do. The skipper for the Northwest recognises that the game is on the line and he needs wickets.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff from Barry McCarthy, showing that other side of his game. I really liked that in the last over. And he just took a little bit of time out of the game, walked down, spoke to Sam Harmison and just said, look, this guy's a good bowler, let's just take our chance. Just taking a little bit of time out of the game. Real good from McCarthy.
Similar from Harbinson. He's been really impressive. It's probably Gavin Hoey will be disappointed hitting that one in the air to backward point. You also have Greg Ford's dismissal earlier, Stephen Doheney. I think it could well be a byproduct of these players playing so much T20 cricket. 50 overs, an extra 180 deliveries, so there's so much more time. Warriors were bowled out with 5 or 6 overs to spare. Could be the difference between winning and losing. Good work there at backward point. Scott Macbeth, he's been busy.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you make there, Sean, in terms of T20 cricket coming into, and everybody just wants everything done at 100 miles an hour.
And it's been a feature. We saw Morgan topping yesterday, and he was very slow to get going, but it didn't matter to him. Run a ball 92, he finished with. We've seen Sam Harbinson here, he was very slow as well to get going, but plays himself in, and the confidence grows with more time in the middle.
I actually spoke to Morgan Topping after the game yesterday, and I spoke to him about the pressure early on in his innings when he wasn't going at that, as we talk about T20 100 strike rate. He actually said it didn't really matter, but the value of those runs that he got yesterday saw his team over the line, and actually was worth double then. He was able to pick up the pace as he went along, got in, felt more confident, and as you say, Sam Harbinson's done something similar today.
Well, example of those runs being worked. Double Murray Cummins hit a wonderful century in the first innings, but it was Morgan Topping's 92 that won player of the match. As we often say, it's not how much, sometimes it's when you get your runs when your team's under pressure, and under pressure they were when Sam Harbinson came to the crease when Andy McBride was bowling that really tight spell. Just 6 runs coming from McBride's first 5 overs. For that 29th over went for 10 and started with a really poor delivery. Could be pivotal come the end of that game. And Barry McCarthy using his experience. Graham Hume now has just got 1 over left. There's 19 runs now needed for victory. Leinster Lightning 165 for 7.
Yeah, Yeah, they're just taking it to the wire here. Just keeping in the game. Craig Young's going to continue. And as we said earlier, although there's only 19 needed here, these two do need to take the responsibility of seeing this out.
I think if Barry McCarthy had an extra batter to come, I think you'd see him maybe try and win the game. But with Mike O'Reilly and Reuben Wilson too, well, they themselves probably won't want to be out there hitting the winning runs. So these two are surely going to try and get the Lightning over the line.
Nice shot there from Harbinson. No run though. And definitely these two will want to see their team home, because another wicket, just we can possibly see that the Warriors' energy has sort of dropped off a little bit in the last few overs.
Well, it's almost like the last roll of the dice. Craig Young into his second last over, Hume with one to come. So Andy McBride, he understands that it's almost a case of now or never for the Warriors. And you saw how pumped up Ryan Macbeth was when he got the Gavin Hoey wicket. The Warriors don't like being beaten, but they certainly don't like being beaten here in Breedy in front of their home fans. So still plenty left. Short ball, and he gets a fine, and work for William McClintock in the deep, and he'll stop it going to the boundary. But Harbison will get back for 2, and the runs now go to 17 for victory.
Yeah, you can be sure of any team led by Andrew McBride will not be giving up here. They're still in this game, and one ball from either Craig Young or Graham Hume. Get the Lightning it down. They'll still be trying.
Full, well bowled from Craig Young into the block hole, but Harbison able to dig it out. It just sets Thursday up for a cracking game, the Northern Derby between the Knights and the Warriors here in Breedy, a game you'll be able to see live on ICC TV for Cricket Ireland in conjunction with HBV Studios. And the Northern Knights looking for 3 in a row, and the Warriors themselves looking for another victory here. Short ball, and Harbison misses it completely. Extra pace again from Craig Young.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. Let's set up a cracking game here. It'll end the first half of the Rario IP50 tournament. 6 games here in the first few weeks of the season, and then 6 games later on. But yeah, the Knights, after their win down in Pembroke, and then yesterday, coming up here on Thursday.
That's a glorious shot from Harbison. Doesn't get all of it. We'll pick up a couple. And Andy McBride does the fielding. But again, another good over. Ticks by. Craig Young has now bowled 9. Touch expensive 2 for 44. And Leinster Lightning 169 for 7, needing just 15 for victory. But it's one thing, it's probably been a hallmark of Harbison, is that if it's in a slot, he, regardless of the situation, has been afraid to look to score, particularly in the second half of his innings, and particularly when he was batting alongside Fionn Hand.
Yeah, just see a little smile from him there, and maybe he feels a little bit more comfortable. It is his debut, although he's quite an experienced cricketer. Whenever you're playing for a new team, you always want to perform in your first game. And he bowled well. He got a couple of wickets when he had a little bit of tap early and showed a wee bit of resilience, came back, got 2 crucial wickets. And now he's really stood up for his team, as I say, on debut.
Hume's final over, and a real chance for Scott Macbeth. Well, not an easy chance. He flung himself in the air. He gets a hand on it. Well, he's been brilliant at backward point. And he's so nearly produced a worldie. And Barry McCarthy, well, he got away with that one a small bit. It was aerial. A fine effort from Macbeth.
There we see diving across to his right. He took one earlier off Ryan Macbeth, a little bit different to that. It was a lot more in front of him. He stepped forward. That one is off to his right. Had to put the dive in. If he'd have plucked that one out of the air, just maybe the Warriors would have been back in the game. Great effort at the backward point.
Well, so Andy McBride trying to change something, brings deep cover into the circle. So plenty of scoring opportunities on the offside. Just third man out, two in the deep on the leg side for Harbison. What does he try and do? And I feel like he missed out there. With deep cover in the ring.
That was a real chance there. A wide ball from Graham Hume, and nearly too wide to get a good connection on. And he just brought Annie Chore up into the ring. And that was a chance of a boundary there for Harbinson.
Well, so 8 deliveries left. Or sorry, 10 deliveries left rather. 4 from Hume, and then 6 from Craig Young. The Northwest Premier strike fast bowlers. Can they deliver a wicket? A glorious shot again from Sam Harbison. He's played it a couple of times down the ground. Work to do for William McClintock. He does well, and Harbison will pick up a couple, but a couple of times today he's played that on drive to good effect.
Yeah, just as you were saying, anything in his arc, he's not been afraid to put the foot down. He's been circumspect when a good ball's been bowled on a length. And we talked about that in the last 2 or 3 games. Good balls deserve respect, and he's shown that to the good balls. But anything pitched up, over pitched, or too short, he scored runs off.
12 to win for the Lightning. Pitched up again. Harbison looks to score. And then real low scoring thriller here in Brady, as they so often are. Once again, that's ebbed and flowed. The Northwest Warriors won the opening 10 overs or so in the first innings. They were 49 without loss when Fionn Hand got 2 wickets in 2 overs and bowled with real pace and aggression. Harbison himself picked up a couple in the middle overs before Shane Getgate was run out by Mikey O'Reilly. And Barry McCarthy himself got some late order wickets. Down the track, a little inside edge.
Yeah, just mentioning that run out, we always look back at the end of a game on pivotal moments, and Shane Getgate, if he had hung around for a while, he's a class player for this Warriors outfit, and that wicket turned the momentum again for the Lightning and kept the Warriors down to 183. It's been a good fight from them. You have to give them their dues. They've really fought hard here, picked up wickets all the way along.
Final delivery of Graham Humes, 10 overs. He would much love to get a wicket. Harbison on strike. Big appeal. Umpire Jared McCreary says it's missed everything. And he's given a wide. He had a little look, Jared McCready, at the standing square leg umpire Rowley Black as well. And it's a wide. It was a big appeal from Graham Hume, and in particular from those behind the stumps.
Huge appeal. Whether that was just because it was the last ball of Graham Hume's spell, I'm not sure. But a huge appeal. And you're right. I did notice the umpire just had a quick glance over to his compatriot. And then the outstretched arms signalled the wide.
Well, there's been plenty of appeals for both umpires today. They've been kept busy. It's that kind of game. Low scoring bowlers on top. Glorious shot from Harbison, and it beats mid-on. And the final ball of Graham Hume's 10th over was always going to be pivotal, and Sam Harbison has played a wonderful on drive. It's a sign of a good player, sign of a player in form, and he's scored plenty of runs through the onside, and a glorious shot.
Yeah, full face of the bat from Sam Harbison, and he's just showing us a little bit of class here today. Low scoring game, as we said, and they just needed somebody to knuckle it down. Just hang in there for his team. McCarthy's done well, you have to say as well. Coming in here, hasn't been too flashy. Just taking the singles. There's Graham Hume's figures there. He'd be disappointed there at the end of it. Thought he grasped that wicket that they needed, but they went for 4 off that last ball.
Well, 7 to win now. Craig Young's final over. A wonderful shot from Sam Harbison, who soaked up a lot of early pressure. It has to be said, hasn't done anything too flashy. He hasn't played too many false shots. Hasn't given many chances away. And he's set to be steering his side home. I think Nigel Jones will be really pleased with Sam Harbison coming in the middle order as the all-rounder in the team, coming in at number 6, but bowling and getting 2 important wickets as you said, Ali, after a poor opening over, Scott Macbeth found a couple of boundaries. But his contribution with the bat, well, to be match winning.
Yeah, I think that's a really good caller, and his coach will be absolutely delighted with Arvinsson's efforts today with the ball initially, but now with the bat he's really stood up. And this is exactly what he's been brought into the team for, losing those Irish internationals in the middle order, and he's really batted well. Probably looking at it, if you look at the innings, you would say, you know, probably in his career he's not going to see it as a big highlight, you know, but in terms of actually the output of what he's done for his team, you know, no big 4s, 6s, going at 100 runs per 100 balls, but this is an excellent innings from man on debut.
Again, good for McCarthy. He's done that well since he's come in. He too has soaked up a little bit of pressure, and that's one thing that has to be said that Greg Ford did when he came in at number 4. He got rid of the scoreboard pressure. So the Lightning have always been ahead in that regard. And
yeah, it'll be interesting to have a chat with Nigel Jones afterwards to see, was that a calculated risk or was it a pre-match plan? It looked like something they just decided on the cuff.
Well, also Leinster don't have too many out-and-out batters today. A lot of all-rounders as Harbison brings the runs required down to 5.
But you mentioned it pre-game, an absolutely huge game for the Lightning here. 2 losses last week on their home patch, and if they can get over the line here, it's just 5 to win now.
Oh, Barry McCarthy, he's pulled that onto his toes by the look of it. He doesn't get an awful lot of sympathy from Craig Young, who finishes his day with the ball, 2 for 46. And you can see Shane Getke having a word with Barry McCarthy. Yeah, but he's okay. Craig Young is putting the thumbs up. So 5 to win now, with 5 overs to go.
Yeah, injuries are always funny when they happen to somebody else. Just under edge there into his foot. But look, oh, he's still limping a little bit. So obviously with the end of the spells for Graham Hume and now Craig Young, McBride going back to Ryan Macbeth to bowl this 46th over, but not much to play with for the Brigade man.
Oh, and an under edge. And when it's your day on debut, it is your day. And you can hear the audible gasp from Ryan Macbeth. And look at the fielders there. Stephen Donnelly on his knees. All the Northwest fielders look stunned. But he's probably deserved a little bit of fortune for how well he's played. And it's just 1 now to win. And the Lightning are on the cusp.
Yeah, I think he has deserved that little bit of luck. It's his first real false shot he's played. Good ball from Macbeth, just nipping back. Caught the inside edge. Doherty no chance behind the sticks, and obviously wants to beat the keeper. Through for the boundary, takes them within 1.
Now here we go, and they're going to scamper through, and there it is. The Leinster Lightning have come to Brady and have beaten the Northwest Warriors with a depleted side, with a new captain, and with a debutant who has proven to be the difference with the bat. A wonderful 48 not out from Sam Harbison. And that man on your screen, Barry McCarthy, has played his part. Good to see him back to form with the ball. And an important 9 not out, considering not too much batting to come after him. And it's been a wonderful game, a low scoring game here. But it's the Lightning, having won the toss and electing to bowl first, who've got over the line. And Sam Harbison is the man today who's got his team home with 48 not out. The Australian Irish qualified with family from County Antrim, and he'd be delighted that he's come to the north of Ireland and delivered a huge performance for his side and for his coach, Nigel Jones.
Absolutely. I had a quick chat with him before the game today, Sean, and we're just asking how he was feeling. And he felt he was feeling good on debut, and he'll be feeling even better now because he's seen his team home. A lone hand there, really. Stood up when the pressure came on, and he's seen his side home by 3 wickets today. Good effort from the Warriors, a low score, probably 40-50 runs short at least, but they've fought hard today. As we said, under McBride, they're not going to give up. They've taken 7 wickets, but unfortunately not enough runs on the board, and the Lightning have got home by 3 wickets.
Well, what a game of cricket, and both sides have played their part. A low-scoring thriller, one of the closest games we've had in the IP so far this season, and the Leinster Lightning will be glad to get on the board with an important victory. Well, this is the tail of the tape. This is what happened a little bit earlier. Stephen Doherty batted beautifully for 46 before, in truth, to be really disappointed to have given his wicket away, and the bowling of Sam Harmison proved crucial, but it was Fionn Hand who did some early damage, getting the opening 2 wickets of Andy Chore and Andy McBride. Scott Macbeth looked good for 23 before he was also dismissed by Harmison, and a big run out from Mikey O'Reilly of Shane Getgate. Barry McCarthy picked up a couple of wickets, that of William McClintock and Cian Robertson. Well, the opening partnership was worth 49, and it was very impressive. Also the partnership of Stephen Doherty and Scott Macbeth. But in truth, the Warriors never got going, and the Lightning were able to take wickets at regular intervals.
Looking at the bowling attack for the Lightning, the 2 mainstays of that bowling attack, Barry McCarthy and Fionn Hand. Good to see them getting 10 overs under their belt. McCarthy took 2 as he came back, but it was Fionn Hand who broke the early partnership. But as we mentioned already, the all-round contribution of Sam Harbinson, he took 2 wickets in that middle order. But Gavin Hoey bowled beautifully. He took 2 wickets for 20. He took the wicket of Cameron Millie, beautifully bowled there from Gavin Hoey, but he was under control all day. And a great effort from the leg spinner there. We move on to the Lightning. Struggles early on for them. Lost a couple of wickets early. Macbeth bowled beautifully with the new ball. Jack Tector hung in there. And it was the impetus brought in by Greg Ford as he took 37 from 37. And when he gave his wicket away, we thought it could be a struggle, and there was a difficult period for the Lightning as the Warriors picked up wickets as they went along, Donegan. But it was Harbinson again who stood tall for the Lightning on debut. 48 for him. And a few partnerships there, as we say. Jack Tector and Greg Ford got the scoreboard moving. But really, we're looking at that one at the end there. 39. Barry McCarthy coming in, only scoring 9. But he did a real good job for his team.
And the Northwest bowlers, Graham Hume bowled really well. 10 overs, 1 for 36. Ryan Macbeth was a threat throughout, particularly with the new ball. Cian Robertson, the young left-arm spinner on debut for the Northwest Warriors, having transferred from the Knights. He picked up a wicket. Craig Young as well. Good to see him with 10 overs under his belt, 2 for 46. And Andy McBride, well, his figures were even better a little bit earlier. Well, that's the summary. The Leinster Lightning have come to Breedy and have won by 3 wickets. Sam Harbinson, outstanding with the bat, good with the ball earlier. And the Northwest Warriors, well, they were a few runs short, and the Leinster Lightning have got their first victory of the IP50 series. So that's all from Breedy. We'll be back on Thursday, and the Northwest Warriors will face the Northern Knights in the derby match here in Breedy. But from myself, Sean Hussey, Ali McColmont, Stephen Alkin, and all the HBV Studios team here, it's goodbye for now.